1, 2. Right, morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I can ask you to start taking your seats, please. We're going to get the program started as close to 9:30 as we possibly can. Right, folks, if you can just find a seat as soon as you can, then we'll kick off the formal proceedings. There's still a few people coming through from the cafe side. One, two. Okay, we're ready to go. How are we feeling out there, folks? All good. Can you hear me at the back? Let's give a big round of applause for Creative Coffee Week 2021. I can't believe that it was March 2020 that we had the last significant coffee industry event, which was Hostex in Johannesburg. So it's been a long, long time. And I don't know about you, but I've been so excited for this event. And there's been so much hard work and effort that's gone into it. And first and foremost, I just want to say a huge thank you to the two people on stage here. Mel, like the best business partner you could hope for. She's worked so hard to put this event together. Please give her a massive, massive round of applause. And then Mr. Jay Pillay. Jay and his team of Warren Fenner standing at the back in the blue t-shirt there, along with the rest of the KZN business team, have been the most phenomenal partners, not just this year, but for the last 4 years. FNB have got behind the coffee industry in KZN particularly, mainly because I think Mel and I are based here and the Coffee Magazine is based here, but we like to think that, you know, if we represent the industry, they're the bank that represents the coffee industry in South Africa. So I just want to give a massive, massive round of applause to FNB for yet another year of sponsorship. Just a few housekeeping rules, folks. Obviously, we're here for the next 3 days, and a massive thank you to Dustin and his team at the Bond Shed for hosting us. Also, a nice long partnership that we've had with them. The parking situation is pretty tight, so if we can please ask you, there's no parking in this immediate courtyard outside, so rather Uber or walk or just park in the road and walk through, but just no parking in the parking lot. The bathrooms are just past the cafe, in the next building on your right-hand side. You've just got to open the door, go through, and you'll see the bathrooms on your right-hand side as you go in there. There's no smoking, please, inside the venue. You can smoke outside in the parking lot if you need to. And finally, obviously, it's a difficult time in the midst of a COVID pandemic, so we need to just be as cautious as we possibly can. So please sanitize your hands as and when you feel you need to. Please try and wear your mask inside the venue, like now during these lectures as well, if you're not eating or drinking. If you are going to drink something, take your mask off, drink, put your mask back on. I know it's not ideal, but it is it is necessary. So please just try and observe those common sense COVID protocols. Okay, now Mel's going to say something.
Can you help me? He's much taller than me. I just also wanted to say thank you to all our other sponsors that are here, that have come together to put together this amazing program that we have lined up. And, it's just been so exciting to see the enthusiasm that we got from the coffee industry for this event. And we're very excited to have everyone here. So thank you to each and every one of our sponsors. On the back wall, you can see them all, and you're going to meet them across the 3 days, which is so exciting. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for being here. And we look forward to sharing lots of great coffee moments with you across the week. So, thanks.
Okay. Also, just a little bit on this event itself, folks. Like this is all new for us, and we've never run a hybrid event before. And I know we're all kind of getting used to it. Initially, we were only allowed to have 50 people in this venue, but up until a few days ago, thankfully, it's a few more. But what's happening outside of this venue is very significant. And I also just want to give a nod to the Ocean Driven Media team here. You know, we realized, and with FNB, we realized that we can't just reach this community. There's so much valuable knowledge and so many significant worthwhile things that are going to be discussed, because you never get this chance in your busy coffee life to talk about the things that really matter in coffee. And that's what this week has always been about. So we're so proud to be able to host it again, to spend this quality 3 days of time with you, but also we felt it's so important to be able to broadcast it out there to folks who weren't able to be here in person for health reasons, for travel restriction reasons, for all of the COVID reasons. So what we've done is we've actually packed up those goodie bag event kits that you've got into boxes, and we've couriered them to people's houses. So when people are cupping the coffees or listening to Winston talk about the Geisha Village coffees, the folks at home actually have those coffees now and are tuning into the live broadcast to taste those coffees. And the same with Lausanne Sensory Experience. They all got those Genio sensory kits. So they're going to go through the same thing that we're going to go through. And it's been a huge effort to try and pull that off. You can't imagine the many moving parts and the logistics. But just a huge welcome to everybody out there on the World Wide Web watching us on the Coffee Magazine's YouTube live channel. We're so glad to virtually be with you. And we hope that you enjoy the interactive event kits. And yeah, again, a huge thank you to Matt and to Wade and the team at Ocean Driven Media for allowing us to do that. Let's just give them a huge round of applause too. All right, and without much further ado, I'd like to welcome Mr. Jay Pillay to address you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yeah. Cheers. Yeah, thank you very much, Ian and Mel. I guess on behalf of FNB, welcome to everyone to Creative Coffee Week. I guess let me start by saying I want to wish Ian and Mel everything of the best for the next few days. If I look at and reflect on our association, particularly with Ian and Mel over the past 4 years, we're very encouraged to be partnering with this sector. And I guess if we look as a bank at how we approach certain properties, coffee intrigues us, especially around the value chain in this sector. What you'll hear from my colleagues in the next 3 days, over the next 3 days, is a little bit about us as a business bank and how we provide value-added solutions to businesses like yours. Secondly, we've got our foreign exchange environment with Warren Fenner, and he'll talk about our cross-border solutions when it comes to trade and foreign exchange, and that's tomorrow. And then on Friday, you'll hear from our franchise specialists in terms of what types of solutions we can put together for franchise operations. So I guess that in a nutshell is how the proceedings from FNB is going to go over the week, over the next 3 days, I beg your pardon. And we'll always have a banker on site available. Definitely, we're definitely a platform bank, so we like the digital technology, and I guess conversations can happen here on site, but we very encourage and welcome conversations even beyond. I think for me around COVID, it's been a tough time as bankers as well. So I'm very encouraged that we are partnering and we get to do this hybrid model, if you want to call it that, and very encouraged to meet with people face to face. So enjoy, all the best, and yeah, we look forward to some valuable conversations going forward. Thank you very much, Ian.
What's happened to our country?
Yeah, but things are never gonna change.
Hi. The one thing you can be sure of is change. Things are always changing. In Africa, this is the home of change. You know, we live by a code here.
If the beat changes, the dance step must adapt.
Because brothers and sisters,
we know if we don't change, things won't change.
And it all starts with one little step.
yes! Power! Power to the changeables, the adaptable problem solvers who don't need a corner office to start an empire. Look at us! We are the changeables.
Changeables?
What does that even mean?
Everything's changing.
Sure.
And sometimes it's the smallest change that makes the biggest difference.
Switch to FNB, Bank of the Changeables.
All right, thank you so much, Jay. All right, folks, the first item on the program is Winston Thomas presenting the Gesher Village coffees. So again, what we've done here is we've sent these coffees out to everybody else out there, and if you're at home and you are ready to start the next session, you can get out your Gesher Village coffee and you can start to prepare it just in the normal cupping manner, and then we're going to call on Winston to come and address us with his address. In this latest coffee magazine, actually, Winston wrote a really amazing, insightful article. So it's in that magazine, which is also in your goodie bags. But I think it's just so amazing that we also get to taste that coffee. I mean, that's what Creative Coffee Week is about. It's about not just the theory, but also the tangible. So in a few minutes, we're going to serve those coffees. I'm going to introduce Winston, and then he's going to present to you, and we're going to cup those coffees.
So how it's going to work is we're going to bring the coffees to you guys. So you're not going to get up and go get the coffee. The coffee will come to you. So you just stay seated, just so that there's minimal COVID happening in the corner over there. So that's how it's going to work. So you just sit tight. It's going to be about 10 minutes until Winston is on stage. Okay.
Cool. Thank you. can if you want to. Yeah, could I have a mic that I can sort of walk around? Yeah, we'll just do on a... Just mic check that one. One, two.
One, two. There we go. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Hello.
Yeah. 1, 2.
Hi, Winston.
Mel.
Okay, everybody. It's our first official session of Creative Coffee Week. And we've got a really exciting one to kick us off. You probably all know Mr. Winston Thomas, our current South African barista champion and a 3-time barista champion for South Africa. He will be competing next year in Melbourne at the World Barista Championships. And recently, on his quest to find a coffee for this competition, he traveled to Ethiopia, specifically to Geisha Village, which is a very special place in coffee's history, and you'll hear all about that now. We're also very lucky to have Mr. Adam Overton join us during the chat. He's tuning in from Ethiopia, yes? Yeah, from Addis, so that's very exciting. He is the person that is behind the farm with his family and team there. So for the interactive event kits, please get out your Geisha Village parcels. There are 2 different ones. They're in a silver bag and they have Geisha Village on them. Oh no, not you guys. We're going to serve you coffee. For the people who are here, you just relax, listen to Winston. The coffees will arrive at the table for you to all taste. And then at the end, Winston will talk you through which coffees they are. And yeah. So just enjoy. And thank you so much for being here, Winston. Always a pleasure to have you on board. And enjoy. Thanks, guys.
This is the live stream. Yeah, right? Okay, awesome. I'm going to take my mask off. I'm going to hover around and I'm going to move around a little bit. I feel like I need to break the ice as the first person, so there's no pressure. Like, it can only get better after this, folks. So I'm going to walk around and I'm going to be pretty interactive. So like Mel said, my name is Winston Thomas, and I run a training and consultation company in Cape Town called Winston Douglas Coffee. Also soon starting a coffee roastery, if I can take the time now, see the coffee roasters. But I'm going to be chatting about this trip. But before we begin the formal slideshow, show of hands, who's ever visited a coffee farm before? Show of hands, just to get an idea of, like, for context in the tour. Beaver Creek does count, folks. Beaver Creek counts, right? Okay, and then for those that have been to a coffee farm outside of South Africa. Okay, last one, those that have been to an African coffee farm in Africa. Much smaller, only 5 folks. Okay, 6, thank you. Cut. So I think before I begin, just sort of a disclaimer. The talk is sort of from my barista trainer perspective. For someone that's never been to a coffee farm outside of South Africa before, it's also Ethiopia, so it's like the birthplace of coffee, right? And I'll touch on that in the slide. So I think going into it, I had a very biased opinion about like what my expectations were, and everything was new. So like the experience was like super interesting for me. But for some of the coffee buyers, like some of the things we might touch on might not be new to you, and it might be normal. But for me, as my first time, this is just an amazing experience. I was fortunate to write a little article for the Coffee Mag as well. Has anyone read the article that I wrote in the Coffee magazine about Geisha Village? This is going to be awkward. No one. Okay, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Okay. Yes. But the article was sort of it was to address general consumers, people that don't work in coffee, to give them sort of a travel experience of what it was like. So what the smells were and the sights were and the sounds were. This will be a little bit more coffee focused. Okay. And yeah, I'll get a little bit technical, but like I'm by no means a professional on coffee farm. So just because I've been to one coffee farm doesn't mean I can now explain how things work over there, because I can't. So some of the things I'll explain to you, some of you might seem really elementary. I'm gonna say that's just what I know and that's my understanding of a coffee farm. Okay, can we kick it off, folks? Okay, so a village to remember, right? It sounds very cliche. It sounds like a little love letter, but to me it was my little love letter to Geisha village in Ethiopia. Geisha village, because it is in fact a village. It's a coffee farm, but it's a literal village on the coffee farm, and we'll unpack this as we go throughout the talk. Okay. So I'm going to start off with my introduction, which is the WBC experience. We'll get into the farm, my first thoughts about just going on the farm, what I experienced. Excellence, because Geisha Village is a farm that produces coffees that score extremely high on the SCA cupping score list. Their coffees go from $25 per pound to $38 per pound. It's really premium stuff. They only grow a certain quality of coffee on their farm. And obviously they're doing something to achieve that. And then I'm going to chat about sustainability. As much as I was there to find a coffee for my barista competition, one of the things that blew me away was how sustainable the farm is. And in brackets, I put for real, because I mean, it's not just a buzzword, it's like sustainability, let's save the planet. It's genuine sustainability, and you can see it on the farm. It's not something that they have to force. They've integrated sustainable practices into their farm that I see it growing in the future really well. And then I'll give a couple of final remarks. So, this is 2017 Winston on stage in WBC in Seoul. So that's where I used Geisha Village for the first time. For those of you that aren't familiar with barista competitions, you need to find a special coffee, right? So you've got guys and girls from all over the world coming to this competition, throwing euros and throwing dollars at coffees to use because of, from a flavor perspective, how special it is, but also the story behind it, right? And this was a very hard thing for me to find and to understand. It's like I won the South African competition with a coffee off the shelf of origin, and now there's this expectation of going to this World Championships, and you've got to choose a coffee. So I rallied up a couple of people. Thanks, Craig Charity, who also assisted me, who's somewhere here at the back. And I eventually chose Geisha Village. Now the Geisha varietal is, to a certain extent, a varietal that has been overused in barista competitions for its high quality, for its very specific flavor profile. But the Geisha varietal actually originates from Ethiopia, right? And I'm African, I'm an African competitor, so I've always wanted to use an African coffee. Ishan did use this coffee in 2015 as well. He put me in touch with Adam. We got the coffee. It was absolutely amazing. And myself and a competitor from Hong Kong, Capo, used the same coffee in the same lot at this competition. Unfortunately, I came 42nd, but Capo done much better. He came second with the exact same coffee. Many reasons that we can unpack backstage why I didn't get that far. But it was an amazing coffee. And basically, my set revolved around myself as an African competitor coming to this competition. And to be very honest with you, the only information I had about the farm was the PDF and the documents that Adam sent me. So I've got to prepare this speech, right? The coffee, the farm, all these things play an extremely big part in what you're going to say to the judges, how you're going to score. And the only sort of insight I had was a little PDF document that I had to summarize, go online and watch a couple of videos. But with barista competitions, it's a cliche thing again, where we often find competitors go to the farm and they come on stage and they tell the experience about going to the farm. And I always thought it's something that, you know, you can just read off the PDF, like what difference is it going to make? Can move on to the next slide. But I ran into Adam again in Amsterdam in 2018, and he's a cool guy because in Amsterdam it was awkward because I didn't use his coffee. So I won the next year, and I ran into him, and he came to me and he's like, "Hey, Winston." And I was like, "Hey, Adam." And this is the second day, and I knew I didn't make it to the next round. But he came up to me, we chatted, and I think what I managed to do with Adam was start to build a relationship from using his coffee for the first time, running into him in Amsterdam. And he was like, "You know what, if you ever go to competition again, let's do something together. I know you didn't use my coffee, but I think you're an amazing competitor. I think we can do a lot with this relationship. And it's something that I just cultivated with him as I went on. But so we started building our relationship, and I wouldn't say we were friends. I mean, if we're friends on Instagram and stuff like that, but I don't think that's considered like a real relationship. But we were always in touch, and I knew that if I ever went back, I would want to try and use his coffee. So before even visiting the farm, there was already some kind of relationship that I had established with Adam. So after winning nationals in Cheapest, 2020 seems like a long time ago, folks. It seems like we've lost a couple of years. But after winning nationals, I needed to choose a coffee, so I got on a call with Adam, and I wanted to find out what was available. And he just dropped the bomb on me. He said, well, Winston, if you want to use our coffee, we'll give you a coffee. Like, you don't have to pay for it, but we don't want you to get on stage and talk about our coffee and you haven't experienced it. If you want our coffee, we'll give it to you, but you need to come and see us. I was like, okay, like, come to Ethiopia. He's like, yeah. So he's American, he's from, I think he's from California. So he's like, yeah, man, you gotta come over, man. I don't know if he's tuned in right now and he's listening to this, but he's like, yeah, man, you gotta come over. And I was like, okay, so what are we gonna arrange? He's like, Winston, get on a flight, come to Addis, and we'll take care of everything else. Just come here. You need to see the things, you need to smell the things, you need to really experience the farm in order to talk about our coffee on stage. So I got on a plane and I went to Ethiopia. Can we skip back to the previous one, just quickly? And I was blinded by the moment, right? So as I said in the beginning, we come to Ethiopia, it's the birthplace of coffee, right? I'm this guy from Cape Town, Van die Strand, and I was like, I'm on a plane on my way to Ethiopia, the birthplace of coffee, not to any farm, but I'm going to Geisha Village. It's like absolutely unreal. So with that, like I said, I had this bias, I had this preconceived idea that this is going to be an amazing experience. So everything was just heightened. But during the trip, I kind of brought myself down and said, okay, cool, you're a professional. Like, try and learn something on the trip. Don't just be here like it's a holiday. So just back to the farm. We can now skip on to the next slide, thanks. We can see Addis over there. Ethiopia is southwest, sort of Addis. I arrived in Addis on a Friday evening. Saturday morning, we hopped on a plane to Jimma. From Jimma, we took an 8-hour drive to Mizan, which is about 2 hours away from the farm. So it was a full day trip. And the second morning, we took a 2-hour drive to Geisha Village. The farm is extremely isolated. You start to lose reception about 2 hours before. Again, this might be very common when visiting coffee farms, but for me, it was like, Adam was like, say goodbye to your wife, say goodbye to the world, because you're only going to get tuned in the next like 4 days. And the most interesting thing, we can move on to the next slide, was the more we traveled, the more we could see the landscape start to change. Are we able to play the videos? So the one on the left first. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So for those of you that can see it, it starts to become very rural, and we can see that that's just one plot for one farm. There's a lot of mud houses, so there's no electricity, there's no sewerage or anything like that. And the closer we get to the farm, the more untouched the land becomes. We can play the second one. This is me on the back seat with my very Instagram-ish videos. Can we hear the music? So you can see next to the mud houses, there's cactuses. So they grow cactuses in order to separate the plots and the houses. Goats and sheep, people still wearing very traditional clothing. It's literally just tribal land. The land belongs to the indigenous Mianit people. And Adam and Rachel had to ask permission to inhabit the land. So they haven't bought the land to farm on. They were given the land by the local tribal people. And this is very, 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 very isolated. So like, I felt like I was in an episode of National Geographic. I'd never been on a trip. I've never been to the Kruger. So like, there's not enough context for me, but this was just blowing my mind. Can move on. Let's let the videos play. So I was really struggling to understand like at what point we would find coffee, because as you can see, there's absolutely no coffee trees growing anywhere remotely close to the farm. But Adam and Rachel, 10 years before, went on the same trip, but they went searching for local indigenous coffee trees. So they didn't find land and then plant coffee trees. They went to find the coffee trees and asked for permission to then farm on this land. So it's extremely isolated, but to a certain extent, the coffee trees that they were found were untouched. They had to make use of these trees and get seedlings to plant more to get the farm going. And the total size is 475 hectares. This is a quote just taken directly from their website, from Adam and Rachel, that just gives us a little bit more context as to the idea behind the farm. They say that the first thing was to find the origin of geisha coffee. So they had been to Panama and did a lot of work with a guy called Willem Boot, and obviously the geisha varietal was all the rage at the time. And they said if they started a farm, they wanted to start the farm with the best possible coffee. Willem Boot had previously done a lot of work in Ethiopia, and people were talking about indigenous geisha varietals growing in Ethiopia. So they literally set out to find these geisha varietals. So they found the origin of geisha coffee. The next goal was to offer stunning coffees from the birthplace of Ethiopian coffee. And the dreams were so big for them when they started off because they work in media. Rachel's a photographer. Adam was a film director and a producer. And they were shooting a documentary in Ethiopia. Rachel is originally from Ethiopia. Adam originally from California. And they just fell in love with Ethiopia again. They fell in love with coffee, and they decided to start this farm. Okay, so excellence, right? A coffee farm, to some people, can be a seemingly simple thing, right? You plant the seed in 3 to 4 years' time. Cherries, right? You pulp the cherries, you get out the seeds, and boom, there's coffee. I see Romeo is here. Tribe Coffee actually had an amazing, I think, like 400-gram harvest in Cape Town 2 years ago. So it's not the craziest thing to grow coffee. But there's just some very simple things that I want to touch on about the farm that I thought showed excellence in the way that they produced. I can't see, if everyone can see the little picture in the top left corner, for those guys at the back. Kath, can you see that little thing? Not at all. Okay, beautiful. So one of the biggest things I was taken aback by, and I couldn't comprehend this as a barista or a trainer, was the tree felling and the farm management. The first thing that I saw when we came onto the farm, when we went out to our trip, was a big chunk of the farm, the stumps of the trees had all been cut, and they had started regrowing some of the trees. And I asked Adam about it, and he said, and again, this might be common knowledge to some people, but with a 475 hectare farm, when you're growing coffees that are that expensive, you need to understand how to manage the farm in order to ensure that the quality you produce is at the best. And they have a sort of age capacity for all of their trees. So once it gets, I speak under correction here, but I think it's about 7 to 8 years, chop down all the trees and have them regrow. And with this, they need to manage their harvests every year, like to the T, in order to keep the business afloat, but also to ensure that they maintain their quality. Because if you're selling coffees for $25 per pound, like, people are going to have a certain expectation of you next year. And for me, the scale of this planning, like, I just could not comprehend. And the first thing that I found is that it's amazing that Adam and Rachel had this dream and they managed to implement it. But I think what they've managed to establish as well is a really strong management team on the farm. So Wakalo, their farm manager, he has a degree in horticulture, he's got a degree in economics, and he's about to finish a law degree as well. So they've got really smart, educated people working on the farm, ensuring that the systems in place are working. They also do a lot of experimentation, which is common now. We've got carbonic this, we've got anaerobic this, and Geisha Village does it, so does everyone. But I think what stood out about Adam was the fact that he was more than happy to reach out to other people, learn from them, and experiment on their farm. So it wasn't about an exclusive thing. He didn't want to do anything groundbreaking. He just wanted to produce amazing coffee. And unfortunately, when I went to the farm, harvest season and processing had all but finished. But he explained some of the processes to me, which I'm not going to reveal. Adam's actually going to take you guys through the coffee. But some interesting processes for me to use in competition next year, folks. Adam's online for us already. Can we go back to the previous slide? Just the one before that. And investments, right? So Geisha Village have built their own dry mill on the farm. And Adam said to me that for their natural and their wash process coffees, they've got to send all the coffees to Addis to be hulled and to be milled. And they felt like this was compromising their quality, it wasn't feasible, so they made the investment to build their own dry mill on the farm so they can mill all of their natural process coffees. To me, again, being that isolated, he said in order to build anything with concrete on the farm, they have to bring all of the materials from Addis, which is like an 18-hour drive. So they just decided, you know, let's take the time and the effort to build our own dry mill. And for me, the proof is in the pudding. You can see in the quality of the coffee. Can we move on? So the farm is broken down into different parts based on variety, but they've also given it a name. So there's Shewa Jibabu, Surma, Oma, Gailey, Bangi, Dimma, and Nasha. And the three varietals that they grow on the farm, bottom left, is the Geisha 1931, Gori Geisha, and Ilubabo Forest. The most prominent lot on the farm is the Oma lot, and the Oma lot is actually named after the spiritual leader of the local Meenat people who handed the land over to Adam and to Rachel. Now remember I said it's a 475 hectare farm, right? So this looks like a simple image, but to get from Oma to Bangi is like a 40-minute walk. And you're climbing elevations of about 400 to 500 meters between the walk. And as we walk throughout the farm, can we move on to the next slide? I just noticed that like the temperature changed, the amount of wind we were getting was changed, and this is something, again, very common on coffee farms, but one specific part of the farm, there was monkeys like jumping all over the place, and bees above our heads, and then we'd walk for another 20 minutes, and all of a sudden, I'm swatting away butterflies like left, right, and center, and there's absolutely no trees around us. So the landscape just changed completely, and this is something that a lot of us know in going to barista competitions. We understand the term terroir, right? So like the growing conditions, the climate, the soil, and all these things. But to be on the farm and physically experience myself like starting to sweat because there's no trees above my head, and then looking at the coffee tree next to me and being like, okay, I get it. And then 20 minutes later being like absolutely covered by natural agroforestry system with bees like going around my head, sort of doing pollination with the actual coffee trees, and then understanding that, okay, I get that this coffee is going to taste completely different. And what Adam and Rachel do, and Akalo, the farm manager, told me, he said, like, Winston, all we do here is we work with God's hand. And I think what he meant by that was they need to understand the ecosystem. They need to trial different varietals based on that ecosystem. And it's literally just a trial and error thing. They see what works, and when it works, they keep on running with it. Then there were a few practical things, and this is a seemingly simple thing, but this plastic mesh that they have, it's used for their drying beds. And Adam says that they imported this very specific mesh from China because of the durability, because of the shape of the holes, because of the density of the plastic. And the one thing they didn't look at was the price, because they experimented with different drying methods using different types of mesh. And they decided on this one specifically. He's got all the numbers and the sugar content data to prove why it works better. But I just thought to myself, you know what, like, it's a seemingly simple thing to me, but they're taking all of these things into consideration just to make their coffee better. Yes. Sustainability, and this is the crux for me of my experience on the farm. I think if I had visited the farm during processing and harvest season, it would have been a lot more coffee focused. But I think this is a big topic that's on my mind at the moment, and this is something that for me just stood out completely. You can move on to the next slide. So the first thing is waste reusage. So earlier on I said that they built their own dry mill for their natural coffees on the farm, and they need to complete the system. They're still in the process of setting up. But they have used the skin of the coffee cherry that has been hulled and milled. Generally it's used for cascara, so a lot of people use it for tea, but they're actually implementing a system to build briquettes. Can we play the video on the left? Excuse you'll see. I don't know if you can, so I'm zooming in there. So they are hulling coffee at the moment. That's the discarded coffee over there. We can see a silo lying in the background. And you can play the second video. It's like it's raining It's raining cascara. So I was walking there, and it's like you've just got all of this sort of in your face. It was an amazing experience, and the smell, I tell you, was absolutely fantastic. It was like jammy and like so floral in the air. Can we move on to the next slide? So they've decided that they want to try and use everything on the farm, and so they imported 2 different sorts of machinery, and they're going to use this discarded waste to build briquettes for the local Meenat people to use as firelighters and fire starters. They're not going to sell it to them, they're just going to give it to them because most of them are using paraffin, and they've got mud hut houses, and it's highly flammable, especially the roofs, and there's often fires happening, and one fire on one house, they just spread so far. So they're not just coming there and building, and nothing against building bridges for people to move around. That's sort of just the thing that people think. It's like, let's not just do a soup kitchen for someone to feed them for a day. Let's think about what they need, and let's help them get that, but let's keep it sustainable. So the briquettes sounds like a very simple thing, but they took the time and the effort to understand what the people around them need and help them fix that. Can we move on to the next one? Sorry, guys. Okay, so we've got Adam explaining here. This is the silo that they're going to use to store all of the waste, and those are just the production facility where they're going to build the briquettes. That's Adam over there, and Nakalu, the farm manager. A really, really strong sense of community on the farm. Can move over to the next slide. Okay, and then they're also building infrastructure. So Geisha Village, right? On the farm, they have an actual physical village. There's a school, there's a restaurant, there's a soccer field. Everyone that works on the farm lives on the farm as well. There's a couple of seasonal workers that come in for harvest season. And they've decided to upgrade the facilities for the school because not just the village on the farm, but the surrounding village, all the kids have to walk about 10 kilometers on foot to get to the school. So they decided to build a slightly bigger school, which doesn't only help for the students, but it also helps for sort of job employment in the local area. So most of the kids that get the opportunity to go to university need to go to nearby towns or cities to find work. But this is an opportunity they found to make work a bit more accessible. They're growing a community veg garden as well. The freshest fruit I've ever tasted and the freshest veggies. All the food we ate on the farm came from the farm. When we walked into the management compound on the farm, as we left out, we went to do a farm tour and a farm walk, and a little goat walked past me, and I wanted to pet the goat, and they were like, that's going to be dinner for the next 4 days. And like, I'm not used to seeing those kind of things. But literally everything we had on the 3 days on the farm came from the farm, the veggies and all of that. And this is also used in the village. They've got an amazing water management system. Because it's so isolated, there's no running water. So for their washing station, they have to pump water. They found the highest point of the farm. They've placed the tanks there. They pump water about 3 kilometers down, up into the tanks, and they use gravity to feed it into the washing stations. But then on the lowest point of the farm, they've also built a catchment area for all of the wastewater so that there's no chance of contaminating other parts of the coffee farm. And they've systematically created channels on the farm to direct this water to the catchment area so that it doesn't spill over to different plots with different varietals as well. 475 hectares, right? Just remember that. And this was the biggest thing for me. I'll give you some context to what this is. So I told you earlier that the local Meenat people sort of handed the land over to Adam and Rachel. The spiritual leader's name was Oma, and they named this exclusive plot after Oma. Oma had passed away 2 weeks before I arrived on the farm. It's a tragic thing, but he was about in his 90s, late 80s, so I think he had a full life. And so Adam doubled up the trip as taking me there, going to see the farm, and also going to Oma's memorial service. And on the second day of the trip, Adam was like, Winston, do you want to join us? Do you want to come with us? I was like, I'm here now, like, let's see what happens. So we get in the truck with our tour guide, and they have security on the farm. So they've got trained security with Kafelnikov rifles stationed all around the farm, and they are part of the local Meenat people. And a second vehicle arrives with 4 of them. We stop in the village, we pick up another 4 people, and we do like a 15-hour trip. And we get to this river, and there's a girl washing clothes in the river, and they say, cool, we've got to walk the rest of the way. It's like, cool, no problem. We're on our way to Oma's compound. And we start walking, and I tell you, it was level for like 2 minutes. And after that, we just started going uphill. And I felt like I was climbing Lion's Head. It was like a 30-minute hike, super steep incline. I'm in these boots and this jean. And eventually, about an hour later, we get to this compound, and we start hearing chanting. And before we get closer to the chanting, they say, okay, just slow down a little bit. They've got to announce our arrival. And one of the security guards comes with his rifle and starts shooting in the air. I'm like, goodness gracious, what's happening here? And they announce our arrival to the tribe. And as we come into the compound, it was weird because they actually encouraged us to take our phones out and make videos and capture the experience. But I chose not to put it on the slides for today. And we arrive, and his family, they were sort of in mourning. Could we go back to the slide quickly just to show? This was a shrine that they created for him. It's his rifles. Weirdly enough, there was 2 Bafana tops there. I'm not sure what the context is of that, but you can clearly see there was 2 Bafana tops. There's pictures of him, his favorite mugs and things like that. And again, I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but he had something like 8 to 10 wives. He had like 20 children, 40 grandchildren, and everyone was there in mourning. They were singing songs, and Adam just came to pay his respects to the farm, to Oma. And I just sat there, and I was like, this is unreal. And I nudged Adam. I'm not sure if you can hear what I'm saying right now, but I nudged Adam, and I was like, Adam, is this the normal experience? And Adam was like, nah, man, you got the premium experience, man, the premium experience. So the way that Adam and Rachel has integrated what they do with the local community, to me has been amazing. They didn't just come there with the intention of starting a farm to make this amazing coffee, to make a profit. They've come there with very clear, sustainable goals, and to me it's very clear that they've achieved this goal so far. Okay, so what's the big deal here, folks? Like, what does all of this matter? I think for me, from a competition perspective, like, it's completely changed things. Like, I can talk about the farm from my own experience, having been there before, not just, again, reading something off a piece of paper. And I say the wheel has not been reinvented, or has it? Because I've only ever read about other coffee farms, but what I've seen and linking that to what I've tasted from Geisha Village, it's really hard to see how one would want to manage a farm in any other way. We hear stories about farms where people are just literally leaving their farms and like calling it a day because it's such a frustrating thing. Of course, Adam and Rachel have done something that I believe a lot of people can learn from. I think a lot of people can take a page out of their book. And where we're standing now is the highest part on the farm. It's actually the only part where we got reception. So I managed to log in and respond to a couple of emails in WhatsApp. But in the background, we can actually see the border of South Sudan. So when we look over the valley, you sort of see the last of Ethiopia, and then you see the rest of South Sudan. And we can't trace the original coffee trees that were found in Ethiopia on the valleys of South Sudan. But in my mind, I like to think that it was. Like, we can't prove that, but it's like I was standing on this valley overlooking sort of Ethiopia and South Sudan's where the first coffee trees were founded. And this is where they chose to have their farm. And for me, it's just this full circle story. And it's an American guy, which I think represents the first world. And it's this Ethiopian woman, which I think represents coffee and its growing nations, and they've come together to do something I think is just absolutely unbelievable. So Adam is more than happy to welcome visitors to the farm. I'm not saying it's an open invite, but we could always get a group together and go and see that for ourselves, right? Adam is on the line now. I'm not going to chat about the coffees that much. I just wanted to take you through the experience itself. Adam is actually going to take us through the 3 coffees that we're tasting. He's going to give you a little bit of context to the coffees. I think as we're tasting, I have my cupping notes. So these are 3 coffees that I cup with Adam in Addis. I'll give you my context of what I thought about the coffees and why I thought it might work for barista competition. But Adam will just give you a little bit more detail on the coffees itself. Can Adam hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good, man. You're looking good, man.
Thanks.
How are things in
rainy
Addis?
here in Addis. Man, that was an amazing speech. I mean, you need to do that more often. That was like, I don't have anything to say.
Wait for WBC. I'll say the same thing in Melbourne next year.
Well, you know, like I told you, you know, when you first, you know, reached out about using some coffees and things like that. And I said, you know, like if you're really serious and you really want to tell the story and, you know, emotionally connect, like you got to just come here. And you were like, what are you talking about? It's Corona. And I said, just come, just buy your ticket. I'll worry about the rest. So, and yeah, I can hear it in your speech that, you know, there's no way I could, you know, you can't read about that experience. You know, you have to go there and put your boots on the ground to really get a sense of it. You did a great job telling about the space.
Well, you guys done an amazing job on the farm, Adam. So we've got 3 of your coffees ready for the crowd to taste. I think their mouths are watering right now.
Oh, nice.
Could
Okay,
you,
good.
Yeah, could you perhaps just take us through the 3 coffees, Adam? Tell us a bit about them, the processing, because I think there's special process as well.
Yeah, I'll just, exactly. So we'll, you know, we do around 120 lots, you know, per season. That's about the maximum that we can do of different sizes, depending on the process and the farm area. So these were some interesting lots that we chose that were, you know, a bit different than our sort of normal production. So we do mostly natural coffee, and, you know, sort of blur that line between washed and natural. So like good processing for us is like maximum clarity, where you're not, you know, getting bogged down by tasting the process, but tasting the intrinsic, you know, flavor in the bean. So let's see, of the 3, we have one, I think the most interesting and the most innovative and newest kind of thing is the E11. So that's from the Oma farm area, which has become our most famous farm area in terms of competition and the quality of the coffees coming from it. So it's the Geisha 1931 variety, which is closest to the Panamanian Geisha. And so for this process, this is something new that we did this year. And it's called Mosto. So one of my coffee mentors and a good friend, Camilo from Santuario in Colombia. He's really kind of the forefather of, you know, innovative coffee processing and innovative varieties. And you know, he's got a number of farms in Colombia and, you know, collaborates on different projects. So we talked this, and this was a test of one of his processes that he's developed. So basically, you know, all these sort of new processes, you know, when you hear like carbonic maceration, anaerobic, different types of processes, it's about like extending, you know, post-harvest, after you harvest the cherries, it's about like creating some sort of environment where the coffees are, you know, are held. And in this fermentation process, you can, you know, enhance different flavors. So this Mosto process is a process of extracting the juice of the cherry. So basically what we do is you in a tank without oxygen, you put cherries, freshly harvested coffee cherries in that environment. And after some, you know, a day or two, they excrete like a juice, like a liquor. and then you'll strain that, prepare it, test it. You know, there's a process, and then you take that kind of starter for the fermentation process, and then you'll add that to like the next batch. And this will, so then we put that into a tank, and it's like it has specific enzymes that starts the fermentation process and intensifies the flavor of the coffee. So then that's put into a barrel in an anaerobic environment, so without any oxygen, for I think it was 48 hours. Then we take out the cherries, drain it. You know, we'll use also the same Mosto liquor for the next batch. And then we dry it as a natural processed coffee with basically no direct sunlight, so for up to 35 days. So so that's something that in our auction was about I think it was the number 1 or 2 coffees. This is sort of a close cousin to the auction level coffee, and I think something that we're going to do. We did maybe 4 or 5 different small lots, and a small lot for us is maybe 60 kg that we did of this type of coffee. So, you know, our farm could do, you know, maybe 8 containers of coffee we could export. And so, but we'll, you know, pay attention and try to get as much as we can out of a, you know, even 60 kg lot. So that's the first one. The second one is also it's E16. So that's also from the Oma farm area, but it's carbonic maceration. So that's an environment that we'll put the cherries into and we have a tank of carbon dioxide that we'll put into this tank, cap it, and then let the cherries ferment in that environment with the CO2. Then it would be processed. You could choose, you could do natural or honey, or this we did natural process. Then the third is from a different farm area, also Geisha 1931 variety. It's lot 45. It's from the Sorma farm area. And this Sorma is next to Oma. It's like right where the photo was taken, the last photo with Winston and myself by the viewpoint. And that's like a traditional natural process for us. So it's the highest elevation on the farm. It should be a very floral coffee with a lot of intensity. And that's not a special process. That's something that, you know, 90% of our production will be processed such as that. So that's my information.
Am I on here? There we go. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, amazing coffees. I'm gonna chat them through the coffees now as well. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Adam, before closing off? Thank you for your time. Thanks for sending the coffees down.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to do it. And yeah, like you said, you know, we're preparing for the next harvest now. With looking like we have really an amazing harvest. So yeah, it'd be fun to have a group of people. You know, it's the staff really enjoys it, and for many years we had, you know, we had lots of guests that would come to the farm, and people, you know. The farm workers really enjoy it when someone comes from halfway around the world and pays attention to the work they're doing in this remote village. It's cool. But, you know, we have it with COVID and political instability and whatnot. You know, it's been tough. But yeah, let me know if you want to put a group together. That part of Ethiopia is quite safe. It's outside of the civil war we're having. So that's good.
Thanks, Adam. Thank you so much. Be safe, keep well, and I'll be chatting to you on the side. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Cheers,
thanks. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy, everyone. Sure.
Has everyone gotten all the coffees yet? Waiting for the Perfect. I think as the temperatures, I'm not sure what the serving temperatures have been like, but as the coffees cool down, like everything just gets elevated. So if you get your coffees and it's still quite warm, like just ease off a little bit, just take it. We've got time here, folks. And then you'll just see the experience be elevated. And I think the 11, 16, and 45, I think from a price perspective, it can also be tiered. I didn't want to put Adam on the spot, but he said the E11 was on the auction, and what we're tasting is a sort of cousin experiment of the E11. So I don't think it was one of the auction coffees, but if it was close enough to the auction coffees, I can only imagine it going for higher than the $35 per pound price of some of the coffees. So why on earth would we want to spend that much on a coffee, right? I think for me, Neil, come on, you build roasters, Neil. You don't really. I'm just going to whip out my cupping notes. So I think when I was tasting the coffees with Adam, I think we had about 8 coffees on the table, and I was telling Mike and Chang last night, like it's this weird experience because all of the coffees are like 88, 90 plus coffees, and it makes all of the coffees seem more or less the same, because if you have a special coffee on a cupping table, it stands out, and you can identify that because all the other coffees are not bad. They just the experience is not as elevated and as special. But when you have all of these special coffees at once, they're all special, right? And so I think my perspective of going into the cupping was to try and find a specific coffee for the barista competition. And what that meant was there had to be some kind of story apart from the Geisha Village story, which I believe I already have. So there had to be something significant in the processing that I could speak about, because part of the barista competition is coming there with something new and innovative, and a big part of that is getting a coffee that's new and innovative. And then I also had to think about the 3 drinks that I was going to serve, and I can only assume that this is the approach that roasters take to choosing their coffees to serve or to sell. You're not just choosing a coffee that you enjoy. You're thinking about like, cool, my customers love making a good French press at home, so I need to choose a coffee that I think from the cupping table is going to work for that. Or it's like, I've got a cafe that pumps out 500 flat whites a day. I need to choose coffees that from a price perspective make sense, but also it's going to fare well in espresso with milk drinks, right? So you're using that approach to choose your coffees. I was thinking about the same thing for barista competition, where we have to make espresso, we have to make a milk drink, and then we also have to make a signature beverage. And the signature beverage is based on what you experience in your espresso. So in tasting the coffee for the E11, I said, so for aroma and fragrance, I said some kind of pink, purple, perfume, fruit, deep floral. Excuse me, I'm not a professional cupper at all, but go with me. Then the wet aroma, I said yes, something special, biscuit, fruit. And I think going from cup to cup, it stood out for me. But the purple sort of stuck with me, and when I tasted, there was like vibrant fruits, purple, fig, floral, amazing balance in the coffee, and I knew that would be something very good in espresso, and it would give me a lot of ideas to play around with the signature beverage. So with the signature beverage, you want to look at the process, perhaps how they process the coffee, and try and emulate that process on stage with a different ingredient. So I'm looking for a story coffee, not just a coffee that I want to sell because it's an amazing coffee. So my approach to the cupping table was significantly different. Do we have all 3 coffees now? We have all 3 coffees. Okay, cool. Has everyone tasted the coffees? Well, you're very lucky. I don't have any coffee on stage. Evans, are there any coffees left? Can I get 3 as well, please? Excuse me? Subiki, yeah? It's a little bit. So yeah, my approach, so I earmarked the E16 and the E11, and the 45 is the extra coffee that Adam threw in for us, just to give us a bit of diversity, and I think it's good because the 11 and the 16 are the special processes, whereas the 45 is a normal, natural process coffee, but coming from the highest elevation of the farm. So that's about 2,200 meters above sea level. What a champ, Evans. Are they numbered as well? Yeah. Okay, so my coffees are extremely hot, so I might let mine cool down. But let's start with the 40. I see people are tasting already. Like, that's cool. Can we get on the 45? Can we get on the 45? Thank you, Bluebird, for roasting the amazing coffee. Thank you, Ultimate Water, for the tasty waters. Thank you, Craig Charity, for all of your effort and your work, and for Backstage Wednesday and everyone helped to brew the coffees. If there's anyone else I'm missing out, thank you, Adam. Thank you, Oma. Can I do something very cheesy? Can we raise a cup to Oma, guys? I think, like, in a very serious way, like, I think were it not for him choosing to hand the land over. And if there are coffee magazines around, find it, because I'm going to get the wording wrong, but the last time Rachel saw Oma, so Rachel didn't get an opportunity to go to his memorial, so she didn't see him when he was sick. She saw him, and a couple of weeks later it passed on. The last thing he said to her before he passed on was, "Take care of my people, take care of my land, educate my people." And I think that's exactly what they've done. They've not just come there, started a coffee farm and given them jobs and employment, but they're working as production managers, they're working as chefs on the farm, and they've really done that for the people. So thank you, Oma. Let's get in there. Mine's still a little bit hot. I'll let that cool down a little bit. Can we just go nice and casually? What are we getting there? What are we getting on the aroma? What are we getting in the cup? Anything different, anything special? First thing that comes to mind. No incorrect answer. You're looking at me very seriously, sir. A lot of discussions happening. I'm not sure if it's about the coffee. Eduardo. So I think they're all 1931 varietals, but the E11 and the E16 come from a very specific part of the Oma block on the farm, which I think is about 1,800 meters. Both special fermented natural process. So the one is carbonic maceration, the one is the Mosto process, where they anaerobically ferment the coffee in the juice of the coffee cherry. So that's the first time that they did this process where, they extracted the starter. I'm going to get this wrong because the whole yeast fermentation thing is still very new. But they extracted the juice and used that to start off the fermentation in the second tank. The 16 is carbonic maceration, and the 45 is just regular natural process, which is why I wanted to start off with regular natural process and then get into the special process coffees. Okay, any thoughts on the 45? For me, pretty smooth. It's not bright in any way. There's not like exceedingly high acidity. There's a nice gentle sweetness. Tough crowd, eh? I'm gonna get these guys riled up for the next speaker. It's gonna still run through here with the coffee. Who's enjoying the coffee? Who's enjoying the 45? Who likes the 45? Okay, why do you like the 45? There we go. Probed you for that one. What's nice about the 45?
How the coffee was roasted? Time, development.
I do not. You guys. How the coffee was roasted? Any information on roast?
1, 2.
Craig, yeah. You're gonna get a mic to Evans. Thanks, Ian.
So we used a popcorn roaster. I'm joking. It was roasted on a friend of mine's Diedrich 1 kilogram roaster. so my experience with roasting naturals, I always generally charge a bit lower, and I use a lot of airflow to try and blow out a lot of the chaff. I think most of them, like first cracks, were around about, I was aiming for like 7.5 minutes. Sort of slowed development down a tiny bit, and then ended probably, it's difficult to say degrees Celsius because every roaster's probe is in a different place. So like what I say would probably not correlate to what you're thinking. But yeah, on that roaster, I think we ended at about 196. But again, that's like, yeah, it's not going to help much. Yeah, I think, but yeah, my goal was definitely like an earlier first crack time, and a lot of airflow to blow out as much chaff as quickly as I could. Okay.
Thanks, Craig. So I think the 45 is pretty mellow. It's a pretty simple coffee. Let's move on to the 16. For the 16 on the cupping table, I got fragrance or dry aroma, deep purple gum, really nice, really sweet, with the wet aroma changed to like this musky aroma. There's a herb called rue, R-U-E. Is that what they call it in South Africa? In Ethiopia they call it tanada, but apparently it's a common herb. The Ethiopians add it to their coffee when they drink it. Do you guys add that in Ethiopia? Yeah, it's this weird sweet herb that they add to the coffee as they drink it. Cologne, and in the taste I got like bold, deep citrus, jasmine, amazing finish. This is the E16 special fermentation. I think we need to let it cool down significantly before it really pops up in the cup. There's definitely more acidity there. I think some purple fruits, a little bit of plum. The finish is really juicy for me, and it's like it stays there, and like it's nice. Like I want to have more. Is anyone getting anything else? We've got the mic, Ian. Does anyone want to add to what they're getting in the E16?
Anyone want to ask questions, make comments?
We've got two comments.
We've got one over here. Let's
can we
start
go
over
to
here.
Gagron?
I'd say specifically on the nose, I pick up green fizzes, and I think that may be something to do with the carbonic macerated process. I'm not sure. Just that kind of soury thing.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Green fizzes. Okay.
I get stone fruit, so like you say, plums and so on. I was expecting these to be very bright, very acidic, which I think a lot of the champions usually go for.
Yeah.
But
So-
very mellow, very sort of earthy, darker tones, stone fruit.
So one of the things Adam said is like they're not looking to have process sort of influence the coffee. They just want really clean, sweet tasting coffees. And with Geisha Village, what you find in their naturals, people often mistake their naturals for washed coffees. So for competitions, people are going for this like boozy, like strawberry, like natural processed coffees that when you add milk, it's like this dessert experience. Geisha Village's coffees are often a lot more refined. So their washed coffees will be even cleaner and lighter than what their natural coffees are. And this is their natural. And this is the sort of general standard of their natural coffees. For barista competition, when you translate this into espresso, the espresso is extremely delicate. Part of this, the biggest scoring point of the espresso score sheet is the tactile experience. So your mouthfeel, your weight, your texture, your weight, and your finish. So taking that into consideration, Geisha Village is always an interesting option for me to take because of the delicate mouthfeel you get from the wash coffees, but even more so with the naturals. Because the natural processed coffees tend to have a lot more body in espresso. This doesn't have the body, it sits between, for me, the body of a wash and the body of a natural. So strategically, choosing this coffee for the competition because of that would work in my favor then. Bearing in mind that this is filter coffee, if we had this in espresso, that would pop even more, I think. And as it cools down, everything just comes up, like all of the levels gets raised when it's sort of semi-cold. Who prefers the 16 over the 45? Yeah, most of the folks. I see some 45 hands up, going up again. Like the coffee, you can say you like all the coffees. Last one, folks.
Any comments? Anyone want to make a comment? Just raise your hand. I'll bring you the microphone.
Yeah, I think we've left the 11 for long enough to let it cool down significantly. So we brewed all of the coffees in the Queen Machine Brewers, a simple 120 grams to 2 liters of water. The brewing temperatures are quite high with the Queen, so there's not an amazing amount of room to be able to cup it. So I think what we're experiencing now on a cupping table would be a lot more refined because it's a much more controlled environment. So I think in tasting the coffees, we can take that into experience and perhaps translate what we're experiencing here on a cupping table would just be a bit more elevated and much more refined. What are we getting for the 11? Michael McDonald. A lot more acidity, a little bit more brighter. The mouthfeel for me is so delicate, like it's so soft. There's a really gentle sweetness, and I think, to be very honest, it would not be my morning coffee. When I wake up, this is not the coffee I want to drink because it's almost like it's not giving me enough of what I want in the morning. But I think I could probably have it all day, every day. I think the fruits are really soft. My notes for the 11 were this was the vibrant sort of purple fruits, a little bit of fig, not sour figs, I think maybe a little bit of fig jam. There's a bit of like soft florals in there. I couldn't get the aroma of the coffee flowers out of my mind because it was sort of flowering season when I came to the farm. It was kind of like Christmas. I came there and there was just this white and like that's all you smelled. You just smelled, wherever you went on the farm, you just smelled the coffee flowers. It was absolutely amazing. And I think I picked up on that in a lot of the coffees as well. But I speak under correction, perhaps Mike or Kath, I'm not sure, Eduardo, if the aroma of the coffee plant is not consistent because it might change based on where you are, right? Based on the country you are. Is coffee plant smell coffee plant Beaver Creek? Okay. So I can say like in a general way, coffee plant like aroma, like that type of sweet floral aroma, really nice. Percy looking extremely serious over there. What do you think of the E11? What do you think of the E11? What do you think of the last coffee over here?
I think it's a very delicate cup for me. I think it stands out for me from other cups. So I think it's a matter of preference. So it's a bit high sweeter. It's on the high sweetness side for me. And I think in terms of acidity, it's a bit medium. It's not that sharp acidity. It's an enjoyable. I wouldn't say citrus, but it's slightly citrus and malic. Yeah, so I think it's a cup that I prefer.
Thank you very much. Show of hands, E11. Is that the winner? Not really. Okay, there we go. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, folks. Thank you for your time. I think in conclusion, the experience was amazing and so was the coffee, but I think, like I said in the beginning, I went on this trip bearing in mind that I'm not going to your average coffee farm. This is definitely not the reality of what coffee farms are around the world, and I think there's a lot of reasons for this. I think Adam and Rachel were very fortunate going into a coffee farm with a plan. I think generally coffee farms are something that you get your farms inherited from previous generations, and the systems that have been put in place have been based on that. I think they sort of got a clean slate to a certain extent to do things in a certain way. But I'm almost glad that I got to get this sort of this premium experience going to a coffee farm because it set a certain standard for me to understand how excellence process and starting something like this with sustainability in mind can build something extremely, extremely special. So next year will be an interesting year for coffees. As Adam said, they're starting to get their ideas for processing together this year as they approach their harvest season. And like Mel also said, I will be competing in Melbourne next year. I've officially deferred, so I get a second opportunity to compete. I'll be using one of Adam's coffees. So we'll see, maybe come Creative Coffee Week next year, we'll have something to show you in a different form, perhaps in espresso, perhaps in something else. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the talk. I hope you enjoy the coffees. You guys, if you find me around and you have any other questions, I'm not sure if we're opening it to questions now, but we've got a little bit of time. If you have any other questions, shoot. Competition, Geisha Village, just things in general. Yeah. Are there any questions? Yes. Do we have a mic now? There we go.
Are you going to use one of these coffees for comp or?
Edohan. So not one of these specifically. So this is from the 2020-21 harvest. They'll begin harvesting, I think, in November as well. And the Barista competition next year is only in Melbourne, is in September. Yeah, September of next year. So not one of these specific coffees, but the upcoming harvest coffees I will use in next year's competition. I think there's the perfect amount of rest time from about March, around March when harvest ends, for me to get the coffees into South Africa and then have enough time to prep. Because one of the biggest challenges in the competition is choosing your coffee, paying for your coffee, and then getting the coffee to come down. And I think in 2017 with Geisha Village, Craig will vouch, the coffee came extremely late. So 2017's competition was in November. I think, Craig, we went to the UK in like July, August, and only then did we choose Geisha Village when we cupped it there. And the coffee only arrived in Cape Town. Mike actually roasted it for me in September. So there was a month between getting the coffee and going to comp. So it was very stressful, but yeah, there's definitely a lot more planning we're putting into next year, but I won't be using one of these. I think the E11 was probably the coffee I would have used if I went to the comp, yeah.
Winston, James, I've got a
Is that
mask on,
James?
so you can't.
And you've got a beard, eh?
I've got a beard as well, yeah.
Hectic.
It's laziness and lockdown. Winston, I'm reading a book at the moment where the wild coffee grows, which is about I can't remember the author's name at the moment, but he launched the book at not Creative Coffee Week, at World of Coffee in Amsterdam a couple of years ago. And it's such an amazing book to read. It's very inspiring because it deals with the, where the origins of coffee in Ethiopia, and he describes, it's very well described. So if anyone wants to read a great book about the origins of Ethiopian coffee and the history and the culture, and he describes, as you were saying, about walking through and the changes on the farms, and it's a really great book to read as well. You might want to pick a copy up if you haven't read it yet.
Thank you very much.
What I wanted to ask is, on that note, we know that there's a lot of, coffee is about smallholder farmers growing coffee in a lot of the countries we're buying coffee from. Do you find that on your trip, this is a big Geisha coffee, or the Geisha Village is a big sort of coffee or coffee farm that is kind of run by somebody and has the community involved. But do you still find that there are a lot of smallholder coffee farmers on your visit to Ethiopia? And then, sorry, while I'm asking questions, the second question is about the conflict that's happening very close to where the farm is in Sudan, and how that has affected coffee production there, because we know that coffee production is affected in a lot of countries with conflict happening at the moment. Colombia, the instability in Brazil, that kind of thing. So do you find that you find that's a problem in Ethiopia at the moment? Do you think it'll affect production on the farms, or on that farm specifically?
Yeah, so first one about the smallholder farmers. No, we did not. So there are no surrounding farms to Geisha Village. The nearest coffee farm is about 3 hours away. So when I said like they really isolated and we went into sort of undiscovered land or territory. That's where Geisha Village is kind of like plotted over there. One of the videos, you can kind of see the landscape before arriving at the farm, which is dense forest. It's really just dry land. There's a sustainability talk later, but there's a bit of a challenge with the people in the surrounding villages where their livelihoods are based on what they're able to farm and the crops that they're able to sort of produce. And if there's a low yield for 1 year, what they would do is just chop down more forest and plant more crops. So there are no surrounding farmers there. But by chance, when we stopped in Jimma, we ran into one of Adam's friends who also manages a coffee farm, who hitched a ride with us to a place called Bonga. And we briefly chatted about things in the car. And this is just me with my very semi-uninformed opinion and understanding. But he did say that with COVID specifically, and I think perhaps the guys from Seven Oaks might have also a really good understanding of how this is going to affect coffee supply. But he said COVID has made things challenging because a lot of resources were withheld. And with that, there was a lot of delays. And I think there might have been a lot of wastage as well. So coffees that aren't necessarily going to go to a specific market because of a lack of resources, resulting in a lack of quality. On the conflict front, again, I can't speak on in a sort of general way, but as Adam said in the short live stream, he actually mentioned the conflict as well, and he said, look, it is still safe to come and visit Geisha Village specifically because they're not necessarily influenced by the conflict in any way. But the civil war was going when I went there, and it's one of the things I just had to check up on to make sure that the trip is going to be okay, and we're not going to get stuck somewhere. But that didn't necessarily affect his farm, but on the way again, we stopped in a couple of towns as we passed through to Geisha Village, and there was a lot of talk about sort of the ethnic conflict. And depending on which side of the line you fall, you obviously had your very strong opinion. And I can't really say how that affects sort of harvest and coffee supply, because it's not necessarily in coffee land, if I can put it that way. That's just the term that they would use. It's in Ethiopia, it's close by, but it's not in direct conflict with any of the farmers. So it's not directly conflicting them in Ethiopia. Again, I can't speak on behalf of Colombia and Brazil, but to my understanding, I don't think that has a significant effect on what's happening. I think the bigger thing that has an effect was the elections, which was also happening just before I arrived. I think that sort of divided a lot of people. But I can also say that you mentioned the book earlier, and you said how he describes this experience. I think for me, Ethiopia was really special because the closer you get to, is it Kaffa, right? The closer you get to Kaffa, the more coffee influence you see. And when you arrive at the border of Kaffa region, like there's the big billboard about home of coffee. You go to the hotels, it's almost like after the Springboks won the World Cup, everyone's wearing their shirts. You go to Kaffa, it's just like coffee, coffee, coffee. And people are so proud. So it's like you get fed this coffee thing, and it's like you realize that you're in the place where some might say coffee was founded. And again, just it elevates the experience, and it's like this little fairy tale experience. It's kind of like the Disney World of coffee, I think. Like I haven't been anywhere else, but like it's less about just going to the farm and more about the overall experience of being in Ethiopia, and then being able to consume coffee because the domestic consumption is so high. You're not going into a producing area that's third world country and has a shortage of like coffee being served in the country. I've been to Rwanda and Uganda, and didn't necessarily visit a coffee farm, but there was no real coffee drinking culture. Everyone just had tea, like chuck the tea bags in a pot with some milk and make it nice and sweet. But in Ethiopia, it was the complete opposite. Everyone drinks coffee all the time. And that just, again, elevated the experience. And funny enough, at Geisha Village, if I can just say one parting thing, they did the coffee ceremony for us. What's it called? The coffee ceremony. She washed the coffee. And when I say washed, I mean literally with soap. She washed the coffee. This is something she does, the chef that prepared it for us in her house. So it's like green beans, soap. And for anyone that's had the experience the Ethiopian coffee ceremony, coffee's going to my head now. It's not necessarily the quality focused, it's experience focused, right? So they're roasting it for you, and they're roasting it like lekker dark, you know, and quite inconsistent. And they obviously used coffee from the farm. So they used Geisha Village. I'm not sure which lot or varietal they used, but it tasted so good. And maybe it was the experience, but you could taste the floral quality, even though she roasted this coffee pitch black. You could taste the florals. The florals were just a little bit enhanced. Thanks, Evans. So yeah, I'll definitely read the book. As I said, perhaps the Ethiopian coffee supply question, someone from Seven Oaks or with a green background might have a more informed answer for you on that, but I'm not going to try and answer it because I don't think I have the right information based on my trip specifically. Yeah.
There'll be lots more chance to talk about that during the week. Thank you so much, Winston Thomas. Thank you. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. I just wanted to tell you all that at the back we have the Ultimate Water stand where you can go fill up your reusable cups that you got in your goodie bags to refresh after those delicious Geisha Village coffees. And then we're going to come back for our next session, which is hosted by FMB. And there's going to be a brief presentation by Lisa, and then we are going to open to the floor. And there's going to be different bankers from different departments that can answer specific questions that you might have. We're super excited about this because I know as a person in the coffee business, you need some capital to get going, and you need a lot of different business advice, and I'm not a business person and I'm certainly not a banking person, so it's important to have bankers that know what they're doing. So excited to chat to the guys from FMB, which is up next. So 10 minutes, bathroom break, water break. Cool, thanks guys.
Maar wat is een verduidelijking vir my? Wat doen die alters en anders?
1, 2, 1, 2. All right, folks, if I can ask you kindly to take your seats, we're going to begin the next session. All right, one of the things, just to give you, again, to contextualize this session, and again, to just add on to what Mel said, one of the really significant things that we've been trying to do with the help of FNB is to kind of map the value of the coffee industry in South Africa. Now, all of you people are involved in coffee businesses, heavily involved in your coffee businesses. You're running your coffee businesses day to day. So as Coffee Magazine, we found ourselves in an interesting position in the industry, not only to be the interface between the end consumers and your products ultimately, but to also tell the stories of coffee through our media. But kind of something else has happened by default, and it almost, we never designed it like this, but Mel and I have been in a position where we get to host events like this and kind of and we've got the time and we've got the capacity to be in the middle of the industry and kind of have an overview, right from coffee farming in the front to baristas who are serving your customers every single day. And that's how projects like the Barista Wage Calculator came about, which was conceptualized by us, but driven by you guys, as you, for those of you who were here in the 2019 Creative Coffee Week will testify to you guys were part of that Brains Trust. So events like Creative Coffee Week are really, really significant and important because for 3 days we get to go deep into coffee, talk about the things that we're too busy when we're at home, when we're running our businesses. You've got staff, you've got finances, you've got children, you've got all the things that distract you from these really significant and deep topics. Now, at the end of the day, we wouldn't be doing this if we weren't making money, or at least making a little bit of profit, or at least employing other people and all of those kind of things. And one of the things when we sat down with Warren Fenner, with Jay Pillay, with Grant Smith when he was still here, he's recently immigrated, but that really was the Brains Trust. And they said to us, guys, what's the coffee industry worth? And we were like, we have absolutely no idea. We got no clue. But what we wanted to do with them as a longer term plan, and it's kind of starting at this Creative Coffee Week, so we want your input here, is if we can, as an industry, go out to the rest of commerce in South Africa and say, this is what our industry is worth, from importing green beans, from importing coffee machinery, from running roasteries, from training baristas, from building coffee roasters, whatever it is that you do in your coffee business, as a whole, we can collectively do a lot of things. We can lobby for things like Barista Wage Calculator. We can, we can maybe have some collective bargaining somewhere along the line. We can share best practice. But what we need to do first is be able to map what the value is of what we do in this little sector. And it's a sector that, as Jay said in his introduction, FNB are very interested in. So if we can partner with them, because they're the finance people and the commerce people who have got the skills and show us how to do it better, Mel and I will kind of be your interface with them so that we can kind of map it, and going forward maybe at the next Creative Coffee we can say, okay guys, we think the value is this, and we could break it down into all of those verticals. So that's kind of like an overview of the longer term plan of what we're doing in the background with FNB, using their market research people and using their expertise. But for this session, what we really wanted to do is bring FNB to you guys and say, they've got so many amazing things that they do in the bank that even as an FNB customer, I didn't really know about. A lot of the things that they've got on their app, and a lot of the facilities, a lot of the expertise and skills that are available to us as businessmen and women. And that's really what this session is. It's not a long session. It says an hour on the program, but it's not. That's just for wiggle room. And on your on your Creative Coffee Week ticket, there was a space where you could ask questions. So what we've done is taken all of those questions, put them into like little basic themes, and the FNB team are gonna talk to you about that. So it's a short, sharp, fun, business-orientated session. And on that note, I want to welcome Lisa up to the stage. Yes, Neil. You'll have to speak to FNB because I can't lend you money. So a very, very big round of applause, please, for Lisa from FNB.
Yeah, but things are never gonna change.
Hi. The one thing you can be sure of is change. Things are always changing. In Africa, this is the home of change. We live by a code here.
If the beat changes, the dance step must adapt.
Because brothers and sisters, we know
If we don't change, things won't change.
And it all starts with one little step.
Yes! Power! Power to the changeables, the adaptable problem solvers who don't need a corner office to start an empire. Look at us! We are the changeables.
Changeables? What does that even mean?
Everything's changing.
Sure.
And sometimes it's the smallest change that makes the biggest difference.
Switch to FNB, Bank of the Changeables.
Morning, everyone. It's great being here today. And it's even better knowing that you're all hyped up on coffee, so you're not going to fall asleep during my presentation. That's awesome. This isn't going to be your standard, boring, we do check accounts kind of presentation, because as we know, every bank has a business check account. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the extras that we have for you that you might not be aware of. So it's all the cool things that F&B has to offer. And if the presentation can just go up. Ian? There we go. Okay, so a taste of F&B, you've had coffee, now it's a taste of F&B. Okay, so what we're going to be looking at is the cool stuff that you may not be aware of, and connecting made easy, how you can actually be in contact with F&B 24/7, so we're always available to you. And then just a quick note on our pricing and our basic offering. Okay, so cool stuff you may not be aware of is the Business Hub, our instant solutions, and our eBucks. So if you do bank with F&B, you would have already seen that on your app, there's a little applet that says COVID-19, and in there's the Business Hub. The Business Hub consists of 3 different sections. You've got Fundaba, you've got the Business Toolkit, and you've got Business Talk. Okay. So Fundaba is a free mentor in your pocket. So business mentorship, I know you all know that if you have to go for a mentorship program, there's a lot of costs involved. With this, it's actually free for you in your pocket. So we've actually gone to a lot of local business owners, found out what hinders them, you know, what questions they had when they were starting their business, growing their business, and actually all the way up to selling your business. So all of this is in your pocket. It's not boring reading. It's not like grabbing a textbook, guys. There's videos, there's quizzes, it's a very interactive session. And like I said, it is free, available to you on your F&B app. So we're just going to cross to a video that's going to show you a bit more.
Wanted to be this person? Or this one? Or how about this one? Being a business owner is something that we've all probably thought about at least once. But the thing that stops most of us from going through with it is the uncertainty of it all. How would you go about setting it up? What about tax? How much startup capital do you need? And what exactly is startup capital? This feeling of being out of your depth and not knowing where to begin is completely normal and something that most entrepreneurs experience. So we at FNB started thinking, what if South African entrepreneurs had a little help and didn't have to deal with all of this on their own? What if we could provide you with some know-how on incubating ideas and starting a business? What about some valuable tips on running and growing a business gathered from being the leading business bank to thousands of entrepreneurs? And what if we did this in a way that was exciting and entertaining? Enter Fundaba by FNB, the South African Entrepreneur's Pocket Mentor. Through the FNB banking app, you'll have instant access to loads of practical information on starting and owning a business in South Africa. Plus, you'll also be learning how to improve your personal and business financial skills from one of the country's biggest and most trusted banks. And because you can watch and listen to content in a range of local languages, anyone and everyone can make use of FNB's expertise to realize their entrepreneurial dreams. We also wanted Fundaba to change the way you learn. So you're not going to find graphs, PowerPoint presentations, or loads of reading here, but rather engaging videos, tools, and audio content that is designed to help you pick up what you need to know easily, so you can apply these lessons to your business in no time. Fundaba allows you to supplement your education with personal stories from real-life entrepreneurs. You'll hear about the mistakes they've made, the challenges they've faced,
supposed to happen. Sorry, guys. Can we just get the presentation back up, please? Okay. So moving on to the business toolkit, we've actually partnered with Edge Growth and the Vumela Enterprise Development Fund to give you a little bit of practical advice. As we know, COVID-19 affected a lot of businesses. So what happens in the F&B toolkit is it teaches you how to refocus and re-aim your business and then relaunch, taking the new situation that we have in the country and across the world. Okay. Sorry guys, got a bit of a problem there with the presentation. Okay. The next thing that we have under the Business Hub is our Business Talk. So these are industry specialists that actually keep you up to date with what's happening in the market, happening in your industry, and basic economic knowledge. This is also very interactive. There's video interviews, video presentations, and articles. So it'll keep you up to date in your pocket, basically like having another ER24 in your pocket, but with business and industries. Okay. The next offer that we've got for our clients is Instant Solutions. It's also free to our clients. As you know, when you run a business and you're selling to your clients, you need to do invoicing. If you've grown your business, you've got staff, you need to pay them, we've got F&B payroll. And at the end of the year, as you know, you need to submit your financials either to SARS or if the bank, if you're wanting funding, you need to give the bank your financials. We actually have instant accounting, which is also free to our clients. So all of that you'd actually have to pay quite a bit for. If you have a look at other packages, this is given to you for free. Okay. And then as a reward for banking with F&B, just to say thank you, we do have our F&B eBucks. So that's a reward program where you have various levels. Based on the real product take-up and your transactions that you actually do, you move up on the eBucks reward level, and you can get up to eBucks level 5, where you would get 40% discount on vouchers and products at the F&B shop. And that can be used in anything. To grow your business, you can use it for your stationery. End of the year, if you've got a function for your staff, you can actually use it to purchase the stuff for that function. And it's just a little thank you from F&B for saying thank you for banking with us. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's just a little bit of a summary of the other products that F&B does offer. So we've got our various segments. We've got our Transact, our Lend, Invest, Insure, and our Value Adds. So everything that I've just presented to you now is our Value Adds that we just give to you for free. And then obviously, with your business, you're needing funding. We do have our various lend products that will go from overdrafts where you use for your working capital, right the way up to commercial property finance where you've actually purchased your own property and moved on there. Okay, connecting made easy. As you know, you're a business owner, you don't always have time to contact the bank if there's a problem or if you need a statement or something like that. And we understand that as a financial institution that your time is valuable, especially during working hours, and you would like to be in contact with the bank when you do have that free time. So we have various channels that you can actually make use of. Okay, so we've got online banking in the app. We've got a lot of self-service options on the app. So from getting transaction history to ordering cards, changing PIN numbers, all of that. So things that you would ordinarily go into the branch and ask a consultant for, you're actually able to do that at home at your convenience. Okay. Another great feature that we've got on the app is secure chat. So if you go into your app and you go into the information section, into your messages, you can actually speak to a dedicated banker 24/7. So it's very nice. You go on there and they've already identified you. You don't need to go through that whole identification process because obviously this is built into your app and you've already logged on and identified yourself. So it takes that whole process away from you, and they can help you with any of your queries that you have. And like I said, it's 24/7. Okay. We then also have the business help desk. So if you do prefer to speak to somebody, they are also available 24/7. They can be your first port of call, and they will actually advise you on your query. And if you need to actually contact a different department, they can direct you on that and forward your call. But most of the time, they can actually handle all your queries for you. Okay. And then we've got the dedicated business managers that are based in branch. So they are your face-to-face channel. If you want to come and see somebody, you're welcome to go into any of your branches. You don't have to go into your dedicated branch. There is business managers in most of our branches, and you can go and see them face-to-face, and they can help you with any query that you've got, with any product queries that you have, as well as your lending. Okay. And then your plain and simple, like everybody does, we've got our branch staff in branch, and that is your face-to-face channel, and these are obviously within working hours, and that's why we have the other channels that are available to you 24/7. cue the video.
Thanks to FNB, my accounts are always secure. And the savings help me put money away for those unforeseen emergencies. I can keep myself, my family, and my house connected at the touch of a button. FNB lets me check all of my debit orders anytime, anywhere, allowing me to have better control over my money management. And Secure Chat gets me all the quick help I need from a banker 24/7. I'm in total control of my money, having the flexibility to track and increase my spend as and when I need to. So there's even more me time. It's never been easier to book an international trip, flights and all, with eBucks. And yes, that does include the slow lounge, because me time doesn't end when I'm on the move. It cuts down on paperwork, allowing me to manage my life and assets from one convenient place, anywhere, anytime. With savings goals, I get help to save for my son's education and move closer to his school, with instant access to an investment account. And I know exactly how much I qualify for when applying for a home loan. I can even apply for life insurance and customize a plan that's right for me to look after my son when I'm not around. With one click, my business has access to the funds I need to grow. And thanks to eWallet, I can pay my suppliers even if they don't have a bank account. FNB helps me focus on my future by giving me innovative ways to manage my money and navigate my life whenever I need to.
So as you can see, banking with FNB is quite easy to do. And if you are interested in switching and you're a registered entity, you can actually move to FNB for as little as 80 Rand a month. And that's on our pay-as-you-use option, which means that you would then pay for each transaction that you do. And then once you start becoming established and you have more transactions running through your account, we can move you up to our single fee pricing options, which is either your 265 or 390 Rand option. Now that actually includes a certain amount of transactions, which would be your EFTs and your transfers, as well as free card swipes and a lot of other free benefits that you get on the single fee pricing option. And as you know, every business does grow. So the gold market is our start-off market, and that's usually your businesses with turnover up to 5 million. From there you actually move up and you become a platinum client and you move up to various segments. So when you're in the gold market, you'll be dealing with the business managers that are in branch. Once you start to grow and you go into our mid-touch segment from 5 million and upwards, you then get a dedicated relationship manager. And as your business grows, you'll see that your management that actually handles your account will start to change and they become a little bit more dedicated, a little bit more expert. Okay. So guys, yeah, that's our wonderful offerings from FNB, and we will be available here for some questions. We've got Warren Fenner, who's from Forex. We do have someone from our merchant services, Pranessa Moodley, and then Lauren Friedman, who is actually one of the business managers in branch, and we'll be here to take your questions.
One. Okay, thank you very much, Lisa. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you, the thing that excited me the most was the license disc thing out of that. It's like if you never have to stand in a queue again. Warren is from Forex, Lisa's here, Pranesh, if you want to come join us, is from Merchant Services, and Lauren Friedman is also here. First question that I got through here was probably for you, Pranesh, and they're saying, in terms of merchant services in my coffee roastery or my cafe, a retail environment, how is FNB better than a Yoko or a iKentu or a Zappa or a SnapScan or all of those kind of things? And maybe you can tell us what the benefits are.
Cool. So I did bring on some devices here. So we do have like-for-like products. I mean, for Zappa and SnapScan, we do have our own QR facility where you can register via your FNB app and get a QR facility within 2 days. Where we do come across from our competitors is our pricing. And obviously much more value adds when we are linked up to eBucks, and obviously when we do settle into your bank account. So we settle faster than most of our competitors into your bank account. Our pricing is obviously negotiable. It's always dependent on turnover. And obviously on our devices, I mean, there's much more value adds that we can go and do. We recently upgraded our inventory on our devices to an Android device, where it'll allow our clients to have much more functionality. Previously, we were not open to the idea of probably electricity and prepaid payments like your MTN and Vodacom. Going forward, we will be able to do that. Our devices also will soon have functionality where we can connect directly to your Wi-Fi. So, I mean, we understand there's connectivity issues around KZN. Customers do have their own Wi-Fi systems. We can then connect our devices directly to your Wi-Fi to give you that connection stability. On your devices, you can then piggyback on the actual QR facility on the actual machine, or you can have a standalone QR facility linked to your existing merchant number. So if you do have a customized rate on your actual device, it allows you to have a customized rate on your QR facility that gives you that added security if that machine does or when goes down.
All right, thank you very much for that. The next, yeah, yes, sure, Craig.
Sure.
I came to, which was now bought by Lightspeed, and the reason I use Yoko as my terminal, and the reason I do that is not really from a pricing point of view, it's just because it integrates front and back. So I think we're going to count card receipts and stuff. And for me, the ball ache, as well as the fact that I know that people aren't double printing receipts and taking the cash or whatever else, that almost means more to me than the price of it. Are you guys looking at integrating, and I don't know how complicated it would be, with the various point of sales? I know you do for like big merchants like Spar and stuff.
Yeah,
I know you guys do that. But the smaller ones like Tablet POS, and because they're a really big company overseas.
So you take my hard for me. So we do integrate around 30 or 40 POS in South Africa. So probably they have international models as well. Tablet POS, I'm not too sure. I just don't remember all 40 of my name. But what the Android device does for us going forward is that it allows us to integrate much freely into any POS software. You know, Android is available to anyone. I mean, you can download your POS software on your phone these days and link your machine up to your phone. So that's what we're looking at going forward. But happy to look at that tablet POS option for you. We do have a connected solution where it gives you sort of an integration, not a full integration, but it does talk to your POS, where the amounts then just talk to each other. From a reporting perspective, I mean, it's not all there, but there is some sort of integration as well.
All right. Yes.
That use, like, do they need anything to use the QR code? And so, like, example, you have to download the app, so then does every person need to have the FMD app, or what is the mechanism to
So,
pay?
with our QR facility, we link to all major banks. Currently, we're not linked to Zapper. Zapper is not partnering. Obviously, they're going their own route. But we are linked to all major banks on their QR facility, so whether it's Absa, Nedbank, Capitec. So that's one good thing. Zapper, unfortunately, they do have probably a bigger market share. That's the reason for them to go on their own, but that's their own strategy. SnapScan, we do use them as well, so they also have a pretty good market share.
All right, next question coming through. What's the best way to finance my business as a startup, or if I want to grow my business? You're talking about borrowing. You can hand that one over.
Okay. Yeah, that would be me. Okay, so in terms of funding your business, we look at each application on its own merits. One of the things that we do look at in terms of startup businesses is the commitment of the jockey. So you being the owner of the business, you'll be the jockey. One thing that a financial institution will never do is actually fund your business 100%. We need to see that there is commitment from the jockey themselves. Reason for that is it does mitigate risk. So if you're coming to me and I give you 100% and your business starts to fail, it's very easy for you to just walk out the door and not do anything about it. But when you've actually committed to that business yourself, you are now invested, and you're not going to walk out the door. So that does give the bank a little bit more, make us a little bit more comfortable in terms of risk. Obviously, when you are going into a business, you need to have investigated it quite thoroughly. You need to know everything that you need, costs from startup, from the pen that you need to the machine that you need, and even your rental. So you need to have a thorough business plan. One of the things that entrepreneurs do is they go out and they use companies that actually do business plans for you. You walk into a bank, you've got a business plan this thick. I can tell you now, that's not worth anything to us, because you've asked someone who's a specialist in drafting business plans to do a business plan for your business in coffee. They don't have a passion for coffee. They just know what they're telling you. They're giving you facts and figures, and they put in the basic blah, blah, blah in that business plan. You as the owner should be putting that business plan together, because you've got the passion, you've got the drive, you can actually put your vision on paper, and that's what we need to see. And then obviously the standard stuff, we need your forecasts, we need you to know your personal financial standing. Obviously you need a satisfactory credit record in your personal capacity. One of the things that people do when they start a business is they forget about their personal financial records. So they draw money straight from the business, they pay their personal expenses from the business, and they start neglecting their personal credit. So that is something that we do look at. If you're the jockey for the business, we have a look at your standing on both sides. We don't just look at the business as a separate entity, you are linked. So the way that you run your personal finances, we see that you would actually be running your business in the same way. So if you've got numerous dishonors on record, if you don't pay your accounts, we're assuming that if we had to lend you money, you're going to handle that in the same way. So make sure that your personal financials are up to scratch so that we can use that. History predicts future. So if your history is bad, we assume that your future is going to be bad. So that's just a few tips. Obviously, like I say, we do have a look at it on its own merits. So we have a look at your commitment, we have a look at your financial history, and then we have a look at your business plan and your projections, cash flow projections, and all of that.
Okay, any other questions from the floor? We can go online here. A question coming through, this is probably for you, Warren. It says, how can FNB help me if I want to start bringing in green coffee and coffee equipment from abroad?
Hello, fellow coffee lovers. Well, yeah, cross-border transactions are very complicated. You're not just dealing with somebody down the road who you can get in your car and drive to and have a conversation with. You have serious distance between you generally, and unfortunately the exchange rate, which in our case is not really in our favor. So you're multiplying by 15, 17, 20, take your pick. So the risk is quite great. So I have a team of business development managers that specialize in cross-border transactions. So they would look at the underlying transaction right from a pro forma invoice, get that structured correctly, and mitigate the actual payment risk. So you're not shelling out all your money up front. We prefer that you don't shell your money up front, and look at various tools like foreign bills for collection or letters of credit, especially if the amounts are large. So we look at the payment risk separate to the currency risk. And then, yeah, currency risk, as you know, very volatile currency. So we would look at assisting you with hedging that currency risk, possibly by taking out a forward exchange contract and being able to settle at a future date without the exposure to the daily fluctuation in between. And then we also have a solution called First Trade 360, and that we basically would do everything from start to finish. So you'd find the supplier, you'd get the initial pro forma invoice, and hand it to us, and then we'd pretty much take over everything. So the payment risk, the currency risk, the freight risk, the insurance risk, and before you know it, you have the landed goods at your door. And yeah, you don't even pay for it. It's all integrated as part of our service.
Yeah, Neil.
Hi guys. So just from me, I use FNB services quite extensively. And for everybody here, we've probably made about 60 or 70,000 Rand within eBucks over the last couple of years, which is quite substantial. So just a tip of the hat to the eBucks system. It does work. We buy a lot of year-end presents and tools for the staff and all sorts of things on the eBucks platform. We renew all of our vehicle licenses online. And we also optimize all of our accounts and everything to make sure that we get the best from eBucks. We use Forex extensively. I haven't done forward hedging and forward cover, which I'll still give a go. And I didn't know about the 360 option that you have. So just a tip of the hat, the eBucks system really does work quite well.
Thank you. If it's any consolation, FT360 is very new. So I'll be presenting tomorrow, and hopefully if we can get the clip through before then, you'll get to see a bit more.
Yeah, Warren's got a presentation dedicated to that tomorrow, so looking forward to that. Any other questions from the floor? Money matters. Who needs a loan? I'm kidding. Okay, I think maybe just one more here. I'm going to leave the franchising one because we're going to talk about franchising on Friday. Is there anyone in the room that is thinking of franchising, cafe owners, that kind of thing? How do you broaden your business? There's one there. Okay, this is the last one, and I don't know how far this will go, but it says, what do the FNB experts say about cryptocurrency? Should we be using it to trade with our suppliers and customers?
I'll take the fifth. Okay, yeah, had a very interesting conversation about this on Friday. But to try and summarize it, it's definitely something that the bank is researching extensively. So the whole of the RMB research team are investigating it. We're already kind of dabbling, but it is a bit of a scary minefield, I can put it politely. Yeah, we do. Yeah, what I would suggest though is subscribe to our RMB research. So just a bit of an overview. So First Rand Bank is our sort of overarching umbrella, and then within there you get FNB, which is the retail and commercial bank. RMB is the merchant bank. Westbank is our asset finance bank, and then Ashburton is for investments. So RMB basically handle the research. So subscribe to their research. It's free, and they put out notes all the time on various different things. And crypto is one of the hot topics at the moment. So yeah, watch the space. If you want to register for that, just come and chat to myself or Dean afterwards.
All right, thanks, Warren. Okay, any other questions? Yeah, Des.
Yes. Yeah, it's a holistic from start to finish. So, yeah, hopefully. No, yours. Yeah. So you sign an agency agreement with us. We just act as your agent.
All right, well, thank you very much. Can we have a huge round of applause for the FNB team? Thank you to Lauren, Panesh, and Lisa, Warren. Okay, folks, I think we're going to break there, and lunch will be served, I think quite soon, probably around about 12:30. But until then, we'll have some lunch and we'll convene thereafter. All right, thank you so much. 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies, sorry to interrupt your deep coffee conversations. Lunch is being served. Because of COVID, we can't have open lunch. It's a packet, it's got your name on it. So you need to go to the table where we did registration this morning, look for your specific thing that you ordered, take it. We also, and please eat it in the cafe or please enjoy it outside. We're going to be shooting inside here, so we can't have any ambient noise. So if I could just ask you, once you go out, please just stay out until we call you for the next session, because Winston is going to be doing an online masterclass for the online audience. So we just can't have any ambient noise. That goes for exhibitors as well, please, Lizard team and La Mozoko team, etc. So you are welcome to go and grab your lunches now, and just please remain outside until we call you back in, if that's okay. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sound. Sound. Yes, yes. Sound. Sound. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound.
1, 2. So it's ambient sound. Okay. All right. Can you hear it okay? In the mixing, is it fine? All right, tell us when we're ready to go. All right, a very warm welcome to Creative Coffee Week for those of you watching us on YouTube Live. I'm very privileged to introduce you to three-time barista champion, Mr. Winston Thomas. Welcome, Winston.
Thanks, Ian. It's good to be here. Your voice makes me feel like I'm at the barista competition.
Judges, are you ready? So what we're going to do today, one of our partners at Creative Coffee Week this year is At Home, and one of the ranges of espresso machines that At Home stock is Breville. And today, Winston's going to do Barista Masterclass with the Breville Barista Touch. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Ian Evans. I publish the Coffee Magazine, and in this issue of the Coffee Magazine, you can read a really amazing story that Winston penned for us about going to Ethiopia and sourcing Geisha Village coffee, which is one of the most sought after coffees in the world to use in its competition. And we actually have that coffee today, which I'm very excited about to taste through this machine.
Yeah, so am I. I've only gotten to taste the coffee as a filter coffee, so this is literally the first time I'll be tasting this coffee as an espresso and in a milk drink.
And so for those of you folks out there who have always wondered, how do I brew a coffee at home like a barista would? Winston, this is your moment to show the folks.
Yeah, well, I think with this machine specifically, it makes it so simple. I actually have people that bring these machines in for home barista courses. I've been actually to someone's house and I've helped them work on this machine. It's seamless. I think you just need to understand how to do the settings, how to set it up, and from there on, you can make cafe-style, cafe-quality coffee in your home, you know?
Right, so one of the things that we're going to do, so Winston, what should we make first? Should we do some espresso first? All right, so what we're going to do, as you can see here, the Breville Barista Touch is called the Touch because it has a fully functional touch screen. So scroll through there, Winston, and show us some of those things. But the other thing that I love about this machine, which is really unique, is that you don't have to buy a separate grinder. It's got a really state-of-the-art grinder built into the top of the Breville Barista Touch. In fact, through the Breville, which is one tier down from this as well, the Barista Express also has a built-in grinder, so that saves you a couple of bob there. It also comes with a tamper, which is magnetically sits neatly inside here, and it comes with this unique milk frothing jug, and we'll show you the heat sensor function that works with specifically this jug as well. But my point is that you've got everything that you need right here. So Winston, what's the first thing we need to do to make a cafe quality beverage on this machine at home?
So it's extremely important to grind on demand. You don't want to buy pre-ground coffee. You want to grind your coffee just before you brew your espresso. And again, very simple stuff, the grinder's here, and it's an integrated system. So you don't have to set up your grinder independently from your espresso machine. Everything works together, and you can store the settings. So apart from the standard drinks that they have on the menu over here, you can do custom drinks to your own specific settings as well. So if husband and wife have a different preference for flat white, you can make your own flat white setting on each one. Really extremely simple. What I really like is that everything comes in one package. You don't have to go to 3 different stores to buy your tamper, your milk jug, and all these stuff. Everything comes in one box, right?
All right, let's go. So the first thing we're going to do is espresso. So this is called a portafilter. Winston's taking the portafilter out of the group head. The group head is the unit where the hot water comes out under a lot of pressure. This little unit is called a tamper. And what we're going to do is we're going to grind.
One of the things about grinding is you need to understand what setting to use, and on the side of the machine, Ian can just point it out for us. There's a very simple grind setting. It's essentially a wheel that you turn to make it coarser and finer, and that also interacts with our screen. So when you change the grind size there, the screen sort of picks it up and gives you your reference. So I'm going to grind now.
And it says that our grind is automatically set to 18 seconds. So this is the espresso. Yeah, go for it, Winston. It's the preferred espresso grind. It's going to make a little bit of noise, which is basically just the burrs inside that grinder grinding the coffee nice and fine to a specific dose into our portafilter. It's actually pretty cool to be able to see the numbers counting down here. All right, now that we've dosed, smells amazing. Okay, so we're just distributing the coffee before we temp. Beautiful. Now the idea here is just to compact the coffee down enough so that when that water hits the coffee grounds under pressure, that it evenly extracts through what we call the coffee puck. And it's called a puck because when we knock it out later, you'll see it looks like an ice hockey puck. So we've temped the coffee down. It's probably about 20 grams or so.
Yeah, I think it's sitting at about 18 to 20 grams.
18 to 20 grams of coffee. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to lock it into the portafilter.
There's actually some instructions here that tells you how far you need to take it in order to lock it in tight. So I think for the beginner, this makes it extremely simple. Yeah, straightforward.
All right, amazing. And we hit the brew button. So Winston's going to go manual here because he wants to control how long this shot is going to extract for. All of these settings from grinding to extracting to steaming milk on the Breville Barista Touch, you can adjust the settings to whatever preference you prefer. So Winston's choosing just to do it manually because it's the first time that we've run this coffee through this grinder at this pressure on the screw head. So every single coffee is different depending on where it comes from, how it's been processed, in fact, how long you've had it in your home from when you've bought it. So the freshness is a big factor. And there you can see a beautiful double espresso.
I'd say this is really good quality. Extraction time was exactly where we'd want it to be. It's not just a pretty machine that froths nice milk. I think the most important part about a flat white, as much as it's about the milk, the espresso is the base. And if you get the espresso wrong, you're not going to be able to do it. And I think for a domestic machine or an at-home, excuse the pun, machine, this definitely punches above its weight.
All right, so let's brew one more espresso, Winston, and then what we're going to do is we'll brew another one and we'll just change the settings slightly so you can see. And then we'll do some milk as well. So tomorrow at the same time, if you tune in the same time tomorrow, we've got Jeff Stopforth who's going to do a full latte art demonstration for you guys at home, which is really cool. But for today's lesson, we're just focusing on espresso extraction and the basic functionality of the machine. So let's grind again. Is there anything you want to change here, Winston? Shall we just go slightly finer maybe?
I think this might be on the finer setting. We can go a little bit coarser.
Okay, let's go a tiny bit coarser. You can see.
So we said earlier that the screen is integrated with a setting on the side. And what I really liked there is when you went coarser, there was two little dials on the side that said slower pour and faster pour. So this machine actually teaches you basic espresso making principles as well. Those are things that I would have to teach someone and help them understand in a course. But here the machine tells it and makes it really clear for you as well. That's really cool.
All right, so we went with the same dosage there. It was 18 seconds. We probably got a little bit more because it was slightly coarser, Winston. Okay, so that's okay. It might mean that this shot will run maybe slightly faster. We'll see. The other variable thing is also how hard you temp and how much you compact it. It doesn't have a huge difference, but it does make a difference. So I think as a barista, you just want to be as consistent as possible in your tamping technique, and then probably just adjusting more on the grinder than anything else. Okay, let's lock it in. All right, so this time we're going automatic. What is your optimal extraction time, Winston?
So it really depends on the coffee. The general standard we use is like 22 to 28 seconds. But because of this very specific coffee, it's really refined, it's really delicate. We got a shot that extracted in 25 seconds. We made it coarser because I'd like to see if it's going to stop any sooner. Because I've used a similar coffee in previous competitions. It seems like it's going on a little bit longer because we ended up putting more coffee in it. But now we can compare the two espressos side by side. I think when you're switching from different coffees at home, it's important to understand that the recipes might have to change as well. So you might have to change the way you brew the coffee based on the roast, where it's from, and all those things.
All right. So there you can see there's quite a lot of volume difference, I think. Even though the cups are not symmetrical and the same, there's a little bit more, but actually quite a nice crema on the second one anyway.
Yeah, I think the second one looks really good. And just remember that the volume is also going to change the way your coffee is going to taste if you're making something like a flat white or an Americano, because 5 extra mils of espresso means 5 less mils of milk or 5 less mils of water, and it's just finding a balance. And again, this machine makes it really easy to change your settings, so finding the right recipe or the peak variables to have your coffee taste good becomes a lot more approachable with this machine.
All right, I'm going to let Winston have a sip of that. But what I want to do next, Winston, is let's steam some milk, and let's show the folks out there how the steaming function works. You can't see it on camera, but inside the jug there's little lines which indicate how much milk you should pour. It's actually engraved on the inside of the jug, which is really cool, so you know not to overfill the jug, not to underfill the jug. And literally, this steam wand is incredible. Like, it really just blows my mind. The first thing is that as soon as you lift this up and you want to put it in, Winston, this little thing here is a heat sensor. So as Winston drops it down and places it on and hits the add milk function, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Winston. Also, what I wanted to show you was just, we've got to go out of this because now we're going to do a flat white. So I'm just going to scroll across, choose the flat white function, and on the milk one, it says 4, but in my experience of using this machine, 4 is just going to give us steamed milk, and we want a little bit of foam, and I'm sure Jeff tomorrow in his latte art thing will do a bit more foam. So let's go 6. We hit the frothing button, and now 2 interesting things happen here. The first is that it tells you what the temperature is, and the optimum temperature for steamed milk is 65 degrees, and it actually has, over here, Winston, a target heat for this.
So one of the hardest things to teach students in barista courses is getting them to froth milk, not so much because they don't understand the concepts, but it's a very intimidating thing, because you open the steam one and the steam's coming and people are afraid that they're going to burn themselves or like milk's going to go all over the place. But a perfect flat white is about good espresso and like perfectly textured milk. So to have the machine do it for you and also to be able to change it based on your preference of temperature, like you wake up on a Saturday morning, like you've had a heavy Friday night, all you do is grind your coffee, pop your thing here, and you get the perfect flat white in the morning.
The other really interesting thing about the steam wand is that you can, as soon as it's in the down position, like it is now, and it's on the heat sensor, it's obviously using the intuitive technology inside the Breville Barista Touch to heat that milk to exactly the right temperature on its own. But the other thing that you can do is when the wand is in the up position, which I'll show you just now, it overrides it and becomes as though you're a barista steaming the milk and getting the angles yourself, making the whirlpool in the jug. And anyone who's steamed a pot of milk will know how important those angles and the depth of holding that steam wand are. But the other cool thing is take it out, Winston, and if you want to pour into here, you can wipe. I'll show you what happens as soon as Winston puts that steam wand into the down position, which is really critical, and a lot of baristas forget to do this, is it purges itself, which is pretty cool. There it goes. And safety first. It even says caution, be careful, don't burn yourself. All right, here we go, Winston. The last part of our masterclass, bringing it to a close for us, is a beautiful competition pour. Latte art courses tomorrow, but that's pretty good. Look at that, folks. Winston Thomas, 3-time South African barista champion, with the Gesher Village coffee. You can have it, you can hit it. All done on this amazing Breville Barista Touch, which you can purchase from at-home stores for $19,999, and then its younger brother is the Breville Barista Express for $9,999, and there's even one other model that you can go and find for yourself in store, which is just espresso. So thank you very much, Winston. We really appreciate your expertise and your time for our online audience out there today. And join us again tomorrow for Jeff Stopforth, South African Latte Art Champions Latte Art Demonstration.
Yep. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to get started with our next presentation, which is Lazan Alberts from Genio Roasters. And what I'm going to need you folks all to do is get your interactive sensory kits out of your bags. And if you don't have one of these, then let me know. Minnie at the back with the cap on at the back has got a couple of extra ones if you didn't get one, but they are in your goodie bags. And this is the time to use them. For all the live stream people out there, in your interactive event kits that we couriered to you, you need to get out your Genio sensory kit and have it ready. So anyone who didn't get a Genio sensory kit, put your hand up and Minnie will bring one to you.
Is this on? Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to introduce Lazan quickly. Everybody, settle down. Just wanted to introduce Lazan. She's been in the coffee industry for quite some time now, but only recently started at Genio Roasters. Very exciting new venture. And today she's going to be helping us get our coffee palates working. So exploring all the sensory things that happen when you taste coffee. So very excited to have you here, Lazan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to the Genio team for putting together these incredible little sensory kits. I'm excited to go through the process.
Thank you so much. And thank you for everyone that's here. Thank you to everyone streaming online. Thanks to the Genio community streaming online. I can see you. So it's lovely to be here. It's strange though. It's been a tough 2 years, I think, for all of us in the room, all of us that's streaming online. So coffee is such a special industry for me and for everyone that I've been working with. It represents something that provides comfort, that provides coziness, and that provides community. So I've been briefed to facilitate and host this session for various reasons. If you had the chicken wrap for lunch, you will fail the session. Those of you who pass the session will get your ticket fees refunded by the coffee mag. No, that's not true. So coffee represents creativity for me, and once you drink coffee, it unleashes that creativity. And the idea and the purpose of this session is to get you to that space where you can really unleash the creativity and explore everything that coffee has to offer. Is my screen, can you not see me, I assume? Should I move? You can see me there? Okay, great. So those of you who don't know me, my name is Lazan. I've been in the coffee industry for quite some time. And the last 2 years has been tough. And maybe today, in this hour, it's your session to sit aside, put everything aside that has happened, and try and focus on what's in front of you at the moment, on the cards that life has played you, and what is the best move you can make with the cards that has been given to you. And that's my story, and I've got a story to tell. So if you know me and you know my journey for the last 5 years, you would know that even in the midst of COVID, there's still good things to happen. So I invite you into my lounge. I invite you to leave all your demons and fears at the door and try to embrace everything that this session has. So I've got my 2 friends from the Coffee Mag to do a little icebreaker. So you have to see the text. This is a little article that I found at the beginning of the year that speaks about the quiet place of coffee and that which coffee has to offer once you drown all the noise in your world. So, it's the sensory secret that makes coffee more delicious than ever. So Ian and Mal, they weren't briefed, they weren't prepped, but I thought maybe it would calm their nerves a bit if they do something unexpected in the midst of a Creative Coffee Week. So, Ian, you will be reading, it's like a dialogue between you and Mal. You will be reading the bold text. So you will be saying name, and then Mal will be saying coffee. And then Ian would be saying age, and then Mal would be saying probably originated in what is now Yemen in the 15th century. Ian would say appearance, and Mal would say?
Liquid ranging from pale beige to deep black, according to taste. Did I do okay?
Yes, that is correct. A round of applause to Mal.
Okay, my other remote. No. Well, you have your remote. Yes. I mean,
where?
Microphone.
Oh,
Sorry.
the microphone.
Sorry, microphone. See, we need a script.
You can tell it was unscripted.
Yeah, okay.
So
No, but
Ian's going to take over.
There we
They're
go.
going to get it now, I promise you.
You know how I like my coffee?
I don't care.
I like the coffee the way I like my women.
Don't do this.
And then tall, skinny, flat.
Tall, skinny, flat, you get?
What a coincidence. I like my coffee the way I like my men.
Short and strong.
No, sitting at the other end of the room and not saying anything.
I was only making unsolicited, polite conversation.
It's just that I can't truly enjoy a coffee without complete peace and quiet.
What difference does it make? The coffee tastes the same.
Actually, loud noise can alter the flavor of coffee and make it seem less nice.
Hearing affecting taste, but they're totally different senses.
Nevertheless, a study just published in the journal Food Quality and Preference found people were less sensitive to specific sensory and hedonic attributes of coffee under louder conditions. In particular, noise affected the bitterness, acidity, sweetness, and aroma. Okay. Oh, but wait, there's more.
How would you even measure a thing like that?
Well, in the study, 400 men and women were asked to drink coffee while listening to the ambient sounds of a crowded food court at 85 weighted decibels through headphones.
Is that a lot? It sounds like a lot.
It's about normal for a busy restaurant setting. Then participants were given an identical coffee with the noise set 20 decibels lower.
And you're telling me they preferred the quieter drink?
Without knowing it was the same, most participants rated the second coffee as tasting better and more expensive.
How does that happen?
The research team suggested loud noise creates a heavy cognitive load, which can reduce the brain's response to other stimuli, in this case, a taste experience.
This is fascinating. Do you mind if I sit down?
Yes, I do. It's possible that a high decibel environment could drive desensitized consumers towards stronger coffee or the addition of excess sugar. It's unhealthy. Interesting.
Well, I learned a lot today by being an excellent listener. Would you like to have a quiet coffee with me sometime?
No.
Would your answer?
Would your answer be different if I were tall, skinny, artificially sweet, and smelled of cinnamons and pumpkins?
Possibly.
Go on then, what kind of coffee would your ideal man be?
The kind of coffee that can accurately read my thoughts.
I say that to her all the time. I can't read your thoughts. Do say.
That's ridiculous. What kind of coffee can read thoughts?
Don't say.
A medium. It's a joke, Gus.
Thank you.
Okay, pleasure.
That's a true story. That's actually how it works. Thanks so much, Ian and Mel. So let's talk about what we'll cover today. I've got about a 45-minute slot, and every facilitator loves the after-lunch slot. I mean, it's just the best time slot you can ever get. Whenever I had to dish out sessions of facilitation, I would never take this slot, but let's see how good I can do. Yes. So in the first session, we'll talk a bit about understanding your senses and how it influences your perception. Then we'll take a look at taste profiles and how they are integrated in how we perceive taste. And then we'll touch a slight bit on basic understanding of specialty coffee. And I mean, I don't have to say anything under session 3 because I've got all the experts here in the room with me, am I right? And everyone knows what specialty coffee is exactly to the T. Okay, so what to have ready? You've got your sensory box. So we'll go through it slot by slot per instruction. So you can open it so long so there's nothing else to distract you. You are not allowed to start eating on the candy immediately, only per instruction. So obviously sensory training is something that everybody in the industry are quite familiar with. So it's quite a challenging task to ask someone to do a session on sensory because we all perceive taste differently and we all at different levels of our coffee journey and our tasting journey. But the main objective of today is to get common ground, to almost get the same language when we refer to specific taste profiles in coffee. But before we get with that, there's a lot of mindfulness that goes around tasting coffee, which I think many of us don't necessarily get to or don't understand. So there's an element of mindfulness that we will cover. There's an element of focused energy, because our minds are, that theory of we only use 10% of our brains is actually false, so that's not completely correct. But I do think we have become lazy in our way of thinking, because about 20 years ago you would have never thought about not remembering your parents' phone numbers or your close relatives or emergency contact details, and today you can only remember, you know, your next of kin or your spouse's telephone number. Your mind is not accustomed to remembering numbers or digits or color of walls, so it takes intense focus, purposeful focus, to be able to shut down and shut out the noise in our day-to-day lives and focus on the beverage in front of us. So we all know that coffee helps us think, coffee helps us become more creative. So with the Sensory Summit that was held globally a couple of months ago, they did a test with all the participants where you were not allowed to drink any caffeine 2 hours before the session. And then after 2 hours, you would then start tasting and cupping the coffee. You would do a creativity test based on a counter that would time you how long it takes you to make a connection of various words. And the moment that caffeine kicks in, you would almost, and all the participants would have doubled the amount of, or half the time they took to connect the dots of specific words. So there's definitely an element of creativity and problem solving that we know that coffee releases to us. So, there's two things that unleashes creativity in the world as we know today. One of it is, can anyone guess? Coffee. It's not a trick question. Thanks, Kuth. And the second thing is the sound of nature. So when you think of the sound of thunder, raindrops, the sound of wind, the sound of waves, all of those creates that specific link that unleashes the creativity. So now, let's think about this. Are you getting uncomfortable? I can see everyone's getting uncomfortable. Well, so what does that tell you about our ways of living and our ways of going through life? If it's quiet, you want me to say something. You want to put on the music. You want to, can we just hear the grinder, or can we just hear the steam one? Can we hear something, isn't it? Am I the only one that got uncomfortable because I'm up here and you're down there? Right? So our minds are not used to getting white noise. White noise for us to process everything that has happened during our day. And we have to get back to where we can allow ourselves that time to be able to connect with our senses and to be able to formulate and take through all the information that we get throughout the day. So there's a sensory of science. The sensory science is we use all of our senses when evaluating coffee. You don't just use taste. Am I correct in saying that? And through this exercise today, you will find that it's actually interesting how all of our senses together forms the picture or the expectation we have for coffee. Because we walk into a coffee shop, and what do we hear? Do we hear burrs that are blunt? Do we hear a steam wand that's screaming? And then we already know, okay, let's pass. Am I right? Yes, I'm the only one. Okay, I'll take it. Or we walk in and we smell the aroma of the grounded coffee. We see the indistinct chatter of happy people, of creating a moment of togetherness with the people that they want to. They spend their 25 or 50 bucks at your shop, and you are almost the artist that's able to give them that moment of experiencing the coffee that you had mindfully selected, carefully crafted, roasted, and served to your consumer. So, right, now we've heard the steam wand, we've heard the ground coffee. Now you're saying, okay, let's just taste it. But the next element we have in our senses is the element of touch. Because the moment you pick up the cup, either the rim is too thick, the color of the cup is too dark, too bright, the cup is too warm, too cold. We're actually very difficult customers ourselves. So the last step is then the sense of taste, because then it brings everything together. And where does our sense of visual assessment comes in? What do we see? Anyone? So latte art, big bubbles, small bubbles. Okay, maybe let's not be too critical. Maybe it's the way that the table is positioned, because it influences the way we see the artistic side of coffee. Maybe it is the placement of the cutlery or the sugar sachets. For some people it might be, is the teaspoon shiny, or is there still dishwasher drops on it? It influences the way the consumer perceives the coffee, unfortunately. And that's all the sense at the end of the brew. So we can't see it in isolation, and you will see it today yourselves when you cup the next coffees, or when you taste the next coffees. You will see that it does not work in isolation. It's going to be interesting, I promise you. You're going to enjoy it. So let's talk about sixth sense. How does it influence our taste perception of coffee? Anyone? What does a sixth sense do? What is sixth sense? Something only a woman has? Okay. What does it do? Hello? Do we need coffee? Do we need beer yet? Imagination? Not really. It's a sense. You get a sense something's wrong. You sense something's not right. A feeling of unsteadiness, unevenness. When you're in that space in your mind and you get to that fight, flight, freeze reaction, are you in a space where you can objectively observe anything in your surroundings? Yes? No? No, you're not. Because you are either anxious, scared of what might happen, scared of what you see in your vision, what will happen tonight. So again, don't just take into account what I see, what I smell, what I hear, what I feel, because there's also that element of what am I experiencing in the moment, here and now. So when we look at sensory evaluating anything, so we can't just limit this session to coffee alone. We have to almost start at a stage where you clear out your mind of all the clutter. So if I say, and you have to follow my instructions because I'm the facilitator now. If I say, take a deep breath for 4 seconds, take a deep breath in, and then 4 seconds, deep breath out. Would you be able to do it, or would you feel uncomfortable? Do it? Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can do that 3 times. Why am I saying that? Because before you start your cupping session, and this might be a different frame of reference for you on how you used to do cupping, But when you do that, you allow yourself time to be mindful of the cup in front of you, focusing only on the cup in front of you. Because otherwise, your mind is automatically going to the 3 different things you still need to fix, the 4 different customers you still have to solve, the 3 different staff issues that you still have to sort out. So it's a discipline to get to consistent cupping results that you have to practice, because we are ordained and we are used to going in 50 different directions. So it's a discipline that you yourself has to implement in your business. What also happens in our lifestyles, it's fast-paced, except for Beaver Creek. I think you guys are more. But for the rest of us, we're running. We're not getting thinner, but we're running all the time. So it's busy, and you just want to get through this cup, that you can taste the next cup, so that you can get to the next roast, so that you can get the coffee to be sold. So another discipline that I'm leaving on your table, you can take it or you can leave it, is to move slower, even if it is just around the cupping table. Move slower. Anyone wants to add something? Nothing. So let's look at our taste. So the taste is the gustatory sensation that's detected by the receptor cells on your tongue. So what does it look like? I'll show you this image. So this is more or less what the nerve cells look like. So how we perceive taste is you almost can see it as a key that goes into the lock and then opens the lock and then sends a message to the brain. This image everyone is familiar with. We've seen it over the last 15, 20 years. It's fantastic, but it's a myth, actually. With the recent studies, I mean, you can make up your own observation. The reason for that is why? Anybody has a reason why you can't only detect bitter in the back? Because that's what your childhood memory tells you. That if you can't swallow a pill, it's bitter. Anyone knows? No one? So what happens is you can taste bitterness in various areas of your tongue. You can taste sweetness, acidity, in various areas on the tongue. The only reason why they usually say it's on the sides is because your cheeks twists and pulls when you're eating a sour worm. But that's the only reason. There's nothing more that's based on that. And every person experiences a taste sensation somewhere else in the mouth. So the new studies show that you have to look at it holistically. What is the sensation that you experience in your mouth? Any questions? Anyone heard that it's actually changed? See? So now, your first instruction would be to take out your oil diffuser aroma. Do not open it yet. Frederick, I see you. Okay, so I wish, in the next life when I'm rich and famous, Ian and Mel, I will be sponsoring Leonardo Cafe kits to all the participants. But I'm not there yet. So for now, we are doing just a sample of Essence. And the instruction is as follows. You will see in front of you is all the various elements that we will play with today. I need you to take out the top right corner sachet, and you can open it. And we have carefully selected 2 elements that complement each other so well, you will not going to believe it. You're going to think it's like the best thing ever since lockdown. So the instruction is, you've got a specific aroma, not all or essence. Not all is the same, so you can't listen to your neighbor because they will lie. Take the aroma oil and rub it on your palm, and then you can open your cell phone FNB and banking app, and you will see there is an immediate transfer of 20,000 rand. No, I'm joking. Okay, so you can smell your aroma. Try and identify, take the path through your brain, through all the monkeys that's running around that's saying you must pay this, you must still take care of that, you must still pick up the kids, you must still buy bread. Go to the back of the nerve where it says, this is what I'm smelling. That's where you need to go. Right at the back. And then you're going to take a bit of this right-hand corner sweet spice. It's a very special sweet spice. And you're going to taste it. And tell me, what did you experience? Did the heavens open up? What happened, guys? What happened now? What happened? I lied to you. Does it go together? But where did your mind go? All over the place. So now you've got your little essence, and you can very easily play with your essence today. If you are going home to your wives tonight, rather wash it off because it's sweet. You've got your essence. So the instruction is today to take the essence, nose it. When you taste your coffee, see if it complements any of the coffee that you are going to taste, because it takes you to what flavor notes did you pick up in terms of aroma when smelling the essence. I mean, it's all different, so you can really say anything. I won't judge you at all. Grenadella, did I hear right? So, I mean, can you already see your crafted coffee with your passionate fruits, grenadella notes, tanginess, slight acidity, enjoyment? I'm on the beach, I can see it, I've got the cocktail in my hand, I'm all the way there. Tell me another aroma. Sorry? Washing powder. Is that your aroma on your? Oh wow! So roast defect right there. Okay, so the activity is for the rest of the day, and you have this for the rest of the week. I encourage you to use it, because you will never have a toolkit like this in your life ever again in your pocket to be able to play around with different textures, colors, and tastes. When you taste the coffee, taste it without the aroma of the oil, and then smell the aroma and see if the aroma and the coffee complement each other. And does it tell you a story? Does it take you somewhere in your mind where you have been before? Okay. So, in sensory training, at the foundation of sensory training, and everybody speaks about, accredited sensory training, which is great, but you can actually just start with affirming the foundations of your sensory skills in your own roastery or in your own coffee shop. So they always say, you will never get coffee with the taste that you have in bag A, bag number 1, am I right? If you did get it, too much Ecozone maybe, I don't know. But you will never get it. But the principle that we're trying to land is to start with high concentrations of specific sensory elements and then start diluting it, because the moment you can identify this is salty, this is acidic, this is sweet, you will be easily able to identify that in coffee if you start diluting it, because it's a muscle that you are training in your mouth. So salt, yes, this salt was not pleasant, I agree. If you think of how we can combine salt in something that's pleasant, I want your mind to go to a salted caramel. Would that be more pleasant than what we have here? Probably. You've got a sour worm in your box, so that might be more pleasant than just acidity on its own. Some people enjoy eating a wedge of lemon with tequila maybe. So there's elements of saltiness that we can use in coffee to complement each other. Okay. It also has, it tames bitterness. So elements of saltiness in coffee can be used to the advantage to really create a wonderful and great cup. Now let's look at sweetness. So the sweetness sachet is next to your jelly beans on the left-hand side of the jelly beans. So open your sweetness. I promise you this is true, okay? I'm not tricking you now. You can open your bag of sweetness. I mean, if this is the only sweetness that life has to offer to you today, grab it with both hands. Eh? So if you are focusing your mind only on tasting sweetness now, is there something else that happened that you were thinking about, that you were tasting, that you never thought you would taste in sugar? Nothing. Sorry? Nothing. Maybe. Did no one pick up there's texture in the sweetness? Because usually you would dissolve the sugar, right? So you would taste sweetness, but not necessarily the texture. So there's that crunchy bit also that's implementing your taste profile and how you perceive it. And isn't sweetness something that we desire in our cup? It's like when you taste it, it's almost impossible not to pick it up. Because if you hit that sweetness in your coffee, it's something really special. So now, sour, acidity. Who likes sour worms? Now's your moment. So grab a bite. Maybe close your mouth because I think they might be hard with the trip to Durban. I'm not going to eat it because I might not be able to chew it. So tell me, where do you pick up the acidity? In your mouth? On the sides? Yes. At the back of your ears? Yes. How many acids are there in coffee that we can unlock? Who knows? There's 9 major acids. 9. And it's very complex molecules. So you can use it to your benefit if you want to create that in coffee. And through the roasting process, you can also decrease it. So again, determine what we want to reveal in our coffee and roast it accordingly. Adjust the profiles or the graph that it suits the need of your target market. Now, bitterness. Do you guys know that bitterness is perceived negative? Okay, you know that. But do you guys know that the reason why it's perceived as negative is because in the age of Kaldi, I would assume, because we are at a coffee expo, bitterness was used to protect the human being from dying, from eating food that is poisonous. So if you taste something and it's bitter, you would die and carry on. But now we've grown older and we have been forced to drink medication that's also very bitter. So the overall perception of bitterness is it's really not pleasant. I really do not want it. And what we want to achieve in coffee and what we want to almost educate our consumers at, because don't we just get those consumers that say, I don't want strong coffee? Yes. What is that? Is that extraction time? Is that amount of coffee solids? Is it 3 sugars versus 1? What is strong coffee? Is it a mega coffee or no milk coffee? No one's really sure. But it's our responsibility to educate and bring in that element of bitterness that is pleasurable, enjoyable, lingering, pleasant, right? So to take you to that, you may now indulge in your dark chocolate The dark chocolate that you will be tasting is on the left bottom corner. Take a bite. If it's not melted, sure it's not. In the moment. There's nothing like the moment. Otherwise, we'll forget. Yes. Oh, we lost it. No, go.
Is that true? So is it something that does degrade quickest, and are there certain acids that degrade that are bonded better so they degrade slower?
Yes, there are acids that release or gets broken down much later in the roasting process. There's acids that you can maintain much easier, that's less volatile, so definitely that is. But also take into account, it's not just the roasting process. You also have the barista at the end that needs to make sure that it extracts properly. Otherwise, you know, those acidic compounds will be destroyed in any case, either by the heat of extraction or the time of extraction. Okay. So let's pull back to bitterness. We are now in the bitterness room in your mind. How was that? Pleasant? And wouldn't you say that about 15 years ago we would have not have eaten dark chocolate? Give me the white chocolate, yes. We've changed. We've evolved. Because all of a sudden, the dark chocolate is pleasant. Did anyone pick up some sweetness in that? So when we speak about balance and different elements, that's what we want. We want a pleasant bitterness, some sweetness, and of course we have that magical space we go to when we eat chocolate for some of us. So now let's bring in the salt. So the top left corner is the chocolate with salt. How's that? So what did the salt bring to your palate that wasn't there before? Is that salt more pleasant to taste than the salt in the single sachet? Yes. And also, I picked up some sweetness at the end of that salt. Did you guys also get it? And I mean, for everyone, doesn't matter where your coffee journey is, this is where you start. And if you can taste dark chocolate and you can taste that there's something pleasant about dark chocolate, then you're almost halfway there. There's no level of advancedness in tasting your coffees. By repeating systematic procedures and protocol, you will get more confident with whatever your coffee has to offer. Does it make sense, guys? Umami, the talk of 2006, I think. Right, that savory taste. Baked mushroom, the smell of smoked beef that you get in coffee, either in a dry aroma, wet aroma, or in taste. So, this little bag with the brown spice next to the salt is what you are tasting now. You can keep it actually tomorrow for your chips. So this is the spice that's the evil spice because you can't stop eating it. But they refer to umami as MSG, the MSG spice. So quite pleasant. See, can you guys see how you struggle with opening these bags? Can you see it? Okay, so can you imagine filling 3 times 100 of these bags. It was lovely. Okay, talk to me about umami. Give me some feedback about our mushroom friends. Is it pleasant? On the aroma, when you smell the little bag, or when you smell it like that, did you pick up anything? Yes. You have to, because no one else is talking to me, so it's lovely.
Like, you know, when you listen to something very, very loud and your ears almost they get to a level where they close up and they lock out. With the salt and anything that's in the car, does the level of the taste become so loud that it blocks out other possible tastes? So let's just say it's very bitter, or very salty, or very sugary. Does it overwhelm your senses to a point where it doesn't drown the others out, but it like mutes them?
It does. So that's typically what you would experience now with eating the salt, and only sugar. Is that after that you would have to clean your palate, maybe take a walk around because your mind's also now filled with saltiness. So there's lots of elements to it, but definitely if it's too bitter, over extracted, maybe defect roast that you are tasting, you will not pick up the subtle notes that you would experience later during the cupping session.
Too hot, then your brain shuts down. A lot of the floral sort of aroma, or the lighter kind of tastes. So you're only tasting bitter, sweet, salt, that kind of stuff. So it cools down, then your mind sort of opens up for the more subtle tastes.
So situation, what role does salivating play in tests? So I'm assuming when you have something like salty, you generate more saliva. And how does that impact the following tastes?
When you generate more saliva?
Will generate saliva. What does that do for the following tastes?
So in terms of when we are tasting coffee, I don't think the saltiness would be that high that you would have increased in saliva production, but
I don't know if it's the body's way of trying to dilute the taste of this.
It might, but it won't affect the sensory evaluation of the coffee as such, because it's not as salt as you would have it in its true form. Okay. And also take into account that resetting through cupping sessions, getting to ground zero again with all your panel members to make sure that once you cup the next session or once you cup the next cup, is that you're all again on ground zero. Okay. The new term in the industry is kokumi. Kokumi is the term referred to as another taste profile, and that refers to the sensation you feel in your mouth. And what they would prepare it or compare it to is they would say, if you take into account or you compare your cup of soup that you would mix with boiling water, and you would compare that to a soup that your mom or your grandmother would make, where she would prepare the vegetables from scratch, fry it, and then boil it all together for about 4 hours. If you compare the mouthfeel of those two, you would refer to it as kokumi, which is the experience you feel inside your mouth. It's quite a new term that they've discovered recently. Okay, I'm quickly going to browse through this because there's a couple more activities we want to do and I'm running out of time. Let's quickly just talk about fat. So when you look at, or when you think about fat in coffee, where do we get fat? Why would we talk about fat in terms of taste profile interaction when tasting coffee? Anyone has an idea? The oils, which is where? When do you see it? When you roast in Pretoria? Gauteng? No. Crema? Yes? And when you roast it very dark, you would see the oil dissipating onto the surface. So what would happen then typically is most definitely it will influence what you taste in the coffee, because it almost creates a layer inside your mouth. But it has purpose as well. It has a place. So it cements body, you know, it creates a feeling of richness in the cup. So it definitely has a place in tasting coffee and in describing your flavors. So when we look at heat, for example, now you've done all the effort of picking the most special green beans that's scoring very high, the correct screen size. You've roasted it to perfection. You've stored it correctly. You've spent so much time and energy in packaging. And then comes the bar. So that might alter flavor totally. So the application of heat through roasting and through brewing will definitely also impact the flavor of your coffee. Yes?
So I think oil molecules are larger than other ones that are sort of sugars and salts and stuff. Would the oily compounds, do they have the, is it possible that they would block certain pores because they are larger?
Sorry, what is that?
So oils, fats,
yes,
because they're larger in molecular size.
Yes.
Like, would they have the potential of actually blocking a pore which would prevent something else from tasting that from experiencing it?
I'm not sure
Because modern coffees are generally, like, they have a lot of texture and they linger, but they definitely lack complexity.
And it might be because, you know, of the fat content and the role and the function it has in your mouth. So you wouldn't get that. You would typically roast it darker because you are aiming for the fullness, the heaviness of the coffee. Yeah, but as you would rightfully say, so it might lack, you know, some other complex elements. Okay, so we spoke earlier, Winston also spoke about the serving temperature of coffee. So the Maillard compounds, that smoky, heavy, darker notes you would get typically at 50 degrees Celsius, and then once you let it cool to 40 degrees, you almost get that explosion of floral and more complex flavors. So also take that into consideration. Okay, so then we talk about what do we taste? Because initially, when we started our coffee journey, by tasting, maybe we started with an instant coffee, or maybe we started with a blended coffee, we would just say, I'm tasting berries. But as you all know, that industry has changed so much that it's very complex, it is very diverse, and everyone perceives it differently, because the way I perceive a lime and the way you perceive a lime is very different. So take that into account, and also take into account that our consumer market might not be as educated in terms of what to expect. So you would see more and more that packaging includes tasting notes, brewing methods, and how to do it. So then everyone's, I'm sure, very familiar with the flavor wheel. I just wanted to say, I spoke to, you know, with our sensory summit earlier this year, we did speak to the sensory panel of SCA, and they actually, if you think of how we taste in coffee and how everyone's perceptions differ, they take their panel and train them from 2 weeks, depending on how experienced you are in picking up flavors, and they train their panels when tasting coffee and testing coffee and cupping with them up to 3 months of intense training and making sure that they understand what taste profiles to choose. So there's various elements of tasting wheels and flavor wheels that's in the market that you can use to help guide your consumers when tasting coffee, or your cupping panel, where you will start with saying, I'm tasting some fruit, I'm tasting some berries, that you don't feel overwhelmed with the 48 different spheres of tasting notes that we might get. So now our next activity is your jelly bean. So the instruction is, please close your nose with your 2 fingers while your nose is closed, as if you would have a flu. If you have a flu, you don't have to close your nose, but otherwise close your nose and then start chewing the jelly bean. Chew, 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 and then open your nose. Let go of your So again, you can't do it in isolation. You have to have all your senses. You can't be in your sixth sense of fight, flight, and freeze. You can't be thinking of all your 10 different monkeys. You can't be drinking coffee out of a rough textured cup. Did you guys notice with our coffee cupping session this morning how when you want to get the aroma of the coffee, you almost first get the cardboard? Do you think that would influence your panel? Most definitely. So it all has to work together, and it's important for you to know that. Okay, I'm going to skip through body descriptors just for respect for time. Aroma, acidity, and body we spoke about, and then your tasting notes when you taste coffee. I want to get to this part. Is that moving, or am I tired? Is it moving? Okay, so let's talk about visual elements. You know, it's all in the eye of the beholder, and you can perceive people to see some things that are not there. So take that into account as well with your packaging, as well with your cupping tools. The texture, the color, the types of color you use in your cups. Because if your consumer or your cupping panel is there, I can guarantee you they are not focused on the beverage in front of them to give you an unbiased, fully focused feedback. So now let's look at the sense of hearing and smell. So there goes a crisp. He's eating the crisp. It's buffering, but it will come now. There's the crisp. Can you hear the crisp? Can you hear the fizz? So when you're eating a crisp or a chip and it's been open for 3 or 4 days, it's not nice, am I right? If you are pouring a soda and you see the bubbles and the fizz, but you don't hear it, it almost takes away a lot of the experience that we have to offer. So the same with coffee. We can't see coffee in isolation with just tasting it. It's a whole experience of elements. It is the sound. It is the temperature. It is the taste. It is the environment. It is the way that our waiters serve them, because it contributes and supports the whole experience, the ultimate experience that customers come to you for. So now remember I said that our minds are getting tired. Maybe it's just mine. But we don't memorize numbers anymore, or do we have those people in the audience that still remembers everyone's numbers? Okay, your next of kin does not count. We don't, right? Because we've got speed dial, we've got everyone in a touch of a button, we can reach them. But now I'm going to just check how sharp we are, and this is now where you will pass or fail. I'm joking. Okay, so there's numbers: 86, 12, 45, 74, 36. Okay, who can remember? Martinez, my money's on you. 86, and then? No. 12, yes, and then? No. 45, and then? 74, and then? 36. Okay, great. So if we're all stranded on an island, we just have to stick together. Okay, next we are looking at apple, honey, peanuts, chocolate, butter, raspberries, rubber, wood. Go. Honey? No. Peanuts, yes. Chocolate, yes. Butter, yes. Can you see the screen? What's after butter? Raspberries, yes? Yes? Woo! So if you're stuck on this island, be sure that you take Neil with you. Why is that important to remember? Not just that. Why is it important for us to keep our mind sharp? And you know what, guys? We expect the laborers on the farm to be able to detect the defect bean, but we can't even remember 4 numbers. Yes. I love this game. Go. Who's first? Yes. 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 Correct. What else? The lighting's a bit bad, but there's something else. Yes, the cheese. Yes. Attention to detail. Because in the end, that is what we need to do. Anyone thinking of coffee a bit differently already? No one. Great. Mel, I'm done. Yes.
I think cupping is a sport, and it must be practiced as a sport.
Yeah. And it starts with us, because we have to be mindful of what's happening. Right, so now, yes.
Talking earlier about how when we tasted the salt and you taste the chocolate afterwards, and how that flavor of the chocolate changes different relative to the salt. And in approaching cupping as a roaster, should we perhaps start with a coffee that we know in the beginning, so that we're cupping the rest of the cups relative to what we know, so like a house blend? Or can you kind of just get in and say, from our muscle memory, because we just saw now we all don't have muscle memory, can I objectively taste these coffees?
So I think my question to you would be, what would be your reason to do cupping?
Roast, obviously you're cupping for consistency. That's why I was asking, so suppose I have a house blend and I want to make sure that the rest of my cups are consistent to that. So should I have a measuring stick or a yardstick for relativity? And then also for new coffees, I buy new coffees and I went, oh well, the Geisha Village was pretty sweet, and now I want to buy another coffee and I recognize that as sweet. So is my sweetness relative to this? Because we can't go sweetness relative to sugar, right?
So again, sugar is the concentrated taste profile, which you will then dilute as you continue with your cupping journey. In terms of a cupping routine and how to do it, that's very much dependent on your industry or on your operation. But what I can suggest is that you start with your house blend, and you're not doing it alone, because that's not consistent. You have a panel which you can change and chop and change as you wish, and you would then have a reference roast. And every time you roast that specific profile, you will stick to the reference roast and refer back to the notes of the tasting panel then. Right, so when we look at specialty coffee, there's 4 elements that we take into consideration. The highest grade green beans, it's processed through the various stages, which also influences the taste, by people whose priority is quality. And then we have at the end the coffee farmer, the roaster, the barista, or the consumer that influences the taste. So just quickly some feedback on an international point of view. There's various ways that we can take the brewing experience or the drinking experience home to the consumer. The first image, for example, is a roaster in Sweden, Morgan Coffee. So they do artistic designs with their packaging and with their labeling that incorporates elements that the consumer can anticipate or expect to taste in the coffee labeling. Number 2 is an example of a coffee roaster in Japan, where they provide you with brewing recipe cards and scoring kits on the roasting bags, just different ways of doing it. Number 3 is a simple home brewing kit by Panther Coffee in USA. So they provide you with the sieve or the cloth and a whole kit to do cold brew at home to get it more accessible. And then you also get a QR code in the corner that you can link or get closer to the coffee farm at the end of the day. Some research that's been done on packaging and branding. Funny enough, if you look at the top image, the consumers would perceive the coffee already as being stronger with the logo at the bottom before they even tasted it. The second image, they would say that the logo with round shapes and not angular shapes are more subtle and more soft and more fruity, where the angular shapes here at the bottom or the angular text here in the right-hand corner side would be more acidic, more spicy notes before even tasting any coffee. So the new philosophy in coffee as we stand today is that they are referring to slow consumption philosophy. What does that mean? It means that at the moment the coffee industry is fast-paced. You spend all your time crafting the best cup possibly, and consumers drink it in a paper cup with a lid on top of it. So they can't experience your coffee, they can't smell it, it doesn't tell them a story, it doesn't take them anywhere in their minds. So my invitation to you today is to take on and inspire and grab on the slow consumption philosophy. See coffee as a drinking meditation to connect all your senses and allow the coffee to reveal all of it it's got to offer to your consumers. Thank you.
All right, so a big thank you to you, Lizanne. Thank you so much. That was really incredible. What an amazing experience to be able to do that. Folks, we're going to go straight into the next presentation because Joe Foster is zooming in from Australia. Hello, Joe. I think you might be on mute there for a second. Can we hear Joe? Put his volume up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, Joe. Welcome to Creative Coffee Week. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'd love to be there in person, but unfortunately with the situation, what can we do, right?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It must be pretty late in Australia. I'm just going to tell the folks a little bit about you and how we met you. The last few Creative Coffee Weeks, what we realized, and obviously we try cover the whole value chain, is that we've never spoken about packaging before. And we met Joe, who's an Irishman who used to live in South Africa, who now lives in Australia, and we had a great conversation with him. And he was like, I want to tell the people at Creative Coffee Week all about packaging and the future of packaging and how it can be done better. So I'm going to stop talking, Joe, and I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to everybody. As I said, it would be very nice to be here in person, but unfortunately, we don't have this opportunity as yet. So greetings from Australia. It's about 10:40 in the evening, and still going strong. So I'll just share my screen with the presentation here tonight. So I'm very honored to actually meet everybody, even though it's on Zoom, and hopefully someday we'll have an opportunity to get together. So we're going to start talking this evening about sustainable packaging, some of the insights and innovation around sustainable packaging and what we can offer, and certainly what's happening in the world. There's certainly a lot of confusion around sustainable packaging per se, and coffee it should not be discounted or changed in any way until we fully understand what is currently available. So what we're going to do is, as I said, we'll talk about the road to sustainability in packaging. I do believe, honestly, there's a lot of confusion in the marketplace, and I think what we should do is actually maybe just go through and explain a little bit about Foster Packaging really at a glance. So what we are as a company, we've been active in the local market in South Africa for over 23 years. In fact, I started the business back in 1998, and we supply high-end flexible packaging materials to a variety of brands across Australia and Southern Africa as well. I think we see ourselves as a medium-sized private business that employs 70 people between the following locations. In Johannesburg, Cape Town, we've got warehouses and offices. We've got offshore quality control assurances in China and Vietnam, belong to Foster Packaging. The sister company where I'm based in Australia is OF Packaging, based in Melbourne. We have manufacturing facilities here and recycling facilities. So really our business is really being built on service and innovation and collaboration really with a lot of our clients. We're not just really out to supply packaging, we're looking to try and find solutions. And what we try and do really by saying that is finding modern solutions to modern problems. And we like to push the boundaries. People say to me, Joe, it's not possible. Well, then really it's a challenge for us. We say yes when everybody else says no. And we've lots of opportunities we've explored over the last number of years by basically saying yes and trying to find a solution. I think in general, people find many reasons to say no instead of actually just exploring the avenues of considering about yes. Of course, in South Africa, we have Foster Packaging, and I'm sure some of you may know we also have the Pouch Shop, which covers a wide range of off-the-shelf pouches, particularly for our coffee range. So really our mission statement from a sustainability perspective, we see ourselves as a packaging supplier. We recognize and embrace our role in reducing food waste and really material waste to landfill. That's really our main target. We want to improve our carbon footprint and working towards real viable packing solutions for our customers without misinformation or greenwashing. Now, there's no doubt about it, there's a lot of greenwashing and misinformation in the marketplace about packaging. Packaging is evil, packaging is the killer, plastic is the killer, it's ending up in the ocean, and we should avoid it at all costs, but we can't avoid plastic, and we certainly can't avoid packaging. It's a very vital, important ingredient for your supply chain, as it is for many food packaging supply chains. When we start looking at sustainability, we should never, ever, ever lose sight of what we call the packaging hierarchy. If you want to start talking about the sustainability hierarchy, we need to consider very, very important factors for your product. That is product protection. We need to ensure we got good machine packaging efficiency. Of course, zero production waste, which is like what we always like to aim for. Good shelf life, shelf appearance, and then of course added functionality. And then what we look at the bottom of the packaging hierarchy is sustainability. Now, I'm sure most of you will say, well, why isn't sustainability right at the top as our main target? And what we say is certainly in packaging, and certainly for food packaging, sustainability, as we move it up the hierarchy, there is a trade-off in terms of some of these aspects within the packaging hierarchy. However, when we start looking at the sustainability hierarchy, of course, at all costs, we should try and avoid packaging where possible. Too much packaging is a big challenge and a big issue. There's always opportunities for down gauging of packaging rates. Of course, we want to try and use recycled materials. In fact, the targets here in Australia are to use between 30 and 50% recycled content in the packaging by 2025. And of course, the next target is to use recycled materials. Materials should be fully recyclable into the mainstream by 2025. And then we start going further down, we start looking at bio-based or compostable packaging, biodegradable packaging. I'm sure most of you will know about it. And then before it goes to landfill, we should always consider second life energy as really a means to have landfill avoidance. When we look at the benefits of flexible packaging, and we talk about flexible packaging being soft flexible packaging, the pouches that you use for your coffee at the moment, okay? In terms of the manufacturing perspective, and this is not a big sell on flexible packaging, but it does consume a lot less energy, a lot less water, and it gives off a lot less gas emissions when you compare it to rigid plastic containers or even steel containers or even glass from a manufacturing perspective. I think one of our biggest challenges is that the way we source our product, our produce and consume food has changed significantly over the last number of years, certainly over the last decade or so. I mean, if you think about some of the packaging that's been around for quite some time, and I'm sure if I mention the word cellophane, most of you there today will have some sort of association with cellophane. People used to think that everything was packed in cellophane, but cellophane is just a brand name of a clear plastic material that was made back in the early 1900s that was derived from wood. So it's really a paper-based material, a clear paper-based material. And in the early 1900s, up to the 1950s, 1960s, everything was manufactured out of cellophane and waxed paper material, and it was deemed to be suitable because the shelf life we expected for our food was literally a week, 2 weeks, maybe 1 month, maybe 2 months. But the way we consume food nowadays, we're consuming food that's been manufactured all over the world, and we need the packaging to protect the food, which is very important. Food safety is absolutely critical, and shelf life of your product is absolutely paramount. So flexible films are really utilized for great commercial benefits, as well as the ability to suit the actual specific product requirements. So the example up on the right-hand side is a coffee bag, and that coffee bag is actually made out of mixed plastics. So it's not just one type of plastic material. Okay, in the ideal world, it would be great if everything was made out of one type of plastic. Therefore, the recycling industry in South Africa, in Australia, around the world would be very simple. But we have to use different types of plastic materials to give specific requirements. Like as an example, in this particular pouch, we've got aluminium. And we're using aluminium to give you the shelf life against light, oxygen, moisture, and aroma, which is very important for coffee. We've got the outside layer, which gives us strength for printability surface and also gives you a degree of rigidityness. We have the inside layer, which gives us the sealability and the body of the pouch. As you know yourself, coffee is distributed and enjoyed globally, and it's highly sought after commodity that requires a lot of protection for the longest possible shelf life. And I know from some of the coffee connoisseurs there, and I've learned in the past that it's not always about extending the shelf life of coffee. It's about obviously having shorter shelf lives of coffee. And that's a discussion I'd like to have at a later stage. So as I said, things have changed over the years when you start looking at how coffee was actually packed. And packed in tin cans. It was even packed in waxed paper as a means to really only store the product without any consideration given to the protection of the product from a food safety point of view or from a shelf life point of view. Obviously, keeping coffee fresh to the consumer is absolutely paramount. Of course, you have your coffee produced. It goes through a co-op into the intermediate and exporter before it arrives in South Africa. And I suppose from that point of view, your coffee packaging is pretty standard and pretty basic because it comes across in sacks and so forth, and it's pretty okay and safe until the importer provides the coffee to the roasters in South Africa or Australia for that particular matter. Obviously, once the coffee's been roasted and packed into bags, you're expecting those bags to give the coffee the best potential barrier and the best shelf life possible. And of course, to keep the aromas in and keep the coffee fresh for a specified period of time. You don't get that from one type of plastic material. It has to be developed, multiple layers of plastic material really has to be put together to ensure that you get the optimum protection for your product and the shelf life for your product. I suppose that really sort of brings us on to the challenge really in terms of recyclable of these types of materials. People actually confuse plastic material, soft plastic material with complex laminated materials, like the plastic bag you see on the bottom right-hand side, compared to a coffee pouch, which is made out of multi-layers materials. But unfortunately, in the industry that we operate, our packaging material is really confused with what is deemed as soft plastics. Perhaps your soft plastics would be seen as your takeaway plastic bags you get from supermarkets and so forth. Well, I suppose you don't get them anymore, but you bring them back to the supermarket. And of course, the biggest issue with trying to recycle these soft plastics is that they're very troublesome through the recycling infrastructure. The plastic actually, when you go through particularly mechanical recycling processes, especially here in Australia, the plastic is not easily separated when people do actually put plastic into the recycling bin, which they shouldn't. It actually it contaminates the paper stream and it causes all sorts of issues in terms of separation. As we said, many flexible packaging formats are made from multi-layer polymer laminates, and they have to be there for a particular reason. Consumers view all soft plastics the same, and that's a view that's going to be like that for quite some time, despite what we talk about in terms of trying to understand why we make a coffee pouch out of a metallized material or using a aluminium type of lamination to give you the protection. We basically need the multiple layers of lamination to fulfill the packaging hierarchy that I mentioned on the previous slides. What we did was we actually tried to do some trials in terms of taking some of this packaging material that was very similar to a coffee pack, whereby we took a 3-layer lamination material, we put it through a recycling plant to try and get it back into pellet format, as you can see down here on the right-hand side. But these materials contain a metallized substrate. It's like an aluminium substrate. And of course, the reason why that was there was to give you the shelf life for your particular product. The biggest challenge we had was obviously some of the metallized materials was getting through, but we managed to filter out some of that material. But really, the big challenge really was trying to get that material back into a workable solution that we could turn it back into packaging again. So we mustn't be led by our ability to say, yes, we have a circular economy by offering recyclable packaging. The big question that's got to be asked is that what is physically happening to the packaging after your consumer or even after you guys have finished with it when it comes to putting the pack into your recycling bin or putting it into your bin. The biggest challenge is what end market do you really have for this material? One of the biggest challenges, we said, let's start moving from a multi-layer material to a single layer of plastic material. Okay, I'm not going to bore you with over technical details, but just generally speaking, let's just say from a simplistic perspective, Most of the coffee packaging you have, with the exception of some of the craft bags that you would use in your coffee packaging, would be made out of 3 or sometimes 4 layers of different materials. The craft bag, as an example, that's most of you would use for some of your smaller runs, is actually made out of 3 layers of material. The craft itself is really only there to give you body, and then on the inside you've actually got plastic layers which is holding the packaging together and also allowing for sealability and giving you the protection that you need for oxygen, moisture, and aroma. So really what has happened for us is that it's actually taken some time to achieve really the required functions for single polymer. So what we're talking about now, the big drive around the world is actually trying to move towards single polymers, as we call it, monopolymer material. So instead of your coffee packaging being made out of 3 layers of different types of plastics, we're trying to make coffee bags out of 1 type of plastic. But the problem is that 1 type of plastic doesn't give you everything you need. It doesn't give you the barrier for oxygen, doesn't give you rigidity, it doesn't give you the ability to have good print clarity and registration, or even adding zippers on or valves or closures and so forth. So what we've really had to do, we've had to really re-engineer some of the plastic materials. And what we're doing here is actually we're taking some of the basic commodity plastic materials that you would know around being used in the industry, called polyethylene material, or even let's call it polypropylene material. And just to put some substance towards it, polyethylene material is like your takeaway bags you get from the supermarket, okay? Or polypropylene material would be the packaging you would get for crisp packaging or biscuit packaging for that particular matter. So both of those materials themselves don't offer all the physical protection and all of the oxygen and moisture protection that you need for coffee packaging. So what we've had to do is we've had to re-engineer these plastics, okay? By re-engineering these plastics, we've had to develop materials that will give us degrees of rigidity, strength, and also overall performance to run on your machine. Just picture the scene in your mind for a moment where you've actually got a packet of frozen vegetables or you've actually got a takeaway bag, and think about trying to make that plastic into a smaller pack for a 500 gram or a 1 kilo pack for coffee. It would be very soft. Your coffee bags would fall off the shelf, right? They wouldn't stand up. They wouldn't be rigid enough, and they certainly would not give you the oxygen protection or the aroma protection that you need to give you the required shelf life. So what we've done is we've actually re-engineered these materials to ensure that we can actually give you all of these requirements. So what we did was also, because from an oxygen and a moisture, really oxygen and aroma barrier perspective, we put a very thin layer of high barrier material, which is, from a technical point of view, EVOH, which some of you may have heard before, which is really a very thin layer of material, which is not an issue when it comes to recycling, and it's being accepted in the European standard, and it's been certified suitable for fully recyclable materials. So what we're saying is that we've actually got options to go recyclable materials, but very, very important to mention, as I went on one of the previous slides, is that we start talking about the packaging hierarchy. There is a direct trade-off. So one could not swap immediately to a recyclable pouch straight away without having to conduct series of trials, shelf life trials, conducting trials on your machines from a salability point of view to ensure that you're going to get like for like. We always ensure that we conduct the correct amount of tests before we start swapping across to different packaging specifications. As I said, with the monopolymer-based materials, what we've done really is that we've actually got 1 type of plastic material. So instead of having 3 different layers of material, we might, in this particular case, we've actually got 3 layers of material, but these 3 layers of material are all from the same plastic base, which then deems it fully recyclable. And fully recyclable in this particular case, which is a polyethylene. And I'm sure most of you would have seen these numbers on the back of pouches, okay, which is a separate exercise. You see these numbers, you see as number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5, and even up to 7. And people see these numbers with a triangle and they think by having this triangle and the number, it's actually recyclable. But in fact, that number only represents the plastic type of what that material is. And incidentally, if you ever see a number on a packet that says a number 7, it actually means that that packet is actually made from mixed plastics, okay? Which means it's not recyclable in any case, in anywhere, okay, around the world, okay? So what we've actually been able to do over the last number of years is find a solution to offer mono-based polymers, okay, which are now more fully recyclable than the mixed plastics. And just to go back for one particular moment, is that one of the big driving factors around trying to find more recyclable plastic materials was in fact the ban on importation of mixed plastics into China and Asia in late 2017. What was happening was that China and other Asian countries were seen as a dumping ground for plastics. Plastics were being shipped, thousands of containers per day were being shipped from all over the world and dumped into China, and China had a home for it. But China said no to the importation of mixed plastics. So what's happened now is that countries around the world have had to sort of jump up and find options and find more recyclable options for these plastics instead of taking these mixed plastics and putting them into landfill. Because no doubt, product going to landfill means only one thing, that you're going to eventually run out of space. So some of the case studies that we've done over the last sort of 18 months to 2 years, we've taken in this particular case, a fully recyclable pouch for coffee for one of our customers in Malaysia. And this here is what we call a flat bottom pouch. This packaging was a 3-layer construction. And just for the sake of it, the materials was a polypropylene, a metallized polyester, which gave you a barrier, and a heat sealable material. And this was a tall flat bottom pouch that we made out of a mono-based polymer. Now, the interesting thing about these pouches is that not only did we have to re-engineer materials, but we also had to change our equipment, because equipment was really designed to make the multi-layer plastic materials. Because as an example, normally on the outside of the pouches that you use at the moment, you would have a film that would withstand a very high temperature. But in this particular case, because we're using your standard plastic polyethylene material, we would have issues with it actually sticking to the sealing jaws and so forth. Another fully recyclable pouch made for coffee. Also in this particular case, we had to work with making this pouch more rigid and also introducing the zipper and valve. And of course, the valve in this particular case is a fully recyclable valve. The valve works in conjunction with the type of polyethylene that we've used in order to make this particular pouch fully recyclable. This one here is a fully recyclable flat bottom pouch made for a porridge-based product, which needed a high shelf life of 14 to 16 months in Australia and also for the export market. This particular material will be made out of a polypropylene material. This one in particular would have been made out of also mixed plastic. So we are seeing the drive is taking place, not only just in Australia, but we've seen a lot of the drive taking place in South Africa. As an example, you see Woolworths. I think Woolworths would probably be the leader in South Africa driving towards sustainability challenges with packaging material, trying to find a solution, trying to insist that all their co-packers, their food producers, their food manufacturers are packing the food products in packaging that is deemed to be more recyclable. Because at the end of the day, if the packaging is made out of mixed plastics, it only has one solution, and that solution is to go to landfill, which we're trying to avoid at all costs. This is also a very good case study that we did was for breakfast muesli. And this was actually using also a foil laminated material that we replaced this material with a mono-based polymer. What's also very interesting about this particular product, this product was actually first to market. And again, so we say, well, what's the point in actually making all this packaging recyclable if you don't have the ability to physically recycle this packaging? So all you're doing is really greenwashing, or you're just ticking a box. Unless you've got a recycling facility to take the packaging that you're currently using, there's no point whatsoever. So of course, what have we got? We got a confused situation in the whole world at this particular moment in terms of what is recyclable, what's not recyclable. The recycling label really is a guessing game, because I'm sure most of you would have seen a range of these different type of labels around the world on packaging, deeming it to be recyclable. But all they're doing really is trying to confuse the consumer, but also making more of a marketing message rather than taking ownership for what the product is all about from a recycled perspective. What's happening in Australia is we're trying to keep it simple, and we're trying to sort of develop a labeling system for all the packaging to contain one of the 3 labels as you see down on the right-hand side. In this particular case, a box would have been curbside recycled, so that goes into your wheelie bin. The plastic packaging material, the wrapping in this particular case, could actually be returned to store, because we have a very successful return to store system in Australia called the Red Cycle return to store. Or in some cases, the packaging, if it doesn't contain certain packaging materials, it would have to go to landfill into your wheelie bin that will go for normal standard collection for landfill. The return to store, however, in Australia is quite an interesting initiative. It's been going for over 10 years. And what's interesting about this initiative is that the packaging material that is deemed suitable for return to store can be made out of mixed plastics, but it must contain 70% primary types of materials, sought after materials like polyethylenes I mentioned before and polypropylenes. The balance could be made out of mixed plastics. But the end use for this type of mixed plastics really is only secondary product. As an example, a lot of this plastic, in fact, is being mixed with other type of products like toner from cartridges and oil, and is going into the additives for asphalt on the roads. So we've got major road infrastructure taking place here in Australia, and we're using plastic packaging waste to be used as an additive for this asphalt. And what we're finding with these additives for the asphalt is that it's already been confirmed by the government after a lot of due diligence with the various councils, is that they can get up to 30% extra life out of the roads, and flexibility on the road is that much better by utilizing this additive. So that's quite an interesting development. Otherwise, these mixed plastics from the return to store process really ends up going to landfill if there's no real use for it, because there's obviously a limited amount of take back. A very interesting development that we had in Australia is what we call roll and recycle, which was the first to market for curbside recycling. When we talk about curbside recycling, we're talking about the packaging that can go into your wheelie bin. The example here I showed you previously was on the left-hand side, and the bag on the left is a fully mono-based plastic, whereas the one on the right is a multi-layer laminate. And what we did was we actually, by applying a label on the back of the bag and rolling the pouch down into a canister, this pouch will then can then be fully recycled through what we call a MRF, which is your mechanical recycling facility here in Australia, and it goes into the plastic stream. So therefore, it actually can go through full-on plastic recycling. The whole idea really is to try and sort of create this circular economy. Okay, and it's all very well sort of partaking in the circular economy and by offering plastic materials, as I mentioned, polyethylenes or polypropylenes that can be fully recycled again, and doing what we believe is right from a packaging point of view and from a target's point of view. But in order for the loop to complete that particular loop for soft plastics, we also need to focus on the pull-through effect. So we need to have an initiative in place to buy the recycled products back, buy what is the end-of-life products that these plastic materials are actually being physically turned into. A couple of initiatives here in Australia where they're taking these materials and they're turning it into park benches, decking, outside furniture, hydrant covers, and so forth. But there's only a limited use for these type of materials. And although the bring back to store option is working very well, the percentage of packaging that does go back to store through the two main supermarket chains here, and there's only two main, and that is Woolworths and Coles. And incidentally, the Woolworths here has got nothing to do with the Woolworths in South Africa. Their initiative is really about trying to encourage people to bring the packaging back to store, but there is stockpiles of these materials because there's no real true commercial value for these plastic materials once they've gone through from a recycling point of view. So we're trying to find an option, trying to find a market to utilize these recycled materials. So it's all very well saying that we're involved in the circular economy, but at the end of the day, it's not very good if we actually don't have a real end use for these recycled materials. Another good way to look at it is through the circular economy is actually utilizing packaging with a recycled content. And this particular company here is a great success story for us here in Australia, a company called ZeroCo. If you ever have a chance to make a note and look up this company at some stage. This company started their business off in 2019, launched their product, and it's based on rigid bottles. It's a return system, which is really picking up a lot of momentum. And I see it happening with some coffee companies here also in Australia, where you return your coffee, not your coffee pod, sorry, your coffee rigid container and get your refill. The idea in this particular case is the rigid container is made out of ocean waste plastic. The pouches that we made are made out of plastic that's got 40% recycled content. Okay, then what happens is the pouches actually, they use as a refill. The pouches get returned to the manufacturer. They get washed, sterilized, and then returned yet again. This company launched their first range of pouches in October last year. And within the first 8 months, they were turning over $8 million, which is quite an overnight success story. And of course, we can always jump onto the bandwagon and say, what about compostable packaging? And I'm sure most of you there today will say, yes, I want compostable packaging for my coffee. Big issues, greenwashing. There's, what is the difference between biodegradability and compostability and so forth? There's a lot of confusion. There's certainly a lot of confusion about the labels and about the infrastructure regarding compostable packaging. Compostable packaging, okay, not biodegradable, because the difference between biodegradable packaging and compostable packaging is that biodegradability leaves traces, and it can take years, if not hundreds of years, for the product to break down. Whereas compostable packaging will physically break down over a specified period of time, against specified conditions in the soil and specified temperature and moisture. So really, there's a lot of implications and challenges with compostable packaging that we need to consider prior to adopting really compostable packaging for your product. Supply versus demand. The energy and output and water use and the life cycle analysis of compostable packaging is very, very important to consider. It hasn't been proven scientifically that it's better for the environment. Recycling streams is an issue. You cannot recycle compostable packaging. They got limited composting facilities. So the only way you can really compost packaging, or even call it biodegradable for want of a better argument, is to use home composting facility. There's a lot of poor consumer knowledge and a lot of consistent labeling standard certification that we need to take into consideration. And of course, food waste concerns. We need to think of the packaging hierarchy that I mentioned before. We also need to think about, looking at where does compostable packaging fit in terms of the other type of plastic materials that we're using. It's still very small. It's about 1% of the global packaging materials that are actually being used when you consider it against fossil-based packaging materials. Of course, if you're considering compostable packaging for your coffee, you should always have to consider high barrier versions, which is very, very important. You must make sure your zippers and make sure your valves are fully compostable. There's a lot of debate in the marketplace about how physical compostable packaging it is once you apply a valve and once you apply a zipper. And also, once you apply a tin tie on the top of the bag, it makes you ask the question whether these materials are compostable or not. Please understand that there is issues with compostable packaging in terms of shelf life, not just of the product itself, but shelf life of the packaging. Okay, I mentioned earlier on in one of the earlier slides, we talked about cellophane, and cellophane, in fact, is making a massive comeback in the way of compostable packaging, because by nature, cellophane is like paper. Paper will naturally break down, but cellophane, or cellulose film as we call it, is very unstable. Cellulose film in Durban would become very soft and very hard to manage because of the high humidity levels. In hotter climates, drier areas, it would become very brittle and hard to manage. And hence, we need to be very careful when we start looking at compostable material. At Foster Packaging and OF Packaging, we've got a full range. In fact, we supply a large range of compostable packaging, but we also tell our clients that we must ensure we do our full evaluation before we move across into these types of materials. So we just finish off on some small innovations around coffee packaging, some things to basically consider, is that we're using a lot of different types of finishes on the surfaces of materials, and that's what we call a tactile feel. Okay, and these tactile fields are really a specialized coating that gives you the ability to have what we call a rough touch, a soft touch, okay, and also this rough touch or soft touch, we can actually make it in the way that it feels like either wood, like parchment, even paper. So we've also simulated packaging that looks like craft paper or even fabric or sand. We also have the ability to utilize what we call a glitter film. And this glitter film also have the different type of touch and different type of tactile finish on the surface, which allows you to be able to identify your product and make it stand out in comparison to other types of materials. We also have a lot of innovations that are taking place with regards to specialty inks, and inks that will actually change in certain temperatures. Okay, you can have specialized messages on these inks by utilizing UV inks. And these UV inks could be used for either traceability, they could be used for specialized competitions, they could be used for for specialized messages, but essentially these materials are there for a real marketing tool and try and get your message out on the marketplace. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I hopefully given you a bit of an oversight or an insight, should I say, into what we are all about as Foster Packaging. I'm sure you can see we've got our products on display there with my colleague Tom, and I do welcome any questions that may come from the audience. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
All right, thank you so much, Joe. That was very insightful. Matt, if we can get him back on the screen as well, just so the room can also. I don't know about you guys, but my brain is spinning with all of that information, and I have a lot of questions. But I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions too. Does anyone want to fire away to Joe? Packaging questions at the back. Winston, do you want the microphone? 1, 2.
Hey Joe, we quite familiar with the pouch shop, but I think based on what you showed us today, the options from the pouch shop is quite limited in comparison to what you've had up there. Is there any access to alternative packaging directly from you in Oz if we were interested? I don't know about everyone here, but if I can just put it plainly, I often get spammed by people in Asia trying to sell packaging to me on LinkedIn, and it would be great to have a sort of direct link to possibly innovative or, you know, in terms of design, something different from somebody that has a link to South Africa. Yeah.
Winston, thank you very much. And just as a matter of interest, I also get spammed on LinkedIn as well by packaging companies advertising our packaging, can you believe it, on LinkedIn and even on their websites. So yes, we'd love to work with you, Winston, or with anybody there. Tom, my colleague in South Africa, does lean on OF Pack in Australia to help them with their sustainable ideas and help them with the innovations. And we have worked on quite a number of projects in South Africa together over the last number of years. In fact, as Ian said, I've spent quite a number of years in South Africa. I'm also a South African citizen as well as an Irish citizen and an Australian citizen, a bit of a mixed up guy here. But needless to say, South Africa is quite an important part of our business. And we spend a lot of time engaging with Tom and the team. The Pouch Shop, incidentally, is a very interesting offering, very unique in South Africa. We set it up about 12, 14 years ago because there was a big demand for off-the-shelf pouches. We also have the same, we franchise that out. We have the same in South Africa as we do have in Australia and other countries. But further to that, we've also have an offering where we can do digital printing, whereby we can take your design, your very unique design, and we can print 1,000 pouches. We can print one pouch, in fact, make up a pouch by hand. So if you're ever looking to want a concept, something that you want to present to your clients, you want to have 5 bags, 10, 20, or even 30 bags, we can actually make these bags up using digital print with the same packaging material and get the same finish and look that you would get if it was a full production. So thank you, Winston.
Cool, thank you, Joe. Also, sorry, I should have said this right at the beginning, but in your goodie bags there is a pouch as an example, and I think I made an error saying it was fully compostable, but it's not. It's fully recyclable. It's just on that note. So there is an example in there. Any other questions from the floor? Yes.
Hi, Joe. Have you ever worked with mycelium packaging? And what's your view on mycelium for the future users?
Okay. Sorry, when you say mycelium, I have to say, is that a branded packaging material or what type of packaging? Sorry.
Mycelium is the strand from fungi.
Oh, from fungi. Okay. Yeah. A very good question. There's actually a lot of food-based packaging materials, including fungi materials out there, which is quite interesting. So, and again, if I had another half an hour or so, I would have maybe expanded on a little bit further. And these are really covered in your bio-based type of materials. So as an example, this packaging material that is fully compostable made from cornstarch, 100% cornstarch called PLA, polylactic acid, or PBS, polybutene succinate. You've also got bio-based plastic materials that are derived directly as a result of sugarcane, the ethanol that is actually given off when sugarcane is being manufactured, and therefore it's a much more suitable product for a sustainability point of view. But it's the big problem is that from a costing perspective, commercialization is a big issue. Packaging from food product or food base, or even packaging made from protein base, is a big question that's been asked around in the developed worlds. Why would you have thousands and thousands of hectares of growing plastic product when you've got issues in terms of trying to feed people in third world countries? So really, we're trying to sort of push more towards the circular economy, the recyclability, and that seems to be the trend around the world, where we're trying to sort of cut down on the amount of fossil fuel that's being used to manufacture plastic materials and try and put that plastic back into the circular economy rather than letting it go to landfill. We actually predict, funny enough, we were talking about it this morning, we had a presentation, that in time to come, that landfill, okay, the mine dumps that we talk about, will be harvested in years to come to take the plastic and take the plastic products out to turn it back into real plastic again, because of the pressure on the environment from a sustainability point of view. We're going to run out of space if we keep dumping our product. There's no doubt about it. We look at the ocean, there's a big challenge in terms of ocean waste plastic. So yes, we have done work on it. There's many different streams of that type of plastic, but the challenge is commerciality. Okay, we all want to be green, right? We all want to be sustainable. And when we start talking about commercialization for sustainable packaging, they say, oh, no, it's got to be at the same price. But the problem is, the reality is that it's still a developing product, right? And in terms of scalability, it's not there yet when we consider your normal standard type of plastic materials that are now deemed to be commodity-based plastics.
All right, anybody else? Isn't this wild? We're sitting in Durban and Joe's in Australia and we can chat to him like this. This is so cool. But guys, can I just ask, when you address Joe, just say your name, where you're from, just so that it can become a little bit more personal and he knows who he's talking to. Go for it.
Hi Joe, my name is James. I'm from Stereo Coffee Roasters in Bloemfontein. I just, regarding the recyclability of plastic, I mean, plastic is not recyclable over and over and over again. There is a limit to the amount of times you can recycle plastic. So my question was more an observation, but what do you see the long term for packaging? Because the world is moving towards more greener and phasing out of plastic totally as a product used. Where do you see then the future of your recyclable products? Do you think that will still be a while to go, or where do you see the future lying then for packaging in 10 years' time?
James, that's a great question, and I think the future of where we see packaging in 10 years' time is really being driven by legislation. I think government legislation around the world. You make a very valid point, James, about the fact that the plastic, you can't keep recycling that plastic. But just think about it for the moment, okay? Think about just how to imagine a polyester bottle as an example. Everybody knows a polyester bottle, which is either a water bottle or a Coca-Cola bottle. And that is a great success story. I see some bottles on the tables there, okay? It's not beer, because obviously it's not beer time just yet, but it's cold drinks time. And those plastic bottles can be recycled over and over and over again. But you do have degradation of the plastic once it's been recycled. But how do you identify? That's the question. How do you identify the source, or how do you identify the DNA of that particular plastic? Okay, so the source of the plastic to actually take it back into the recycling stream is always going to be the question. Okay, you can't tell that plastic bottle is on the table, how many times has that been recycled, or what percentage of recycled content is in that polyester bottle, or has it been recycled correctly? Because there's always challenges in terms of contamination with recycled products. There's a big no-no in terms of plastic materials going back into the food stream that's been made out of recycled materials. Certainly when we talk about post-consumer waste plastic materials. So the future, James, is going to be very much about the legislation of the country, about being able to utilize recycled content into the packaging material and building proper infrastructures to be able to identify the quality of the plastics, because the quality of the plastics at this particular moment in Australia can be identified quite clearly from what is the worst type of plastic, being post-consumer waste plastic, which is literally practically in your landfill, in your mine dumps, right? That is the worst type of plastic. But if we can catch that plastic at different streams before it actually goes to landfill, before it gets overly contaminated, things can be done with it, because there's very interesting processes that are taking place at this particular moment. I see the future, James, around what we call chemical recycling. Chemical recycling is a very interesting process, and that's called pyrolysis. And pyrolysis has been around for quite a number of years. And what pyrolysis is taking waste plastic, okay, literally from landfill, okay, it goes through a superheat generator with the absence of oxygen. It separates the gas, it separates the oil, and it separates the char, which is basically carbon black. The oil that comes out of the pyrolysis process is really pure, refined oil, better than the quality of the oil that you get from the ground. And that oil itself is of a high quality, where you can actually remanufacture polymer material, okay, and can go back in as virgin plastics, back in 100% into the main food stream without any issues whatsoever. So you basically repolymerize the plastic. But the question is that when is it going to happen? So there is companies that are doing it around the world, but the problem is it's not at scale. Okay, when you think about commodity plastic, you think about commodity coffees as an example. Okay, how coffee is in different parts of the world, the commodity price of coffee is X, Y, Z. You start getting your specialized coffees, and your specialized coffees are going to cost a lot more money because you don't have scalability. It's the same thing's going to happen with recyclability as well. So thank you, James, for that question.
All right, Joe, I think we've come to the end of this session on the packaging, but I just want to say from everybody here in Durban and those watching online in South Africa, a massive, massive thank you to you for staying up late in Australia. We're going to carry on the sustainability discussion with Edwin Nicholas from Dartpack, and we're going to talk about cafe cups, and so it's continuing the theme. Joe, you're welcome to stay on the Zoom line if you want to, and we can bring you back in. I know it's late as well, so you should probably go to sleep at some point.
No, still
but
good.
you're welcome
Thank
to
you.
stay on. Edwin's got a short presentation, and then we've also got Erica Koss coming in digitally to talk to us about sustainability with Winston Thomas, who's done I think it's the SCA sustainability course. So we're going to continue this theme through the afternoon. And I'd like to invite Mr. Edwin Nicholas to come up to do his little presentation, and then we will carry on with the panel discussion. Okay, so before I introduce Edwin, you can see that he's brought some things on stage here, and we have some for you all, and we're dishing them out. For those of you online out there, there was a box, and it's marked Creative Coffee Week cup samples. So pull that out of your interactive event kits from your box that the courier dropped off at your house. And for the rest of you, our team are going to be handing them out. So you've got the actual tactile examples in front of you. But yeah, a very, very big welcome to you, Edwin. And thank you so much for being here with us.
Well, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Is that working? Okay. Perfect, okay. I'll try to speak loudly. My name's Edwin. The company's Dartpack, and we Cape Town based, depots all around the country, and we're basically manufacturers, and we try to be innovative in the way we manufacture as well. I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm taking on a journey. I'm going to start in the past and end up in the future. And somewhere along that line, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to try to explain to you, or try to show you what the word compostability actually means, and how that leads to sustainability. 30 years ago, that's what we made. That's the old-fashioned FOMO cup. It's been around for a long time, and it's on the way out. That's reality. It's made from a non-renewable resource. It's a single-use plastic component, and guys, we need to move on. But it's not moving on. It's not that easy. So, after having made foam cups, and we still make foam cups today, the next thing we did, we started moving into molded fiber containers. Now, this is a 2-cup carrier. We all know that. We've all seen that. We do the 2-cup carrier, the 4-cup carrier. Just while we're on that, that is nothing but a video of our factory. So we make foam cup, the 2 and the 4-cup carriers made out of molded fiber. The secret behind this thing is that it is a component that has value and is made from pure waste material. There's nothing but waste. Use newspapers, waste, use corrugated cardboard, and a process. Totally recyclable, totally sustainable, totally compostable. After that, we said to ourselves, how do we get away from this and how do we go to paper cups? So we started manufacturing paper cups. Now, paper cup, we all know, paper and a thin, thin plastic lining on the inside. And that plastic lining is polyethylene. The problem with the polyethylene is that it's not compostable. We then started looking at making a compostable cup using paper and a very thin coating of cornstarch on the inside. That made it compostable, and later I'll show you what compostable actually means. Just coming back to this. This has been around for a while. The secret behind what we've done here is we've taken the rough molded fiber cup carrier and we've made it keeping the same structural integrity, the same structural strength. We made it thinner so that it nests better. In the past, what you had was a box of cup carriers that was that size, 1/8 in a box. Today, the cup carriers are 1/8 in a box, that size. Space saving, transport saving. Then we went into the paper cups, and the compostable paper cup. I just want to see, where am I now? Okay, yeah. Compostable cups. About 2 years ago, people started moving away from the PLA coated, the plastic coated cups to the PLA coated cups. Everybody from Vida, famous brands, Mug and Bean, you name it, probably 85% of paper cups today are these compostable paper cups, PLA coated cups. Then the next step, we said, how do we get rid of the plastic lid? Probably the single most problematic single-use plastic item that we have today. Because we make molded fiber cup carriers, we said we've got the technology, we've got the understanding, we've got the skills. Let's make a lid out of paper. And that is a molded fiber lid. Now, this molded fiber lid was developed probably 8 years ago, started in Japan. The Finns got on board, they started developing. We started this about 2 years ago. And today, the whole of Vida, many other customers are using this molded fiber lid. Purely paper. This lid took us 2 years to develop. It was designed in Cape Town, developed in Cape Town. I don't have the video going there. The equipment was designed and built in Cape Town. It took us 8 months, and we're in production and we're in the market. The rest of the world still battling after 6 or 8 years to get this right. Now that to me is sustainability. That's doing it locally, it's not imported. Okay, that's just the cup line running there. So again, getting away from single-use plastic to molded fiber. What we're seeing there is waste newspapers, waste corrugated cardboard, making this animal here. On a machine that is a fraction of the size that they were made on 10 years ago. That machine that you see there is built in Cape Town, designed in Cape Town, and exported all over the world. Oh, sorry, okay. That's, so that's the cup carrier. Then I want to take a stop there, and I want to go away from that to our, just if you can, guys can go to the website. Okay. Then we said, how do we explain to people what compostability is all about? So what I did, if you can go up, that is nothing but a 5-liter container with potting soil and a handful of earthworms. Okay? Let's go up. The purpose of this is to show you what the word compostability means. That is a Vida cup. That's a compostable paper cup. That is a normal LDP coated cup. That lid next to that Vida cup over there is this paper lid. That is a normal plastic lid, your conventional plastic lid that we all know. Let's go down again, further down, further up, further up. After 1 month, what's happened? That there is a PLA coating. All the paper's leached out of it. That there is the LDP coating. All the paper's leached out of it. That is your lid after 1 month, your normal plastic lid. That is what this baby looks like after a month. Let's go back further down. 3 months later, there's your PLA coating, starting to crack, starting to go hard, starting to go brittle, starting to break into small pieces. That is your LDP coating. Still pliable, still elastic, still plastic. And to be like that for another 10 years. Here's your what's left over of this lid. That's it over there. That's still your plastic lid after 3 months. Let's go further down. 5 months later, I don't even have anything of this left. It's gone. All that's left on the coating side of the cups is your pieces of PLA, brittle, broken down, breaking down into smaller pieces. The LDP coating, still the same. And it's going to be there for the next 10 years. Same with the plastic lid. If we go further down, okay, that's it. So what I'm trying to do is to show you what the word compostability means. We all talk about compostability. We don't actually know what it means. That there shows you what compostability actually means. It's breaking down over a period of time into something that becomes not nothing. There's going to be a little bit there, but hey, this is a journey. We have to continue, and in 5 years' time, we'll be better and better, and so the thing will improve.
Sorry, just by show of hands, who buys cups on a weekly basis for their retail environments or their cafes?
Yeah. That little plant makes 6 million cup carriers a month. It makes 20 million paper cups a month. It's making, at the moment, 8 million molded fiber lids a month. And the migration towards that sort of packaging, that sort of product, is becoming more and more. Then I said that's where we started, foam cups. That's where we going to. Everything done in this country, designed in this country, developed in this country, the equipment we build ourselves in this country. We cannot keep up with exports to other countries. The demand is so great for molded fiber equipment. Then where are we going to in the future? I don't know who of you have heard of the new legislation, which is the extended producer responsibility legislation. Anybody heard of that? Okay. From the 5th of November of this year, every manufacturer in our side of this cup is going to be responsible legally for the fact that it's lying out on the street. Exactly. Every brand owner, Vida, is going to be responsible for the fact that his cup is lying out on the street. That legislation comes in place on the 5th of November of this year. It's onerous. The way forward is that manufacturers and brand owners is going to have to subscribe and pay a levy to a central body that will help put in place a means of either recycling or somehow getting rid of their waste. The next step that we've managed to do is that we knew this is coming. What we can now do, and probably by the end of the year, it will be in full-scale production, we can now separate the fiber out of this cup and separate the fiber from the plastic coating or the compostable coating. We can harvest that fiber out of it. We can turn that fiber into good fiber again and either use it back into the process to make cup carriers, or we can sell it to people that make egg trays, punnets for veg, punnets for fruit, and that sort of thing. Sure.
Hi there. My name is Kath. I work for Bean There Coffee Company. My question is really around, so if we're going to be responsible for all our branded cups out there, it's not necessarily just about making them go away, it's actually getting them to a compostable site or something like that. So do you have any idea of what that means for us, or how we can actually go around collecting all our cups and getting them composted, or rather than to a landfill?
I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is we can build equipment. The product can do so many things, but the space in the middle is the collection of it, the cleaning of it, and then the processing of it. We can make it, we can process it, and I believe the future, we've got so many waste pickers in this country. The future is to build a facility, and we can do this for a small capex amount. We can build a plant which is the size of, half the size of this platform, that you can harvest the fiber out of these cups. You can, all that will be needed is for brand owners, coffee shops to collect their goods. People go around collecting that lot. Hey, what this takes is putting it into the equivalent of a tumble dryer with water, and you separate the coating from the paper, you separate the fiber. The secret then is to dry that fiber quickly in a form that you can sell it on again in the form of a brick to the people that operate molded fiber plants for egg trays, punnets. So you harvesting the virgin fiber out of this, and the advantage of a paper cup is that the paper is made from virgin fiber, and virgin fiber has got a massive, massive value. Recycled fiber, the value drops away as you as you recycle it. Second, third generation recycling, the fiber loses its value, but this has got extremely high value. People don't realize the value of this, especially going forward, given legislation, and Joe Foster said that the future is how do we take something, use it, recycle it, turn it into something else again. And that's the future. And believe it or not, in this country, we're actually on the leading edge of doing things like that. At the moment, we are harvesting the fiber out of this. The experimental plant has been done. We're doing it. In 2 weeks' time, a production plant will be in place. The next step is drying it. The production facility for drying it already is in place. So I believe in 2 months' time, we will have one little unit the size of that table, taking cups, harvesting the fiber out of it, turn into virgin fiber that's usable in a pulping process that can be sold.
How do the prices compare relative to the plastic ones with the products that you're doing now? For a cafe owner, how does
at this point in time, a compostable cup is about 25% more expensive than the conventional paper cup. But that's reality. You know, as you go along, price will come down, it will stabilize. It's new. We were one of the first people in this country. In fact, we were the first people in this country to be able to convert a PLA-coated board, turn it into a compostable cup. The rest of the manufacturers are still using LDP-coated cups. But slowly, more and more people will come on board. And slowly, PLA-coated board will become more and more freely available. And so the price will settle.
Sorry, pause chat. So if you don't speak in the microphone, the people on the broadcast can't hear.
Sorry, online. I think the biggest challenge, James from Stereo Roasters.
Hi, James.
Being based out in a more rural city, or big town really, and you know, I think in places like Johannesburg, Durban, Cape Town, there's a lot of recycling plants and there's a drive towards recycling products. I think my experience in the recycling of anything in Bloemfontein is that it's just financially not feasible for the people collecting it, because they've got to still transport it up to Joburg, because that's the closest recycling facilities that are available to them. So a lot of the guys that do want to recycle end up not being able to take their, I think that's our challenge in the whole country really, but when it comes to your collection of fiber and recycling fiber, would it be something that you'd roll out into areas so that it, you know, because then I mean the whole concept of collecting fiber in Bloemfontein, sending it down to Joburg or Cape Town kind of mitigates the whole, because now you're just adding to your carbon footprint. Anyways, the question would it be something that you could take and say, okay, well, we've got a plant in Joburg, we've got a plant in Bloemfontein, we've got a plant in Durban, got a plant in PE, and you know, that kind of thing. Is that something you'd look at?
The answer to that question is that we purposefully looked at how do we put together something that is small, that can be used on a small scale, and that's cheap to make. For a couple of 100,000 rand, you can build a plant. You can put it into somebody's garage, and rough numbers at the moment is that a person can generate an income of about 12,000, 15,000 rand a month just on collecting paper cups in his area and harvesting the fiber and selling the fiber. At the moment, it is being done. It's been done by the big boys. There's only 2 in this country on a massive scale, but we can do it cost effectively on a small scale, and that's what we're busy doing at the moment. And spreading it out around at the lower end of the market, and trying to target the waste pickers. Those are the people that actually we need to get on our side. And if we make it cheap enough, a couple of waste pickers can get together, operate a plant like that, and create virgin fiber that the bigger process can reprocess again. That's where I believe we need to be going. And not only do I believe that's where we need to be going, more importantly, we've proved that it can be done. And we're busy doing it at the moment.
Yeah, that's really great news about the also job generation around around the waste, because I think obviously in South Africa that's a huge conversation point. So that's great to hear that it's a future possibility. Are there any other questions for either Edwin or Joe? Joe is still online on the Zoom. Hi, Joe. So around cafe and retail sustainability, do you guys have any questions for these 2 experts in their fields? Anyone else?
The secret is this thing. It's the first time that we've gone away from a single-use plastic component that's made from a non-renewable resource into something that is compostable. And I think we've indicated visually how it composts within 6 weeks. This thing is nothing but a fibrous little mesh, and it's fully functional.
Okay, well, hang on, chat.
Is there anyone in the milk space talking about this type of conversation? I know, is it Spar brand? They do a 2-liter milk with the packaging that's sustainable or compostable. And I don't mean to call them out, but we buy the box because we believe in. But is there any other brands talking about that stuff? And is it really compostable? And is it, because cafes use a ton load of milk every day. And so we're going to get the entire chain.
Again there, that will be a lined paper component, like this is a lined paper component. The secret is to harvest the fiber out of it. So I'm sure we haven't done trials with that. I'm sure it's a case of going through the similar process, separating the fiber from the coating, and then harvesting the fiber, and that fiber is what becomes valuable for the pulping process further down the line.
And Joe, from your side, you would have, you said you had dealt a lot with other food packaging. Are any of the alternative milk brands and that using packaging that's more eco-friendly, that is, after all, you know, that those alternatives to dairy are all supposed to be more sustainable. So are there any people looking into that?
At the moment in Australia, most of the milk cartons use HDPE, which actually have a very good aftermarket. They go back into the mainstream from a circular perspective, so they're pushing more towards the circular economy in terms of recyclability rather than going down the composting route. I hope I don't get into trouble by saying this, but companies like Tetra Pak is an example, and those type of products, they're deemed to be recyclable, but in fact they're not recyclable because there's aluminiums in there and there's all different types of materials. They are recyclable if you take the product back to Sweden or where the product originally comes from, but very difficult to actually recycle it through the main recycling stream. I think what we're talking about, being able to harvest the fiber, I think is a really fantastic idea. I think the challenge is always going to be trying to get separation from the inner layers of those materials. And if you can find a solution that does break down with the fiber, it's obviously the first, it's the holy grail of compostability. There's no doubt about it. But obviously, I'm sure my colleague is going to agree that lots of trials and lots of tests have got to be done to ensure that you've got your proper shelf life on those materials.
Thanks, Joe.
you.
Any other questions? Yep, here we go from Des.
Sorry, maybe it's just a question for both of you guys, is to get to get it back, your cups back to recyclable, is there no way that you can make a machine or for example, like I know on the plastic side it's very light and thin, and if you go through the Eastern Cape it's full of plastics, whereas you could make something where at home where they could either compact it themselves and then at a later stage go to a depot to sell it, like in the first world countries that, you know, you've got a green box, a yellow box and a red box, for example, and you put your paper, plastic, and whatever the other, organic on the other one. Is there no way that you guys could maybe get to the stores where you could give them a box with like a hydraulic press that could just press it, compact it, and then you get back your process, and like you said, the guys can get 15 to 20,000 Rand. The shop owner is now getting himself 5,000 Rand from the people just around him. Or could you see people in the streets picking up all the aluminium cans on the side of the road, all the homeless people, and it's squashed, and they're getting something, maybe in the same breath. On the plastic side, they could make a disc or something, so he could then take that token that he's melted or some other way and give it to the guys just to create a more awareness, maybe, or even the homeowner, you know.
You know, I think this is the start of the whole process. What was needed was the legislation. It forces people to do something now. We're still at the beginning of the cycle. In 2-3 years' time, we'll probably find there's going to be a number of outlets are starting to put in place systems where they collect or they separate the lids from the cups. If you go into Woolworths, you'll see if the cups go in here and the lids go in there type of thing. More of the bigger corporate coffee shops are starting to do the same. And that is something that will just roll out. But it needed a big stick to get the process going. And that big stick is in place at the moment.
So what you're essentially talking about is really your take-back systems, okay? And I think your idea about if all the coffee cups was made from the same type of plastic, it would make life a lot easier. That is for sure, guaranteed 100%, because you could then guarantee that that same plastic could actually be used at scale. So if everybody was collecting all of these cups, whether they were in the waste stream or whether on the side of the road or in store or cafes, you definitely would have a good use for it. But you need to get everybody on board. You need to legislate that all coffee cups must be made of this one type of material, be it either compostable or be it, if you had scalability on compostable, it would actually work a lot easier. If you had scalability on the plastic cup, it would also be just as a lot easier. But the problem is, with the cups at the moment, you've got all different type of specifications on on plastic cups as well as paper and plastic cups. So there's a whole mishmash of material. We do need to legislate to make your idea work. There's no doubt about it. It is a good idea because collection systems work. We've got a very good collection system in Australia where people return plastic bottles, tin cans, and they get credits when they go to the supermarket. So it encourages people to take stuff back. And then what it does do, it actually allows the recyclers to be able to get those specific materials. So they know the tin cans are aluminium, they know the bottles are glass, they know the plastic bottles are all polyester bottles. So they can actually use that, and it's a revenue stream for these companies, because they, even though they give you 10 cents or 15 cents, I think it is, for a plastic bottle, in bulk, they can sell that in somewhere around about $300 or $350 a ton. That's Aussie dollars per ton, which is quite a good revenue stream for any business, you know. But it's about scalability, unfortunately.
Okay.
The important thing that I wanted to show you was the concept of what the word composting actually means. And what I'd like to do is, just with a show of hands, that little test that we did there, have you got a better feel for what the word compostability means now? How you go from this? So let the guy throw it in the bloody field, you know? In 6 months' time, it won't be there. If it's a plastic component, in 6 years' time, it'll still be there. That's the difference.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Edwin. That's amazing. Thank you, Joe. We are still on the topic of sustainability, but we're going to just switch focus a little bit to the green bean side of it. And I'm going to invite Winston Thomas up to help us introduce Erica. And I'm going to invite Kath Bland to join us on stage as well, please, to get the conversation going about sustainability at farm level and production level, and how it impacts our roasteries and cafes and baristas. So, for a start, Winston, would you like to get us going on what you've been doing with sustainability recently? Erica will join us soon.
One, two. What's happening, everyone? You're tired of my face already. So yeah, I guess asking me to intro Erica. Once she arrives, I'll kind of intro her. But Erica has been my lead AST for the SCA sustainability course. So the SCA has the coffee skills program, which is roasting, sensory, brewing, green coffee, and barista. But then they also have a technical skills program, and they have a sustainability program with a foundation, intermediate, and professional course. And I've done the foundation, the intermediate, and I'm now busy with my final professional project, and I'm working with Erica. Erica, I'll touch on it before she comes on, but I'd say she's an academic that works in coffee, really active. She's from Canada, but is originally based, or was based in Kenya. She's had to go back to Canada. And yeah, we had a very diverse class. So we had everyone from bloggers to one of the guys from Ernex to like a couple of barista champions, business owners, roasters, and all that kind of stuff. And I think what was cool during the class was she made us realize, she peeled off the blinkers when it comes to sustainability, because one thing we often said in the class is that it's a buzzword. Everyone wants to be sustainable. Everyone uses the word, but nobody's really acting in a sustainable way. Because I think sorry, I forgot your name from Dartback. Name's Evan. I think when it comes to, it's like a cliche thing, okay, cool, sustainability, hashtag climate change, like we need to get compostable cups. But I think he really broke it down in a good way, where they're doing a lot more than just producing compostable cups. They're actually solving problems. So they're looking more towards the future and sustainability in that way, where, hey Erica, where they're not just producing the cup today, but they're thinking about what they can improve for tomorrow, right? So it's always about the next step. And I think there's 3 pillars that we discussed in our class, which is social sustainability, economic sustainability, and environmental. And I think we're always addressing the environmental part of sustainability because it's obvious and it's in our face all the time. But she really just opened up our eyes to the economical sustainability issues we face, as well as the social sustainability issues we face in coffee. Am I introing Erica, or can I give Kath the floor? So Erica over there, as I said, is my lead AST in the sustainability program. is it okay if I call you a coffee academic, Erica? She's busy, she's still studying, and yeah, she's wrote a lot of articles. She's taught a lot of students in sustainability, and she's just a overall very smart and interesting woman who's doing a lot of work all over the world in sustainability and meaningful work. Yeah.
Thank you, Winston. Can you all hear me? I'm not sure how this works. Winston, I can see you. Can you nod if you can hear me?
Yes, we can. So I think you can hear the mic, right?
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I guess, oh, good, there's everyone. Hi, everyone. I haven't done this before, so this is really so exciting to be able to be in Canada and see all of you in South Africa. Yeah, Winston, actually, I heard that whole introduction, so thank you so much. That was really fantastic to hear that the 3 pillars of sustainability meant a lot to you, and that was something I was hoping we could talk about more today.
I listened really well in the class, Erica. I listened really well in the class.
So I'm not sure what the format is. Did you want me to share some thoughts about sustainability as a buzzword? And I was thinking maybe we could talk about the definition a bit. I did hear someone say a bit about composting, and I was sorry that I missed. It sounded like there was a definition and a bit of an analysis about composting. So that's fantastic to hear that that conversation's happening.
Yeah, Erica, I think if you can unpack the word itself, I think one of the things that stood out for me was you intro sustainability with the fact that it's a verb and it's an action word. So if you can unpack that for us and what you think it means, that would be great.
Okay, sounds great. Well, I mean, you have just been such a wonderful person to have in the class, Winston. Thank you so much for all the time that you've invested in the sustainability course. I think I heard you say to everyone that this is the newest module for the SCA set of education programs. And I was living in Kenya when Winston started in my class. And then I'm now back in Nova Scotia, Canada. So that's where I'm zooming in from, but planning very much to get back to Nairobi as soon as I can. And so it's, of course, you know, a very global topic to think about what are we talking about when we talk about sustainability, depending on if I'm sitting as I am today in Canada versus where I was sitting in Nairobi. The definition is seeming to ever shift and has different applications. And one of the things that I really focus on in the class and also in my other teaching right now, for example, I'm teaching a full semester class, which is called Coffee and Development at a university near my home called Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia. To think about all of the language that we're using, I would say, you know, beyond even just coffee, but in general, in terms of these global conversations we're having. And then I, of course, apply them to coffee. And this term buzzwords, I think, is something that is something that we all do in our life when we're trying to communicate with these global conversations. But often it's not helpful when we're just buzzing around like a bee. And I don't mean the good coffee bees, right? That we all rely on to have our coffee. But when a buzzword becomes a word that is so popular and so vague that nobody really is defining it and nobody really even knows what they're talking about when they talk about sustainability. So I always go back to the root of words. I'm a social scientist, but I have a humanities background. And so I like to focus a lot with my students and in my talks on the origin of words and on why these words matter in terms of our politics and our practice. And I think a word like sustainability in particular, it really does have such wide-reaching political and practical effects. And so I'd like to just take a moment just to share with you that The origin of the word, so of course, sustainability is the way we talk about it, but the root of the word is to sustain, right? And it literally comes from two Latin roots, sub plus teneo, which literally means to hold or to uphold. And originally, in terms of the Latin of this word sustain, the origin of the meaning is very powerful. It's really strong and it's really active. Some of the definitions, the original definitions are to bear, to endure, to withstand, to defend, to provide for, to uphold, to support. And I find this to be a really meaningful thing to consider when we're all having these conversations from different parts of the coffee supply chain about what does it mean when here I am holding literally with my two hands this cup of coffee as a beverage. And yet, as we all know, thousands and millions of people are holding the coffee from different points of view, whether it's a seed, a cherry, whether it's green or parchment or a roast, whether it's barista making a drink. There's so many human hands that are required for coffee to get to this point, right? So that we all can enjoy it as a beverage. But for so many people around the world who are harvesting and producing coffee, it is not necessarily a pleasure. It is not necessarily a joy. It's very hard labor, and the conditions structurally under which so many people are laboring for this cup of coffee to be possible are not equitable right now. So when Winston mentioned the 3 pillars of sustainability, that is something that is a bit of an older analogy. I can't see all of you well enough to see if any of you are sitting on a stool. Winston, I don't know if perhaps you're sitting on a stool or how many legs it might have if you are sitting on one.
4 legs, Erica, unfortunately.
4 legs, okay.
4 legs, yeah.
So that's even better because, you know, traditionally the 3-legged stool is, as you said, Winston, social, economic, environmental. But as my focus is political science and international development, I do like to think about the possibility of this 4th leg, or maybe we could look at the foundation of the stool as the political structures and the global structures, especially for coffee, because we're all part of this global chain. And what the conversation often in different areas of life, not just coffee, of course, but especially in coffee, often the conversation in sustainability focuses on the environmental. And I absolutely want and hope that that conversation will continue and that it will deepen. There is so much really great science that's coming out of different research universities, and different scientists are thinking about what it means to have climate resilient seeds. They're thinking about the extinction of different coffee varietals and what that means. This is all such important work, especially since we know that the climate has already changed and we're dealing with all of these different climate threats. But what I am also wanting us to focus on as an industry are these human hands, and to consider all of the human hands and what this means. And so this is where the social and the economic, and I would say the political, really come in. And it sounds like some of you were already having that conversation about composting in terms of what does it mean when we even talk about something like composting, because composting is not necessarily by definition sustainable. It could be, it could not be. Same thing with something like recycling. Recycling might be sustainable, but it might not be. So these complexities are something that I think the deeper we can unpack them, then the better we can help truly uphold and sustain, defend, and support all of us together in this coffee chain. The one other thing I'll just kind of add in sort of this general introduction is to say that the word sustainability is rather new. I'm not sure how old all of you are in the audience, but in my lifetime, the word sustainability has gone from practically obscurity to this global conversation, which we also see so often represented in the Sustainable Development Goals. It wasn't until 1987 when the term sustainable development started to be a phrase in the global conversation. And that came through a major report called Our Common Future. And I think that that's telling to think about what does this look like in our common future of coffee. In order for us to have a truly sustainable and resilient coffee supply chain, then we need to have an equitable, just supply chain for everyone involved. And the conversations that are happening that are really popular right now globally in terms of price, unfortunately, so many of those conversations were happening in the 1960s. They were happening in the 1980s, and they're happening again. And so sometimes these conversations are just getting recycled over and over through not a very long coffee history in terms of global trade since the 1960s and the International Coffee Agreement. But I think for us to think about moving beyond just the buzzword and beyond the rhetoric, that we do need to keep in mind that to be sustainable will take action. It will take much more than talk. So Winston, I don't know if that was what you wanted me to say and talk about.
That's perfect, Erica. That's perfect. You got me. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions for Kath, for some people in the crowd,
Great.
and for you. You're going to be part of the call this whole time. I believe that one of the important things that comes with sustainability is context, right? So what sustainability means for me might not be what sustainability means for you guys. And I think in the context of this room, I know there's a lot of roasters here. Like we've got the elephant in the room here, which is happening on Friday, right? How many roasters do we have here? Come on, guys. You finalists, shot in the dark. Come on. There we go. Okay. So I think when I was a snotkop barista, I thought, excuse me, guys. I put my phone on silent. I believed that direct trade was the future, right? We in Africa, right? Why are we getting so many African coffees from other places? Why am I not calling the farmer and asking him what his processes was? And to me, it made absolute sense, and I think I've wisened up to the fact, but it seems like it's becoming possibly a little bit more sustainable, a little bit closer, a bit more realistic. Does it even matter? Kath, right? What are your thoughts on direct trade? I think Bean There is fully direct trade, right? Is that something that's possible for smaller roasteries? Is that the future? I know there's a lot of challenges that comes with doing direct trade. What are your thoughts on direct trade? Based on that, I have a follow-up question for Erica to add on.
Cool. Hi. So my name is Kath Bland. I work for Bean There Coffee Company. I am fully underqualified to be up here, but here I am anyway. So if any of you know of Bean There, we basically source from six different cooperatives in East Africa, and yeah, that's exclusively what we do. We don't look for coffee from anywhere else. The joy of that is that the shortest relationship that we have with any particular cooperative is in the region of about 4 or 5 years. And that for us is amazing. Last year was a dog show for everyone. But what those relationships meant is that we could, coffee was held for us, and we were able to negotiate in a way that we were negotiating with people that we knew, and who knew us and who know our business. And yeah, that for us is a massive benefit. So that social sustainability is far more important than you may suspect. Yeah, in terms of whether that's possible for smaller roasters, so we buy container loads at a time, but I think for smaller roasters, if you can determine to start building some of those relationships, start buying from the same people year after year, that is incredibly valuable for cooperatives or for farmers or for estates, and you'll start to see the benefit of that, I think. So even if it's 2 bags that you're buying consistently from the same people, yeah, that becomes incredibly important.
Awesome. I think being there, I can say a multinational or a national, like as a national presence. Not all roasters do, but I think what I've seen in the industry is like direct trade hasn't necessarily become more attainable, but being closer to the producer has. And I think the reason why this has come about is because we now have smaller importers, such as our friends Sabores, Marunik, right? I think Sabores has just come back from a farm trip to Colombia. Eduardo spent he done a Latin America trip to all your produce, right? So although it's not necessarily feasible or sustainable for us to do actual direct trade, we now have a middleman who's a lot closer to the producers than what we've had in the past. Mike is no longer here from Seven Oaks, but yeah, oh yes, Seven Oaks, there is a presence of Seven Oaks here as well. But if I can pass this mic to Eduardo, can you unpack a little bit, and then my follow-up questions coming to Erica, for you as an importer, what it means to go to that level, because you're Brazilian and you're very proud of your Brazilian coffees, right? And I mean, I think there's a certain level of authenticity buying Brazilian coffee from Eduardo because he exudes like Brazilian pride. Can you just chat about that a bit more with us, Eduardo? Sabores is going to have the time on stage on Friday, so I'm going to keep the discussion for Friday. Yeah, Eduardo, why did you go to the farms and meet the farmers? You could easily just have bought the coffee and brought it down here, so.
Yeah, I see much coffee and how much value they add to the coffee plantation for irrigation process, for all the process that they do on the farm. You start to see why you pay what you pay for the coffee. And I can tell you, I pay some amounts for Brazilian coffee, which is known as a filler coffee, that people, hey, you're crazy, you're paying that much for Brazilian coffee. But it's because mainly the culture of Brazilian coffee for too much long was really filler coffee. But this has been changed for the past, I don't know how many years. And I see a lot of value in going to the farm and get to know the farm and see his family, see his passion. As we Brazilians are very passionate people, we start to cry when talk about coffee. It's funny. And yeah, that's why I think that going to the farm is very important. And the straight relationship with the farmer is going to give me, as an importer, a guarantee that I will have this coffee every year, that I have the quality I'm looking for, and that even the price, he's going to consider it a little bit more something for me than for someone that he never met before.
Thanks, Eduardo. Yeah. So, continuing just on the fact that we've got so many micro roasters in South Africa, I think another sort of thing to unpack could be fair trade. I think we're buying coffees, sometimes we know where they're from, sometimes we don't. It's the question I want to address to Erica, where I think Erica has a diverse understanding of the term fair trade. She's from Nova Scotia in Canada. She spent a lot of time in the US, but she's also been, if I can say, on the ground in Kenya doing a lot of research for academic studies. Erica, if you could just unpack fair trade for the crowd, and perhaps if you guys have any questions regarding not just fair trade but certifications, because this is something that we've addressed in our sustainability courses as well. You can address this to Erica. But Erica, if you don't mind, just based on your experience, your understanding, and your expert opinion, what you think of fair trade and certifications in general.
Thanks, Winston, for that question. So certifications are something that came to begin globally in coffee at the end of the 1980s, the early 1990s. It was absolutely a result of the collapse of the International Coffee Agreement, which happened in 1989. So fair trade and all of the certifications, when we think about, you know, the history of coffee as hundreds and hundreds of years in terms of, you know, the time that coffee has been on our earth, it's relatively new, right? And it arose with the motive to try to think about ways to use the current trading system and the political structures of how coffee moves around the world to get some part of a price component back to farmer producers. I don't know that you all want me to comment specifically on any particular certification that you are all thinking about in South Africa or that you're perhaps using in South Africa. But I would just say generally that like so many answers in coffee, the question of is it sustainable or not to use a certification, the question is it depends. It could be, it could not be. But I would just encourage you, if it's something that you're thinking about using, to consider, of course, there's so many different options of the certifications, but one of the critiques of certifications is that quite a bit of money is spent on the auditing process, and that even cooperatives and farmer producers have to invest a lot of money at the farm level in order to meet the qualifications to even have the chance to become, for example, a fair trade farm or a rainforest alignment, a rainforest alliance farm. I'm just using those as two examples. So if you're thinking about getting into a particular certification, one thing that I would encourage you all to think about in South Africa would be what added cost would that certification mean for farmer producers? And is there a way that perhaps as roasters or cafe owners or other coffee companies that you might be able to absorb some of that cost so that that burden wouldn't only fall on farmer producers? Because they are undergoing so many additional costs as it is, especially considering the climate challenges, especially considering the social, gender, and youth challenges. I would love to talk a little bit about aging coffee farmers and why that matters. And so, you know, I think that there's pros and cons to each of the certifications. But without a doubt, I would say, especially in Rwanda, during some of my time spent in Rwanda and living in Kenya, but traveling to Rwanda and spending time with Rwandan coffee farmers, I have definitely seen examples where different certifications really have made a difference in their lives in terms of a social premium. Especially it can be something that has the possibility to enhance some gender equality through schools, through hospitals. I saw one example in Rwanda where the social premium for fair trade was used to build a maternal hospital that women could have their babies and spend time and get some additional medical support through their pregnancies and lactation. So, but of course, like anything, there are also examples where that fair trade premium doesn't necessarily get back to farmers. So I would just say that, you know, just do some due diligence and explore that if you're considering that option.
Thank you so much, Erica. I'd like to come back to you in a sec and just ask you to unpack sustainability challenges at Origin regarding gender. But I have a question for Kath that I got sent from Stephen Vic out in Kenya, and he's asked how does Bean There define direct trade?
Yeah, I guess that's a very interesting question. So direct trade for us means that, sorry. So direct trade for us, we don't deal with it just like that. So we talk about it as direct fair trade. And so some of our coffees are actually fair trade certified. And I think what Erica has to say is super interesting and really important. So it's not just about the fair trade certification or the RFA certification or organic or whatever it is. It's really about making sure that that money is actually going where it should be going. And so for us, the direct part of it comes into the fact that we actually go and visit the cooperatives that we buy from probably every year and a half. The last couple of years have been a little bit difficult, but we have that face-to-face conversation that you have with cooperative leaders and farmers in the cooperatives and workers at the washing stations is really where you find out some real information. And so I think sustainability really does go hand in hand with traceability and transparency. I don't think you can really speak about something being sustainable unless you've had some of those face-to-face conversations. I think, again, going back to your question about small micro roasters, I think that conversation needs to be had with whoever you're buying the coffee from. And yeah, again, just a relationship of trust needs to be built there. And yeah, that comes with transparency, I think.
Thank you very much, Kath, and thank you, Stephen, for the question. I think in South Africa, one of the topics I think about when it comes to not just sustainability in coffee, but more of the sort of roasting and cafe context is seeing more women in coffee, right? I think it's something that everyone speaks about. And we know that in South Africa, coffee is a very male-dominant industry, but we have a female roaster sitting here. We've got 2 females working for importers, so clearly that's changing quite a bit. But I'm always curious to know, sort of and this is going to you, Erica. I know this is part of your studies. I speak under correction, dealt with this, but I think there's stronger cultural stigma against females working at a producer level. Is that changing? Because I think we're not exactly the first world, but I think in modern societies that's slowly changing, and the conversation is really active. It's going in a positive direction, but sort of in more rural, less exposed producing countries, is the narrative starting to change? Are we seeing sort of a positive movement in sustainability for females working in coffee at that level?
Thank you, Winston, for that question. And yes, you know that the question about gender equity is very close to my heart, not only because I'm a woman myself, but because I think about this most closely in my research and my writing through not just the women that I've talked to, but men who I've talked to and who are working in coffee and thinking also about gender equity. One thing I want us to just think about for a moment is that when we use even the term gender equity, that is not synonymous with women in coffee. it often, we kind of use those synonymous in coffee. But to talk about gender in coffee is a much more complex conversation that includes men. And so when we think about who is doing the labor within the entire global coffee industry, this is where we can see a huge disparity. And it wouldn't be just for South Africa or in any particular country. It would be in most coffee countries where there's a disparity between who is doing what kinds of work and who is being compensated or rewarded through whether it's financial benefits or benefits of land ownership or benefits of the ability to move around and have the possibility for transportation. These kinds of things are very gendered. And so one of the ways that I am hoping that my research and my writing can help move the conversation a bit is to have us not think about men and women in a kind of opposition from each other, because I don't think that that's ever going to be helpful. In terms of the way we think about our relationships with each other, but to think about who's doing what kinds of work and are they being valued and compensated for that work. And so what happens too often is that women are doing so much work at the farm level, which there's a lot of stereotypes around this in terms of things are said like, well, women are more detailed, so they can pick cherries better than men can. You know, and those kinds of stereotypes just are very gendered and they're not helpful, right? But to think about, you know, what is the income and what is the benefit that all of, whether you're a man or a woman as a coffee picker, the price is not a fair and equitable wage right now. So I think we need to have this bigger conversation that's a structural and a political conversation in terms of the ways that price is determined and valued. I think this is where, Kath, I'm so happy to hear that you have shortened the supply chain, it sounds like, for you to only be sourcing your coffee from East Africa, because that's one way that hopefully more money can get to the farmers rather than having that income lost through, for example, shipping fees or different kinds of taxes at either end of a port of entry or exit. But also, even beyond the farm level, Winston, I heard you say that in South Africa, coffee is very male dominated. And I would suggest that that's true for most countries around the world, whether we're talking about the global north or the global south. Even things like barista competitions or things like who owns cafes or who owns roasteries. These are also very gendered. So I think it's an important conversation to consider for anyone who is making decisions about hiring or where money is going, to think about this from the perspective of the other, whoever that other might be. And when we're talking about women in coffee in particular, I think it's very important for us to consider that women, particularly at the farm level, often still have many children, and that the money that they use is often being used to support their children in school. Often men have migrated away from farms, sometimes by choice, often it's not by choice. Sometimes it has to do with climate disasters that have led men or heads of household to migrate to different areas. So it's something absolutely that I hope in the conversation around sustainability globally, that we can start to expand the way we think about how labor is valued, and that women will be compensated equitably for that labor.
Thank you very much, Erica. I think just going back to when we started the conversation, I think coffee is to me is such a complex thing, and it touches on so many different layers of sustainability, because the conversation now is surrounding gender. Earlier on it was sort of surrounding price, and that's only on the raw material itself, but then we have the packaging that we use. Erica mentioned hiring practices, like how are we hiring our staff, and I think that might be a conversation that comes in tomorrow with Lem and what it is they do, so I'm going to try not to unpack it as much. I'd like to try and keep the conversation sort of around green coffee, perhaps in some way, Neil, if you don't mind, just you produce these amazing machines. I've had the privilege of visiting your facility as well. You don't just buy a couple of pots and throw it together. There's a lot of meaningful design that goes around something like this, and I think, yeah, for me, the fact that we have a roasting manufacturer in the country of a very high standard, I think there's a part of economic sustainability that you guys contribute towards in South Africa as well. But the first thing that people might think about when it comes to a roaster is the environment, right? So if you can, as brief or as long as you might want to, just unpack, like, when you guys are approaching a roaster in terms of design or production, what are the kind of sustainability layers that you consider? And are there any things for the future that you're able to share with us when it comes to creating a more sustainable future when it comes to manufacturing coffee roasters?
Thanks for putting me in that spotlight.
Just wanted to wake you up a little bit. You look a bit tired.
So, well, the big thing about roasters is, of course, the smoke. You know, when we build a roaster, it's like people buy an oven and then they're angry with DeFi for the thing making smoke when they burn food in a pot. So a lot of people are angry with the machine manufacturers when the thing makes smoke when you roast coffee. It's not the thing that makes smoke, it's the coffee that roasts that makes smoke. Okay, let me just cover that bit. Having said that, you still have to deal with the smoke. So there's quite a lot of technologies out there to deal with smoke. Let me just touch on that quickly. So the cheapest option that a lot of people look for is ESPs, which is electrostatic precipitators. I've done an immense amount of research on that. And the short answer is they may work for small roasters, maybe a 3 kilo like this. Whoever supplies it to you might not give you the full picture, and you might have to add a second ESP to the mix. There might be someone on stage with you who has some experience in this field. When it comes to bigger roasters, it doesn't work. There is some new manufacturers in the States who's trying new things, which also don't work. And then there's us, who are in the process of plowing quite a bit of research into that field. The best way of getting rid of smoke is still with afterburners. The downside of afterburners is that it just displaces your energy usage from one point to another, or your emissions from one point to another. So an afterburner uses a huge big flame to incinerate the smoke, but that big flame's energy comes from somewhere. So you are just taking your smoke that you have produced here and displacing it to a natural gas producing facility, which is, you know, Mosgas in George, or Mossel Bay, a couple of years ago, and just displacing it there and making it their problem, and you have a nice clean flame on your side and you're incinerating the smoke. So it looks nice and clean on your side, but it looks nice and dirty wherever that gas is produced, and that's not sustainable. The one way to make that more sustainable is to introduce catalytic converters, where we use rare earth materials like platinum and all sorts of funky materials to make catalytic converters, the same kind of stuff that you get in every single car that is ever manufactured. That's the catalytic converter, the CAT, inside your exhaust. They get hot, and it reduces the breakdown temperature of the smoke, where smoke is then reduced to atoms, essentially. So smoke is molecules and bits and particles and all sorts of things and volatile organic compounds, and they have to be reduced down to atomic level for it not to smell like something. So volatile organic compounds have a smell to them. And you have the visible smoke, which is soot, essentially, carbon, and that has to be broken down. So introducing catalytic converters brings down the burn temperature. So a traditional afterburner burns at around 800 degrees Celsius, which uses a lot of energy. Having a catalytic converter brings it down to around 450, maybe 350 degrees Celsius. But it's expensive because you have to buy a huge big block of essentially platinum honeycomb material, which is an expensive piece of kit, and it gets blocked up and it has a limited life cycle. So unfortunately, those are our options at the moment. There are means and ways of making that more efficient, which we are very hard at work in doing. But making coffee roasting more sustainable is a huge part of our focus, and not just Genio's focus, all manufacturers around the world, because we are actively being limited to selling or having customers install roasters in certain places because they simply cannot, either they're not allowed to or they get lashback from the community around them when they do eventually install a roaster. So what happens is you install a little 3 kilos somewhere and it's all roses and sunshine because you don't roast that much. But then your business grows and you install a bigger roaster and all of a sudden your neighbors start noticing, hey, someone's pumping smoke into the air and it's probably not good for me. And then you run into a serious problem. Kath, you might agree with me. So we see that all over the world, especially Germany, America, they have huge problems with this. And even in South Africa, we have problems with that. So there are means and ways of dealing with it. Everybody is quite focused on it. Unfortunately, there simply isn't a way of getting rid of smoke. If there were a good way of getting rid of smoke, we would just get rid of smoke, not only in coffee roasting, but in every industrial process around the world. So there simply isn't a way of getting rid of smoke. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a greenhouse problem in the world. So yeah, there are, however, ways of optimizing that. Loring has done a fantastic job in doing that. So using recirculating air and putting that back into the roaster. So they've done a really good job at it. And IMF, for example, has also done the same thing where they use the emissions from the roaster, burn off the smoke, and recirculate it back into the air. So there's lots of development on that. Watch this space. But yeah, it's a big focus, is that sustainability around that.
One, two.
We're going to open it up for questions for Erica, for Kath, possibly for Neil as well. But one of the things you brought up was a trade-off, I think, and Erica, correct me if I'm wrong, but we dealt about this in the class, sustainability trade-offs where you're trying to solve one problem and create a sustainable future for it, but you're creating a second one. So I think there's just so many complex layers when it comes to the topic. But we're going to open it for questions. Like I said, either for Erica, for Kath, for Neil. The floor is yours, folks.
Lazan? Can we go Lazan and then Percy?
It's not necessarily a question, just maybe another
slants on the sustainability topic, in that it's maybe from our junior roaster side, it's not necessarily as sustainable in the manufacturing process, but also sustainability in focusing in economic growth. So we spend a lot of time to make sure that roasters know what it takes and what it entails to open up a roastery, to make sure that they can also create jobs and create an income stream. So I think there's two parts to sustainability that needs to be taken into account here.
Yeah, that's cool. Definitely. I agree.
My question is coming from the first farm that you went to. So looking at the SDGs, I could tie each and every goal to what Adam is doing. School, food, and involving the community, which to me is trying to achieve the sustainability development goals. So you could actually point 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, my question is there a way that we as South Africans in South Africa, that we can have access to information that presents with a report that audits what is being done to achieve those goals? Because we are consumers, obviously there is a gap. So we hear about ethically sourced coffee, we hear about certifications, and there's all kinds of stories. And most probably, coming from a barista background, that information is not there. Some roasters, like Gino was saying, they might not know that what is being emitted by the roaster might have a contribution to the climatic changes. So what is it that we are doing to measure if we are going towards the right direction? Is there somewhere where we can have this information so that we can see how it is audited and what we are achieving and what we are not achieving?
Okay, can I ask you, Kath, given your wealth of experience, to touch on the matter, but I'd also like if Erica could possibly then tie in from a more international perspective, because his questions addressed to South Africans. Kath, I think you've spent enough time in different parts of coffee to, I think, give a very informed answer. But then I'd like Erica also just to give her perspective, having been in a lot of global north countries and working in Kenya.
Thanks. Thanks for nothing. Yeah, so I think what you've touched on, Percy, is if you're committed to sustainability, those are the questions that are going through your mind the whole time. How do we do this? How do we measure this? How do we actually make it real? I think so one of the reasons why I like certifications, they're not perfect and they're not for everyone, but the reason I like them is because we get audited every single year. So we do multiple audits a year. We get audited by Fair Trade. We do an organic audit. We go through a food safety audit, all of those things. And honestly, for us, it needs to be real. Like you can tick some boxes and you can say that you do X, Y, and Z, but the reality comes in when somebody is standing in your roasting facility and saying, "What is this? What do you do with that? How does this work? And more importantly, where does the money go?" And so that's why I really appreciate audits. It definitely keeps us on the straight and narrow. But I think in terms of some real answers to the questions that you're asking, it is building a relationship with the people that you have those questions of. So Woolworths is amazing. They have inoculated us to a certain extent and taken over a lot of the responsibility. So we believe that they do what they say they do. I genuinely believe that they do what they say they do. But there needs to be a place where we can actually ask some of the hard questions. And that's, again, where it comes back to transparency. So do business with people who are transparent and are happy to answer some of those hard questions. I don't think I have done that very well, but thanks.
No, I think that was great, Kath, because I don't think that there's an answer just yet. But Erica, if we can conclude with you, just giving some context to Percy's question, where you can perhaps, if there are organizations that you know around the world does this, and is there a way of ensuring that from a sustainability perspective, people do what they say they do, even if there are organizations in place that say they do?
Right. So it is a very complicated question and answer. Winston, did you say that the gentleman who asked that question, is his name Percy? Is that right?
Correct.
Yes. Hi, Percy. Well, first, I would love for you to take my class. I have open spots and it will be fully online. So you could message me about that if you're interested. And anyone else who is interested in my Sustainability Foundation class, I'd love to have you in it as well. But Percy, it's a really great question in terms of thinking about this from a national point of view, which I think is what you were asking. Actually, I can see you if you can nod so I can just understand. Yeah, okay. So what happens with the Sustainable Development Goals is that each country goes through a voluntary review process for the Sustainability Development Goals at large. And you're absolutely right that coffee hits many of the sustainability goals, if not all of them. I would say probably all of them. So I don't believe that it would be very easy for any of us to find. I have personally never seen it myself, where any particular country has taken its voluntary review reporting and then taken from that and then done a coffee analysis on that. However, that would be a great idea. If somebody is doing that, I personally would love to know about it myself, but I haven't seen that done. One place that you might want to at least take a look at to begin would be a report that's called the Coffee Barometer. I don't know if you've read it before, but it's one that is global and it's very objective, and it has a lot of great interviews from people. And there's a newer one, the Coffee Barometer 2020, which you can easily download the PDF. And actually that report does have a specific response to the SDGs. As do many different coffee organizations. They are looking at the SDGs and looking at coffee. But I'm sorry, I'm not familiar if there's one specifically for South Africa. I hope that answered your question generally. As far as Winston, I think what you're asking me as a general comment about this, I do really appreciate the focus that Kath and others have shared on the focus on relationships. Because I do think that that is the heart of everything we do in the coffee industry, isn't it? Is its relationships. I started as a barista in 1995 when Frappuccinos didn't even exist yet, and oat milk was not a thing in lattes. And I just, I think about like how many changes have happened in terms of the conversation around coffee. We have the sensory wheel, we have all of these great conferences. And one of the many things that I love about the coffee industry is the way that these conversations are happening so deeply. There's so many people who really do sincerely want things to change. But at the end of the day, in order for things to really change at a large global international level, it's going to take structures to change. And I hope that, for those of you who have links and connections with governments, with trade organizations, with leadership, that you can push for a more just and equitable industry in whatever part of coffee that you are. Because it absolutely will take every single one of us all throughout the world of coffee to push for that kind of change in order for it to happen. As I mentioned before, the price conversation is one that it's literally being recycled over and over, and the price of coffee is still low. Farmers are still not getting paid what they deserve, and that's been the case for decades now. And so one of the things that I often think a lot about from a practical point of view, especially since all of you are in South Africa, is to just think about what are ways that you can educate your consumers and your customers so that they can help to understand where is money going and who is getting paid for what and why. And I think that question about transparency is really important, but also sometimes even that word transparency can be a buzzword. So to the extent that you're able to be clear, for example, on your websites or in your marketing or in your own reporting, perhaps consider actually naming what is your definition of sustainability and how do you yourself measure the kind of sustainable change that is possible for yourself. Because we all can't do everything, right? But we all can do something. And I think if we can do these things together, then hopefully collectively there will be the kind of change that really needs to happen. And we will continue to enjoy coffee into the future.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's just give a big round of applause to Erica Koss, to Kath Bland, and Mr. Winston Thomas for running a very informative session. Also to Edwin Nicholas from Dartpack, thank you for your afternoon session. To Lausanne as well, your sensory thing was amazing. And to Joe Foster in Australia. You can see we're picking up momentum here at Creative Coffee Week, folks, and day 2 tomorrow is going to be just as good. So that brings us to the end of the first day's program. We have put a small tab behind the bar at the Bonshed Cafe. So please go and enjoy yourself there. It's not huge, but it's enough for everybody to have 1 or 2 after day 1 drinks, and then we will convene again here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. All right. All right, but yeah, we'll see you all in the cafe shortly. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen.
Love you too, man. That was really tough. I'm not gonna lie. That was really hard questions, dude.
I had nothing. I'm the producer that's saying that's not down my line.